At the Golden Throne Hall, the emperor sat high on the dragon throne, looking down at Su Li and her group. Besides the people from the blind box shop, there were also some high officials from the court, 2 chancellors and 6 ministers. Of course, the troublemaker Prince Jing was also present. Prince Jing had clashed with the blind box shop several times, or so he thought, but this was actually his first time seeing Su Li and her group. Although their clothing was strange, their looks were all excellent, each with their own unique charm. The emperor might consider recruiting them. Since these women had come to the palace, they should not expect to leave easily. Thinking this, when he saw Su Li and the others bowing, he immediately took advantage of his position and said, "Impudent witch, why don't you kneel when you see His Majesty?" The little servant who brought them in thought, Prince Jing has really met a tough opponent this time. This way, it's not just him who will be embarrassed. Su Li and the others had already heard this from the Grand once, and now hearing it again, they felt a bit speechless. Why do you ancient people like to make others kneel so much? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Chun-Ling rolled her eyes. Su Li explained, "We respect His Majesty very much. But we come from a different world where kneeling is not a custom. Please forgive us." The Prince Jing and the Emperor thought that a different world meant a hidden land and never considered it might be another universe. It's understandable, they never thought they would see aliens in their lifetime. Clearly, the Emperor was not happy with Su Li's answer, but since these people might be magical creatures who don't understand etiquette, he didn't lose his temper yet. He only snorted coldly. "Forget it. Whether you kneel or not doesn't matter. I heard that the people at the blind box shop are transformed from immortals." The Emperor's real thought was, "These magical beings dare to pretend to be gods. Just wait and see how I expose you." The ministers in the Golden Lawn Hall also couldn't understand what the Emperor was really after. Their Emperor spends most of his days either seeking immortality or enjoying himself, and hasn't paid much attention to government affairs for a long time. The ministers hadn't seen the Emperor in a long while either. If it weren't for the Crown Prince standing in for him, the court would have already fallen into chaos. Today, they were suddenly summoned to the Golden Lawn Hall, and everyone thought something serious had happened. But it turned out to be just to meet the owners of the blind box shop. Except for the Emperor, everyone else was busy, you know? They all knew about the blind box shop, and many ministers and their families often visited. Some ministers even liked to use the fine wine and tea from the shop to build relationships. When they heard the Emperor ask if the people from the blind box shop were immortals, the ministers thought the Emperor was trying to ask them for magic or a longevity potion. But Su Li and the others were not so naive. The eldest princess and the crown prince had both sent warning letters, indicating that the Emperor's invitation to them into the palace was definitely not with good intentions. Regarding the Emperor's question, Su Li replied, "Fairy? Not really. We are not from this world, and we do know some magical skills. Are these abilities considered supernatural powers?" Su Li thought that saying this might scare the Emperor and let him know that the people at the blind box shop are not easy to bully. But he didn't expect that this Emperor's way of thinking was very strange. He heard the thin Emperor in the Golden Lawn Hall, looking tired and like he had smoked too much, ask weakly, "If you're not a fairy and you have supernatural skills, then are you demons?" The ministers, Su Li, and the others were speechless. At this moment, Chun-Ling was eager to act. Shen Siyuan subtly stopped her. Su Li also saw that this Emperor was just looking for trouble. It seemed their previous preparations were right. They were about to face a tough fight. Prince Jing smirked with a gloomy face, full of glee. He bowed to the Emperor. "Brother Emperor, you are wise. These demon women say they are not immortals and also claim to have supernatural skills. If not demons, then what are they? According to my opinion, we should arrest these demon women and burn them publicly in front of all the people." At this point, the Grand General of the state stood up. "Your Majesty, no. Since the opening of the blind box shop, the items inside have been good and affordable, providing much convenience for the people. We can't treat the owners like this." "I agree." "Me too." Several ministers immediately supported the Grand General. Su Li thought, "Well done, General. No wonder you can use such a good item like spray action." Prince Jing snorted coldly. If the Grand General hadn't said it, I might not have remembered. Then he bowed to the Emperor again. Brother Emperor, do you know? These demon cultists are even selling illegal salt and iron in their demon shop. That's truly unforgivable. The Emperor slammed the table. This is true? You demon women, you've caused so much trouble in my great Xia dynasty. It's bad enough that they are deceiving royal relatives and high officials, but now they are selling illegal salt. This is lawless behavior, and they deserve to be punished. Chunling couldn't hold back anymore. With her fiery temper, she said, Old Emperor, are you the Emperor or is Prince Jing the Emperor? How can you believe whatever he says? Did your brain accidentally get eaten and then accidentally pulled out of your intestines? Su Li and Xin Siyuan also saw that the Emperor and Prince Jing were working together just to cause trouble for the blind box shop, so they followed Qinling. For a moment, the Golden Throne Hall was so quiet that even a sounded loud. The ministers all closed their mouths and didn't dare to speak up. Prince Jing stopped provoking, realizing there was no point. If his brother was insulted and not punished for calling those women monsters, he would eat dirt upside down. The Emperor has always been the most powerful person in the great Xia dynasty. He had never been insulted like this before. He was so angry he almost fainted. Come here. Come here. Arrest these women. He wanted to imprison them, have them serve him every night, and when they were exhausted, execute them. As soon as the Emperor finished speaking, a group of armored guards rushed into the hall, holding weapons, heading straight for Su Li and the others. It seemed they were prepared. Su Li held her lightning ball, Xin Siyuan touched the big flower, Chunling gripped the dagger she had prepared, and Mao Xian sharpened her claws on Chunling's shoulder. Seeing they wanted to resist, the Emperor ordered, Attack. The Crown Prince's voice came from outside, firm but with a hint of urgency. Jun Maheng, are you planning to rebel? Seeing the Crown Prince, who was supposed to be under house arrest in the Eastern Palace, appear in the Golden Throne Hall, the Emperor confirmed his suspicion that the prince wanted to rebel. His face was dark and cold. It was clear he couldn't keep the Crown Prince anymore. He didn't need a disobedient heir. The Emperor hadn't realized that while he was busy seeking immortality and asking for divine guidance every day, the power in the court had long been out of his control. Jun Maheng bowed and said, Father, I have no such intention. It's just that you suddenly confined me and my aunt. I came today only to ask for an explanation. If it weren't for you being bewitched by monsters, and if you hadn't colluded with them instead of reporting them to me, I wouldn't have imprisoned you, the Emperor said. Jun Maheng sneered and asked, How does Father confirm that the owners of the blind box shop are monsters? Just based on Prince Jing's word? As the father and son argued fiercely, loud noises came from outside the palace hall. This time, the sounds were louder, including the clash of swords and armor, the pounding of hooves, and the sounds of soldiers fighting. Inside the hall, everything fell silent. Could this noise mean someone is rebelling? Everyone looked confused, except for Prince Jing, who smirked coldly. He had known from the start that the Crown Prince wouldn't stay peacefully in the Eastern Palace, so he had already ordered the Fourth Prince to watch him. If the Crown Prince made any move, the Fourth Prince would lead troops to attack the palace, claiming to rescue the Emperor and arrest the disobedient prince. The Fourth Prince was the supported son of the Emperor. If he managed to kill the old Emperor and the Crown Prince, he could take the throne directly. At that time, Prince Jing, who was looked down upon by everyone, would become the regent, ruling over all. As for the important officials present, if they chose to stay silent, that was fine. If they refused, they would never speak again. By then, he would have helped establish the new emperor, and the people in the blind box shop would be under his control. He could do whatever he wanted. He not only wanted the feast hall, but also the entire blind box shop. Thinking this way, Prince Jing felt time was moving too slowly. He was eager to become the new owner of the shop. Of course, others didn't know these plans. The Grand General of the state immediately stepped out of the Golden Throne Hall to check the situation, only to see the Fourth Prince leading a group of soldiers rushing toward the hall. Behind them, there were probably many more troops. The palace guards were unprepared, and caught off guard by the fourth prince's forces. It looked like they wouldn't hold out much longer. Others who came out of the Golden Throne Hall also saw the chaos unfolding. Su Li and her friends exchanged glances. They never expected to witness a legendary palace coup during their time travel. Despite the chaos, they could still stay calm. The little cat, sitting on Chunling's shoulder, watched the scene with great interest. This was much more realistic than a TV drama. The others weren't as calm as they were. The Grand General of the state shouted angrily, "What is the fourth prince doing? Is he rebelling?" The fourth prince's troops were still fighting the palace guards, but he had already reached the entrance of the Golden Throne Hall. Although he looks somewhat like the Crown Prince, it is clear they are brothers. The Crown Prince is elegant and extraordinary, with a noble bearing, while the fourth prince appears cold and ruthless, with little kindness in his eyes. The fourth prince sneers as he enters the hall. "Father, you have issued an order forbidding the Crown Prince from leaving the Eastern Palace. He disrespects your decree and seems to be planning rebellion. I have brought soldiers to arrest him." The Emperor remembers the Crown Prince rushing into the Golden Throne Hall to stop some people from a blind box shop. He thinks the fourth prince's words make sense. Surprisingly, he does not blame the fourth prince for leading troops into the palace. Instead, he gives an order. "Fourth, capture the Crown Prince and those troublemakers." Since the Crown Prince is willing to oppose his own father to protect those troublemakers, the father feels no mercy anymore. Su Li and the others were happily watching the show, but suddenly, danger was right on them. "Wait, is this crazy emperor okay? Your son has come to your hall, and you still want to deal with us at the blind box shop? Are you trying to stay true to your original intentions?" Chunling can't hold back anymore. You stubborn fool. Are you determined to fight us?" Seeing the soldiers rushing toward them, Su Li and the others quickly fight back. Su Li ignores everything else. She throws her lightning bolts randomly. So long as they don't hit her or the Crown Prince, it doesn't matter where they land. Suddenly, the Flower King grows huge and stands in front of its owner, like a giant piece of rotten meat. Its appearance startles the fourth prince's men. "Monster. It really is a monster." "No, you're the monster. Your whole family is the real monsters." Hiss. The Flower King uses its spit attack again, spraying flower juice from its flower hole. The soldiers' armor and weapons are instantly corroded and destroyed. Unlucky soldiers with flower juice on their skin scream in pain, clutching their burns and rolling on the ground. Chunling uses her speed ability, moving like lightning through the fourth prince's troops. Many soldiers fall instantly. She doesn't want to fight anymore. In a flash, she appears again on the top of the Golden Throne, standing on the dragon chair. The ministers are momentarily stunned, and a dagger is pressed against the emperor's neck. Chunling shouts loudly, "Everyone, stop now. As the saying goes, hold the emperor to command the princes." The ministers are indeed frightened. "Miss, you can't do this. Let's discuss this calmly." However, the emperor's eldest son, the fourth prince, did not act as he claimed he would to save the emperor. Instead, he appeared very calm and confident. "It's better if this young lady acts quickly, or I will have to do it myself. It wouldn't look good if I were accused of killing my father." Chunling was just testing, and the people at the blind box shop all guessed that the fourth prince never really wanted the emperor to survive. This was clearly a plot to force a rebellion. Except for the foolish emperor himself, no one else present failed to see what was happening. The emperor, who was being held hostage by Chunling, was furious and looked at the fourth prince in disbelief. "Traitor, do you really want to kill your father?" Chunling kicked him in the back, causing him to fall beside the throne. "Be quiet, you idiot." At this moment, Prince Jing burst out laughing. "Brother, I told you you're so naive. Our goal this time is to catch both you and the Crown Prince." The emperor trembled with anger. You and the fourth prince are in this together." Prince Jing nodded. "Yes, I've always supported the fourth prince. The Crown Prince was the heir, supported by many, so he didn't care much for his reckless uncle. But the fourth prince was different. Without a maternal family, he had to try to win over everyone he could. Prince Jing had given a lot of money to the fourth prince before, promising that once he became emperor, he would make him regent. Su Li and the others were speechless. Prince Jing was really acting too wildly. Su Li patted the head of the Black Panther. "Little Panther, go." At the same time, she threw 2 invisible birds from her shoulders to the Black Panther. The Black Panther disappeared instantly. It seemed the Emperor finally remembered the Crown Prince. Mo Hung, capture Prince Jing and the 4th Prince. As long as you don't associate with those evil sorcerers, you will still be my good Crown Prince. Since the 4th Prince's rebellion, the Crown Prince had been silent, but now he couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had long been disappointed with his father. As Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty, he couldn't defeat the Xiongnu, so he sent his aunt to marry into their tribe. His aunt's life in the Xiongnu was hard, and he never thought of bringing her back. Even when he planned to lead troops to rescue her, he was strongly opposed. Later, in pursuit of eternal life, he did many foolish things. Thinking about what happened in the past few days, the Crown Prince decided he could no longer bear it. Since Father Emperor cannot govern the Great Xia properly, he decided to take charge himself. After all, he had been handling state affairs for many years. With this thought, the Crown Prince bowed respectfully to Su Li and others. "Immortal, please lend me your help. If this succeeds, I will give you anything you want from the mystery box shop, besides the martial arts secrets." Su Li nodded happily, agreeing to the deal. "Let's do it," Su Li shouted loudly to the people at the mystery box shop. Prince Jing suddenly let out a loud cry, as if he had been bitten by something. Then everyone saw Prince Jing acting as if he had gone mad, constantly howling. Blood holes appeared on his body, as if bitten by sharp teeth. His jade crown fell to the ground, and his hair became messier, as if a chicken was scratching his head non-stop. Prince Jing reached out to protect his head, but it was useless. He also got a few peck marks on his hands. Strangely, no one saw anything attacking him. It was as if he was being haunted by a ghost. Earlier, when Su Li was casting random lightning, the ministers hiding behind the pillars were trembling. The screams of Prince Jing seemed to be just the beginning. A strange, sweet yet bloody smell began to fill the Golden Palace. Su Li and his group had taken antidotes beforehand, so they were unaffected. Gradually, everyone in the main hall, except the people from the mystery box shop, felt their strength quickly fading. This included the Crown Prince, who had allied with the mystery box shop, and Prince Jing, who was fighting against an unknown mysterious force. The 4th Prince and his soldiers also fell to the ground one by one, their armor clashing with the stones, making crisp sounds. Everyone felt as if they had become limp, their legs too weak to support their bodies, lying scattered on the ground. If their eyes hadn't been rolling in fear, it would have looked like a large scene of a crime scene. Chen Ling burst out laughing. "Awesome, little flower." Hearing the compliment, the Flower King proudly chirped. Shen Xiyuan also gently touched its red flowers, then fed it a high-quality crystal core. "This is like training a dog. If you do well, you get positive feedback, and it will work harder in the future." Everyone outside the blind box shop lay down, as the biochemical attack from the Flower King was still spreading through the air toward the palace. The sounds of fighting and fighting outside gradually weakened, indicating they were also poisoned. The palace coup quietly came to an end. At this moment, the Black Panther appeared with 2 invisible birds. Only then did the officials see the real culprit attacking Prince Jing. At this moment, they truly believed the blind box shop was made by a fairy. If not a fairy, who could freely use such sudden invisibility and reappearance tricks on dogs and birds. The officials looked away and focused on Prince Jing beside them. Feske. What a miserable sight. He no longer looked like the arrogant person from before. Prince Jing was now extremely battered. The Black Panther had torn his clothes into pieces, and small blood holes on his skin were bleeding out fresh blood. No one knew how many bites the Black Panther had taken. His face was covered with scratches. The invisible birds were known for their bad tempers, and they didn't hold back when attacking. Prince Jing looked almost disfigured now. He wanted to curse loudly, but the fight with the invisible dog and birds earlier had left him terrified and exhausted, draining all his strength. Plus, he had been poisoned by the Flower King, leaving him too weak to speak. only glaring with resentful eyes at the now visible Black Panther and the birds. Unfortunately, neither the dog nor the birds responded. The injured crown prince weakly waved at Su Li. "Boss Su, please give me the antidote." He was a partner and had a friendly attitude toward the blind box shop, so he couldn't just stay lying there. Su Li stepped over the corpses on the ground and approached the crown prince, handing him a small white pill. This small white pill was a specially formulated antidote from the Research Institute, capable of neutralizing the toxins released by the Flower King. The main ingredient was a heavenly fruit, with some ingredients from Blue Star, and it tasted sweet. After taking the pill, the crown prince gradually regained his strength. But the others in the Golden Wand Hall weren't so lucky. The poisoned crown prince bowed to Su Li and the others. "Thank you, everyone." Looking at the ministers and rebels lying on the ground, the crown prince asked, "Will these people die if they don't take the antidote?" Shun Siyuan shook his head and explained, "No, they will gradually regain their strength in 3 days. They might feel tired for the next half-month, but resting well will help them recover." The smell of the Flower King is the least toxic thing on its body. Even without an antidote, they can recover, but with the antidote, they can recover immediately. The crown prince nodded in relief. He didn't need to worry about those ministers for now, as most of them couldn't be of much help anyway. He also didn't know if any of the ministers were loyal to the fourth prince or Prince Jing. The crown prince picked up a sword from the ground and walked to the emperor. The people around Su Li wondered, is he going to kill his father and seize the throne? The crown prince looked at the old man in front of him. The sword was placed on the emperor's neck, but his hand was trembling slightly. Of course, he wanted to kill the emperor. As the ruler of the country, the emperor neglected government affairs and cared little for the people's lives. As a father, he ignored all his children, especially the crown prince, who needed his father to do things for him so he could seek immortality. Yet he didn't want to be too outstanding, fearing that officials and the people would only know the crown prince, not the emperor. As a brother, he showed small kindness to his sister, but in times of crisis, he would sacrifice her happiness forever, sending her to marry uncivilized barbarians. Such a person, what right do they have to live in this world? But should he really kill him? The crown prince hesitated. The crime of parricide was too great. Even if the emperor was foolish, if he really took action, he would likely be cursed by the world. He was more worried that once he acted, this event would become a nightmare for him in the future. If he killed his father, would his own son someday treat him the same way? Thinking of these things, the crown prince couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, his sword fell powerless to the ground. Forget it, lock him in a courtyard and keep him out of sight. The old emperor had already fainted. His body was like rotting wood, shattered and unable to withstand such torment. He didn't even realize he had just walked through the gates of death. Watching the ignorant emperor, Su Li and the others turned their attention to Prince Jing. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the emperor can be handed over to you, but Lord Jing Wang must be given to our blind box shop. The emperor's health was already very weak, and he wouldn't live much longer. Moreover, falling from the ruler of a country to being a prisoner of his own son was a great humiliation. It's likely that the emperor's days will not be easy in the future." Su Li and her friends could give the emperor's life and death power to the crown prince. But Lord Jing Wang could not be spared. Today, in the Golden Throne Hall, although the emperor repeatedly made things difficult for them, the real troublemaker was Lord Jing Wang. If Lord Jing Wang hadn't been stirring trouble and sowing discord in front of the emperor, they might not have even appeared here today. "Master, this Lord Jing Wang always wants to kill us. Would it be against the law if we killed him?" Master also knew how much trouble this person had caused for their blind box shop. He snorted angrily. "Of course it's not illegal. You can do whatever you want to kill him." Hearing this from the system, Su Li felt relieved. The group from the blind box shop discussed it. Since Lord Jing Wang wanted to treat them like monsters and burn them at the stake, they decided to fight fire with fire. They didn't have any habit of cruelty, and Su Li's lightning powers could start a fire. Su Li controlled her powers and set Lord Jing Wang's clothes on fire. His noble official robes, which had already become tattered thanks to the Black Panther's efforts, caught fire easily. Before long, Lord Jingwang was completely engulfed in flames. The burning pain seemed to give the helpless Lord Jingwang a little more strength. He panicked and slapped at the flames on his body, trying to put them out. But the flames caused by lightning powers were not so easy to extinguish. Realizing he was about to be burned alive, Lord Jingwang was terrified. He wanted to kneel before Su Li and her friends, but after inhaling the fragrant scent of the Flower King, he could only weakly look in Su Li's direction. "Immortals, please spare me. I promise I won't oppose the blind box shop anymore. Please let me go." His legs hurt so much, his arms hurt too, and his whole body was hot and painful. Seeing him like this, Chen-Ling remembered how arrogant he had been when he said he would burn them alive. "Lord Jingwang, how does it feel to be burned? We haven't had the chance to experience it ourselves, so you might as well give us a taste." The crown prince next to him also sighed. "Uncle Jingwang, if we had known it would come to this, why did we start in the first place?" He didn't expect that Prince Jing would actually be secretly working with a fourth prince. No wonder, he always looked at himself as if he wasn't quite right. Seeing the crowd at the blind box shop remain indifferent, Prince Jing finally gave up hope. These hateful people would never let him go. He cried out in pain and started shouting insults. "Ah, you wicked people, may you all meet a bad end. And you, Junimo Hung, your claim to the throne is so illegitimate. Aren't you afraid the people will despise you?" The crown prince said, "There's no need for Uncle Emperor to worry about this." Prince Jing looked again at the high officials in the court who were just as helpless as he was. "You bunch of useless dogs. Are you just going to watch these wicked people kill me, the prince of the great Xia dynasty?" The officials remained silent. What could they do? They couldn't act. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to fight back. "Ah, it hurts so much. Why can't the fire be put out? It's a monster's fire, a monster's fire." Prince Jing's screams echoed through the Golden Palace, startling all the birds in the royal garden. But no matter how loud he shouted, no one came to save him. The flames on Prince Jing grew fiercer, and with his desperate cries, the smell of burnt clothes and roasted meat filled the air. Mao Xian sniffed and said to Chen-Ling, who was holding her, "I want to eat roasted meat. Can we have some when we go back?" Her simple words made Chen-Ling fall silent. Chen-Ling thought, "Everyone says I am fierce, but you are even fiercer than me. We are here burning people, and you still give me a little cat to smell when you're hungry?" Yue was anxious and almost crying. "Why haven't Sister Sue and the others come back yet? It's already dark. Did something happen?" Other children echoed her. "Yes, maybe the Empress has ordered their execution. What should we do? We've only had a few good months, and now it might all be over." Some children started crying loudly. "I don't want Sister Sue to die. I don't want Sister Chen to die. I don't want Sister Shin to die. I don't want to go either. Sister Chen still needs to teach us martial arts. And Black Panther, he even picked fruit for me to eat. And the little kitten sniffle sniffle, the kitten is so cute. Can we please not hurt it?" Sinew is a 12-year-old boy. Seeing everyone looking lost and without hope, he took the initiative to suggest, "Maybe I should go to the capital and take a look." He knows he can't enter the palace, but he can look around outside. Even if he gets caught and punished, he's not afraid. Minkin refused his idea. She first hugged her younger brothers and sisters, then comforted everyone. "Don't worry too much. Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe the sisters will come back soon. If they come back and see we're not here, they'll go out looking for us. They must be worried." Suli and the others went into the palace at noon and didn't return until it was dark. Although they haven't appeared yet, Minkin has a strong feeling that they are safe. They managed to create such an amazing shop, the Blind Box Store. These are not ordinary people. Maybe the sisters really are like fairies. Fairies not only bring good things to the great Xia dynasty, but also come to save us, these poor children. That's why we were sold to the Blind Box Store and are now living lives we never dared to dream of. We can eat well, wear warm clothes, and even get paid every month. In the eyes of these children, the Blind Box Store is already their home. Thinking this, Minkin told everyone, "If you're really worried, we can wait outside the Blind Box Store for the sisters." A group of children cheerfully left the small courtyard. Outside, It was a dark night. When the wind blew, the poplar trees rustled. The surrounding fields were densely planted, and in the dark, they looked a little spooky. The children pressed close to each other, as if holding onto each other's strength to fight the fear brought by the darkness. Even though they were very scared, no one said they wanted to go back to the dormitory. They silently waited at the courtyard gate for Suli and the others to return. When Suli and the others came back, they saw the scene. The children huddled together, tears in their eyes, looking very pitiful. Seeing Suli and her friends suddenly appear at the door of the blind box store, the children were very happy and ran forward to hug their legs. One by one, they cried out, "Sister, you're finally back. We thought you almost got executed by the Emperor." Sob sob. Suli and the others looked like 3 Christmas trees, each covered with children. Even Black Panther and Cat Xian were being hugged and carried around by the children, almost suffocating from the crowd. Suli and the others could have returned earlier. But after Prince Jing passed away, they were about to leave when the Crown Prince shyly asked for their help. It turned out that most of the people in the Golden Luan Palace and nearby buildings had been knocked down by King Hua. Even the Crown Prince and the Emperor's secret guards fell from the beams after inhaling King Hua's poison gas and couldn't stand up again. It shows that King Hua's poison is very strong, even for trained experts. The Crown Prince was tired of cleaning up the mess alone and wanted Su Li and her friends to help send a letter to the Princess Chang, asking her to send help. They didn't send the letter directly to the Eastern Palace because the Crown Prince was worried about the Fourth Prince's people there. Once he left the Eastern Palace, the Fourth Prince would find out, making it hard to keep secrets. Fortunately, Chenling knew where the Princess Chang's house was from her flyers in the city, and her speed ability had improved after training for a long time. Chenling took everyone to the Princess Chang's house. After personally delivering the letter, they returned to the blind box shop. Luckily, the Daxia dynasty didn't have a curfew at night, or it would have been hard for them to come back at this time. The kids in the shop would have gone crazy waiting. After calming the children, Su Li and her friends washed up briefly, grabbed some food, and went to sleep. There was no point talking now. They were too exhausted from the day. Under the moonlight, Su Li lay on her bed, while Black Panther snored softly in the dog's den in the corner. 2 invisible birds nested beside the mother dog, not sure if they saw themselves as dogs or the dog as a bird. Cat Xian curled up next to Su Li's pillow, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Just as Su Li was about to fall asleep, she felt a cat's tail sweep across her face. She couldn't resist scratching her little cat and asked, "Why aren't you sleeping yet?" The cat purrs and says, "We're having barbecue tomorrow. Is that okay?" The next day, the blind box shop opened as usual. But not many customers came, mostly just people from the general store buying daily necessities. While wandering around, Su Li overheard some old folks chatting. They said, "How come in just one night the emperor is going to abdicate? Isn't the emperor always busy? I heard the crown prince has been approving documents. That's something only the officials know about. The crown prince becoming emperor isn't bad, right? He's good-looking and cares about us common folks. He'll probably be a good emperor. I heard that Prince Jing conspired with evil spirits to harm the emperor and lightning struck him dead, but there was no thunder or rain last night. Was there? Oh, you didn't know? When the heavens want to punish bad people, they only strike them. No need for thunderstorms everywhere." Su Li frowned, thinking they sounded so serious, almost believable. If she hadn't been there herself, she might have believed it. The system chuckled, almost laughing to tears. "Huh? You are the heavens, host. They say you are the heavens." Su Li rolled her eyes and said, "Your sense of humor is low." What's so funny about that? In the following days, the shop still didn't have many visitors. Officials in the court were busy handling the emperor's abdication and the new emperor's coronation. Su Li then realized that the crown prince really blamed Prince Jing's death on the heavens. Now, rumors spread that Prince Jing and the Fourth Prince conspired with evil spirits to harm the emperor, the crown prince, and everyone present at the shop during the court hearing. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck Prince Jing, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, the Fourth Prince was captured by the crown prince, who planned to execute him after ascending the throne and display his body publicly. Listening to these rumors, Su Li understood that the crown prince didn't want to connect the killing of a prince to the shop. He also didn't want people to know that the shop had a powerful weapon like the Flower King. Although these stories were far-fetched, they helped hide what the shop had done during the palace upheaval, preventing the common people from fearing or talking badly about the shop. When they finally finished cleaning up the mess, the shop's business truly started to pick up again. Many familiar faces returned, but some people were caught up in the rebellion of the fourth prince. Wan Qing, I heard Zhang Jingshu's family fell apart. Now, she can't compare to you anymore. Li Wanqing didn't reply. Who would have thought that the Minister of Revenue was actually someone loyal to the fourth prince? Once the Minister of Revenue fell, Zhang Jingshu also faced trouble. She was originally happy. But yesterday, her father surprisingly came to her mother, claiming Zhang Jingshu was his daughter and that he wanted to bring her mother back to serve as a concubine at the Ministry of Justice. Her father also told her mother to take good care of Zhang Jingshu and her daughter, as they had suffered hardships and were feeling sad. This made Li Wanqing very angry. She said she never liked Zhang Jingshu and that they were simply born to be enemies. It turned out they were half-sisters with the same father. Li Wanqing immediately argued with the Minister of Justice and said that if he dared to bring that mother and daughter back, she would never acknowledge him as her father again. The Minister of Justice was so angry, he slapped her. Li Wanqing felt upset inside. She hadn't even eaten breakfast and decided to visit the blind box shop to relax. Because she was hungry, she went straight to the Feast of Gluttony restaurant without thinking. As the day of the Crown Prince's coronation was set, the capital grew lively. The new emperor's ascension was celebrated by other countries, which sent envoys to join the festivities. Although the martial world and the court didn't interfere with each other, martial artists loved to join the fun, so they naturally wouldn't miss such a grand event. The inns in the capital were full. Foreigners and martial artists who came to the city soon noticed something strange about the great Xia dynasty. Why did the people here seem to have changed so much? They couldn't quite put their finger on what exactly had changed. On the streets, ordinary people wore happy smiles, as if they had hope for the future. This spirit was different from that of people in other countries. The young men and women from noble families wore clothes they had never seen before, and their jewelry and accessories were very new and shiny. And what exactly were those drinks they were holding? Those strange cups are almost in everyone's hands. Even many ordinary people are drinking from them. When Shen Siyuan opened his milk tea shop, he set different price levels. The cheapest one, comparable to the Snow King in Huagua, costs only a few cents per cup, making it affordable for common people. Curious foreigners and martial artists began asking about it. After inquiring, they learned about the existence of blind box shops. You should go towards the suburbs of Jing. The blind box shop isn't far. You'll get there soon. If you can't find the way, just ask along the way. Everyone in Jing City knows where the blind box shop is. A kind-hearted aunt pointed the way for those martial artists. Foreign representatives were led there by officials from the Ministry of Rights. Recently, there have been two big events in the capital of Daxia. One is the retirement of the Emperor Emeritus and the ascension of the Crown Prince. It's said that the Emperor Emeritus is in poor health. After stepping down, he stays in his grand hall every day and doesn't go out to see people. Someone is sent to bring him food and drinks. As the saying goes, the ruler changes, but the officials stay the same. People no longer pay much attention to the retired emperor. Now, everyone is more interested in the new emperor's policies. After the crown prince took the throne, he declared a general amnesty, except for the rebellious fourth prince, who was sentenced to death and will be executed soon. The first act of the new emperor was to announce a long-term partnership with the blind box shop. For example, the palace's cosmetics, jewelry, and accessories would be purchased from the blind box shop and distributed to the concubines in the form of blind boxes. This way, it avoids conflicts among the concubines over favorite items. Whatever rewards they receive, it all depends on luck. The imperial doctor's office also plans to regularly buy medicines from the blind box shop. Besides daily use, the doctors can also study these medicines to see if they can learn anything from them. Jun Mo Hung also wants to regularly buy weapons from the blind box shop. The shop's knives are sharp, and there are powerful crystal core daggers. The armor in the shop is both lightweight and strong. Not to mention, there are also special hidden weapons called guns. If these weapons could be used in the army of Dacia, unifying the four countries might be just around the corner. However, Suli refused this idea. It's not that she doesn't want to make money, but the weapons from the blind box shop simply aren't enough. In the future, weapons supplied to each world by Huagua will also be limited. After the storm and natural disasters end and the floods recede, Huagua will begin clearing the zombies at the borders. Although there are now body enhancement agents, Jugwagwa juice, and supernatural powers to help, weapons will still be essential. Weapons are not like other items in stores, such as daily necessities, snacks, or toys. Even if disasters occur, as long as Huagua remains stable, they can be produced in large quantities. The production of weapons must be very precise, which takes a lot of time. Huagua will prioritize ensuring its own supply. Plus, after extreme cold, there could be other dangers, and no one knows what they might be. The country must prepare in advance. Among the worlds trading with Huagua, only the ancient world of Dacia needs a lot of weapons. The beast world is simple and peaceful, with no wars ever happening. The orcs just want to live their lives well and try every day to keep their tribes going. The zombie world has frequent fighting, but the people there have supernatural powers and can improve their abilities with crystal cores. When physical strength becomes strong, they don't like to use weapons much, unless there is a big war. So, reducing weapon supplies mainly means reducing weapons for Dacia. Suli really hopes the next world has advanced weapons, so Huagua's equipment can improve further. If Huagua has enough supplies, selling some weapons to ancient worlds wouldn't be a problem. The royal family needs to buy from the blind box shop, and the shop also needs to buy from the royal family. Recently, the blind box shop has had too many customers. The feast hall is always out of ingredients, and the shop supplies are running low. King Hua is exhausted and can't grow enough ingredients. Suli plans to cooperate with the royal farm to buy supplies. Overall, both sides will try to benefit each other. Another busy event in Dacia's capital is that the blind box shop has become very popular across countries and in the martial world. Recently, many customers from other countries have come, mainly foreign envoys attending the new emperor's coronation. Now that the coronation is over, these people are reluctant to leave. There's no other reason. They simply have no blind box shops back in their own countries. When these envoys arrived, they came fully loaded, bringing gifts to celebrate the new emperor's coronation. When they left, actually, they haven't left yet, their luggage was already more than when they arrived. Some envoys even couldn't fit everything into their carriages, so they bought dozens of carriages in the Great Xia. They wanted to buy gold and silver jewelry and beauty products for their wives and daughters, and also buy new and interesting brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for their sons. If they had grandchildren, they would buy snacks and toys for them too. No matter how high their rank, they all had a leader to please. They would send gifts like cigarettes, alcohol, tea, men's perfume, and the one spray product. These would definitely make the leader happy. Of course, the one spray had to be sent secretly. Military families would also buy health supplements, iodine, red medicine, purple medicine, and bandages to treat minor injuries for their younger family members. Some envoys even started asking if blind box shops could open branches. After some discussion, Su Li and her team decided it couldn't happen soon. The system's missions didn't include opening branches, so to do that, they would need to buy shops from the system with money. Or they could run a shop themselves, but such shops wouldn't have the special features of system-built stores, and the system couldn't manage them directly. Buying a shop from the system costs 10 million system coins. Suli thought it might be better to wait until she became a billionaire before considering that. For now, she was focused on how to make money. Besides these foreign envoys, many people from the martial arts world also came to the blind box shop. Unlike the envoys who had to leave soon and were busy buying and stockpiling, these martial artists valued their freedom more. Recently, there had been no big events in the martial arts world, so they stayed near the shop. They would come to buy things from the shop now and then, or gather at the feast hall to drink and chat about recent happenings in the martial arts world. They discussed things like which young master from a certain mountain villa was about to marry a girl from a certain sect, which sect's leader had taken on a talented new disciple, or which missing hero had suddenly appeared but was now obsessed with practicing magic. Su Li and her friends listened with great interest, realizing that the martial arts world was as exciting as the stories in wuxia novels. As the number of martial artists grew, there were always some willing to trade martial arts secrets or special skills at the blind box shop. Especially those who frequently visit the blind box shop, the martial artists often join their conversations. Once these people accept the shop staff, they are usually easy to talk to. However, the conditions they propose during trades can sometimes make people laugh or cry. A female martial artist with advanced lightness skills learned that Chunling was also very fast, and she suggested a game of hide-and-seek. Whoever catches the other first wins. If Chunling wins, she will share her lightness skill manual with the shop. If she loses, the shop must give her 100 bottles of fine wine. Chunling is fast, but she can only run on the ground, while the female martial artist can fly in the air. There's no choice but to ask the invisible bird for help. Fortunately, the martial artist didn't say pets couldn't assist. The invisible bird flies with Chunling, giving her an invisibility buff, while Chunling boosts the bird's speed. Their teamwork is perfect, and Chunling feels like she's discovered a new world. In the end, Chunling won the hide-and-seek game, and the martial artist kept her promise, giving the shop a lightness skill manual called Treading Cloud Technique. However, she became very interested in the invisible bird. Bai Shui, the martial artist who competed with Chunling, watched the two large birds in the sky that kept disappearing and reappearing with a look of admiration in her eyes. She didn't yet know that the invisible bird had the ability to turn invisible. She just thought the birds were so fast that they vanished suddenly. She tiptoed and leapt into the air, drawing a graceful arc. Bai Shui wanted to fly closer to the invisible bird to see it up close, but every time she got near, the birds would disappear again. She tried many times to approach, but exhausted herself without even touching a feather. Breathless, she landed on the ground, and the martial artist she knew teased her. Haha, what were you thinking? No matter how good your cloud treading technique is, you're still human. Birds are born to fly. Exactly. Bai Shui, you should stop messing around and sit down with us to drink and eat meat. Bai Shui ignored them. She huffed proudly, and then walked over to the others.
Its speed is so fast.
Losing to this bird doesn't make her feel wrong. Su Li smiled and said, this bird's speed is actually average, just a little faster than normal birds. Chunling also explained, when you just competed with me, I was using my own speed. The reason you can't catch it is because it becomes invisible every time you're about to catch it. The usually proud and cold Bai Shui was shocked and widened her eyes. A bird that can turn invisible? Su Li nodded. This bird is called the invisible bird. Not only can it turn invisible itself, but the person sitting on it can also become invisible. Do you sell these invisible birds in your blind box shop? Su Li shook his head. No, we don't sell them, but we accept martial arts secret manuals in exchange. Bai Shui actually had a secret manual herself, which she hadn't planned to show. But she really wanted the invisible bird. With this bird and her light skills, she could escape easily when she couldn't win. At that time, those better at light skills than her couldn't hide, and those who could hide like her, no one could hide better than this invisible bird. She had just been testing around the invisible birds for so long and hadn't found any flaws. This bird's invisibility technique is probably unmatched in the entire martial world. Thinking of this, Bai Shui took out a treasured secret manual. I have another secret manual here. Boss Su, can you exchange those two invisible birds for it? Su Li was tempted but said, once the invisible birds mature, they will only recognize their own owner, so these two can't be exchanged. Before Bai Shui could feel disappointed, Su Li continued, but we can exchange the secret manual for the eggs of the invisible birds. Are you willing? Bai Shui hesitated a bit. If it was just bird eggs, she wasn't sure if she could hatch them successfully. But Su Li had a good point. Birds tend to be more loyal if raised from the moment they hatch. Bai Shui thought for a moment and set her condition. Okay, I'll exchange for the eggs, but you need to give me 2 eggs. That way, the chances of successful hatching will be higher. The system spoke up now. Host agreed to her. Her secret manual is a very advanced martial arts manual, definitely worth 2 invisible bird eggs. How do you know? I scanned it as soon as she took out the manual. With a guarantee from Tongzi, Su Li agreed. The 2 exchanged secret manuals and bird eggs. After the successful trade, Su Li looked at the secret manual from Bushue and found it to be quite valuable. It was a martial art called 1,000 Illusions Fragrant Palm. This palm technique is unpredictable and emits a strange fragrance when used, which can confuse people's minds. Victims of attacks become mentally disoriented and, combined with the unpredictable palm strikes, are hard to defend against. After trading 2 invisible bird eggs with Bushue and the blind box shop, martial artists began to notice the mystery and power of the shop. Initially, those who were afraid of their secret manuals being leaked or who didn't dare trade their skills with the shop started to waver. Now, several people have sold their unique secret manuals to the shop, but there's no sign that these skills have been leaked or used publicly. This shows that the blind box shop is trustworthy. More people began to sell their martial arts secrets to the shop. Since the techniques won't be leaked and they can earn a lot of silver, why not? Most of these sellers exchange their manuals for silver. The shop has no problem with storing silver and gold. As I said before, the shop doesn't have many other things, but it has plenty of gold. Especially the large gemstones from the Beast World continent, which have already been sold many times at the National Beauty Pavilion, bringing in a lot of gold and silver. People, especially women, love these big gemstones. While many exchange their manuals for gold and silver, occasionally, someone makes strange requests. For example, an old man claimed to be the leader of a small sect. To escape enemies, their sect built a base in a southern forest filled with miasma. He was willing to sell his unique poison-making method to the shop, but asked the shop to help clear the miasma from the forest. Su Li was not stumped by this. She gave the old man a square of purified moss. As more martial artists gathered around the shop, it became a popular spot for adventurers. There were rumors that the shop owner was an immortal from beyond the sky, capable of solving any problem. During these interactions, the shop collected many more secret manuals. There are various types of martial arts manuals, such as Zixia Divine Manual, Innate Infinite Power, and Dragon Elephant Prajna Skill. There are also sword techniques like 13 soul-chasing moves, Floating Light and Shadow Sword, and Dividing Light and Shadow Sword. Additionally, there are fist and finger techniques like Ghost Claw of the Underworld, 7 Wounds Fist Classic, Flower Picking Finger Technique, and 1,000 Illusions Fragrant Palm. There are also weapons and hidden tools such as Gale Fast Blade Technique, 100 Birds Paying Respect to the Phoenix Spear, and Puppet Mechanism Art. Not to mention light skills, medicine-making methods, acupuncture techniques, and poison crafting. Everything is diverse and abundant. Every night after the blind box shop closes, Su Li counts the number of martial arts manuals with Chenling, Shenxiyuan, and Mao Xian. By the time they had been in the ancient world for nearly a year, the total number of manuals exceeded 100. The system notification also sounded, "Congratulations to the host for collecting 100 martial arts manuals. Martial arts will flourish because of you. Your tasks in the ancient world also include collecting 100,000 exquisite porcelain pieces, 8,000 completed, 20,000 remaining, gathering over 1,000 ancient books, 600 completed, 400 remaining, collecting over 1,000 fine silks, 500 completed, 500 remaining, and more." Su Li was overwhelmed. "Brother Tong, stop, I already know all this. You don't need to report it again." She had already discussed the remaining items with the new emperor, who was the former crown prince, Jun Mo Hung. During the palace uprising, Jun Mo Hung promised in the Golden Throne Hall that as long as Su Li and the others helped him seize the throne, he would give them anything they wanted from the blind box shop. A few days ago, Su Li checked that she had already collected 90 manuals, then looked at her system task progress, and reported the remaining items she hadn't collected yet to Jun Mo Hung. Jun Mo Hung agreed happily. Now that he was emperor, He controlled the entire Great Xia Empire's treasury. There was nothing valuable he couldn't find. Moreover, some of the items the blind box shop wanted might seem expensive to ordinary people in the empire, but to the powerful, they were just common things. For example, exquisite porcelain, fine silk, and furniture made from precious wood. Every noble family used beautiful porcelain, luxurious silk, and high-quality furniture. And the medicinal herbs used in the palace's imperial medical office were all top quality. As for the ancient paintings, calligraphy, rare books, and writing supplies, there are countless items. The blind box shop has as many as needed. A few days later, June and Mo Hung delivered all the collected items to the blind box shop. Some items even exceeded Su Li's requested amount by several times. Su Li checked the list that came with the delivery. She stored the items in the system space, and the system's mechanical voice announced, "Ding! Congratulations! You have collected 200,000 exquisite porcelain pieces, surpassing your goal.
Ding!
Congratulations! You have collected 3,000 rare books, surpassing your goal.
Ding!
Congratulations! You have collected 2,500 pieces of fine silk, including moonlight silver weave, 9 heavens rainbow brocade, gold thread jade silkworm silk, crimson flame sky veil, and star pattern case-eye velvet, surpassing your goal.
Ding!
Congratulations! You have completed all tasks in the ancient world, triggering a protective shield for the blind box shop.
Please check it.
After that, the system panel displayed fireworks celebrating, just like every time a world mission was completed. Su Li collected the protective shield for the blind box shop. When they left the shop, they didn't need to spend money on it. It saved a little money, and she was happy. After gathering everything, Su Li called over the guard who had delivered the items. She took out a prepared box and handed it to the guard. "This is my gift for His Majesty. Please deliver it." Although these items were promised by June and Mo Hung earlier, the timing was urgent. He had also sent far more than the shop requested. This gesture should be appreciated. In the gift box, Su Li placed a water-repelling bead, some celestial fruits, a pair of pistols with 2 boxes of matching bullets, and a large piece of dragon saliva incense. There was also a piece of paper with instructions on how to make movable type printing. This dynasty also had printing, but it was only carved block printing. Movable type printing had not yet appeared. These items weren't very valuable to the blind box shop, but to June and Mo Hung, they were quite rare and useful. The guard took the box and left. Su Li also returned to the blind box shop. Her group was ready to prepare for their return to Blue Star. This time, I spent quite a bit of time on a task in an ancient world. They have been here for almost a year. The task itself wasn't very hard, mainly because collecting martial arts secret manuals was difficult. Once I gathered enough manuals, the other tasks became easy. Now that the task is finished, Su Li feels relaxed and hums a little tune. Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice sounds. "Host, stop smiling foolishly. Quickly put on the protective shield you just received." Su Li looks confused. "What's wrong? Is the shield I won different from the one I bought with money?" System. "Just try it on and you'll see." Su Li finds the prize section, clicks on the only available prize, and equips it at the blind box shop. System. "Alright host, go out and take a look now." Talking to myself, Su Li mutters, then walks out of the blind box shop. There's no change in the small courtyard of the shop, but when Su Li looks up, she sees a rainbow hanging in the sky, covering the shop like a natural barrier. Outside the rainbow, birds flap their wings and fly past, but when they get close to the rainbow barrier, they suddenly turn back, as if something invisible is blocking them. Su Li runs out of the courtyard and heads to a spot where she can see the whole blind box shop. From afar, the shop looks like a glowing sphere wrapped in a rainbow of 7 colors, shimmering with a dreamy glow in the sunlight. It looks beautiful and mysterious. "Wow, this is way too flashy and eye-catching," the system boasts. "Of course. That's our hidden protective shield, not for sale. It's just a special reward." Nearby, some martial artists also notice Su Li. "Boss Su, what is your blind box shop doing?" "Yeah, how can you use a rainbow to surround the shop?" "How did you do that? Our courtyard is surrounded like this." Can we still get in? Su Li quickly nods. Yes, you can get in, she explains. This rainbow is a protective shield for the shop. As long as everyone doesn't attack the shop, it won't affect anything. Everyone then feels reassured and walks toward the shop. Just now, the sudden appearance of the rainbow covering the shop surprised them all. They were worried about what was happening inside. After installing the protective cover, at first, the customers felt a bit uncomfortable with the visual impact, but gradually they got used to it. In the following days, Su Li and the others briefly explained to the children working at the blind box shop what would happen after they left. They also mentioned that others would come soon to take over, so the children should not be afraid and should continue working as usual. Their monthly allowances and rewards would remain unchanged. After nearly a year of working, most of these children could now handle tasks on their own. Once they became familiar with the children, Su Li and the others adjusted their work assignments based on each child's personality. Besides the children working in the feast hall who rely on cooking skills, the others in different venues were assigned to roles better suited to them. For example, versatile children like Ming were moved around depending on where help was needed, and their wages were increased accordingly. Some shy children were assigned to roles with less social interaction, such as organizing shelves. Before leaving, Su Li and the others attended the first-month celebration of the princess's baby girl. The princess had a cute little girl, and Su Li gave her a set of health-enhancing potion and a full set of gold jewelry. In this ancient world, giving gold and silver jewelry to newborns is a sign of blessing, and the health potion would help ensure the girl's good health. The princess was very touched to receive gifts from the fairy and quickly told her servants to keep them safe. When she heard that Su Li and the others would leave soon, her smile faded. Is the fairy going back to your world? Su Li nodded. After we return, please help take care of the children at the blind box shop. They still didn't know the time difference between the ancient world and Blue Star. If, like in the Beast world, one day there equals a month there, even if they send people to Blue Star immediately after returning, a lot of time might have already passed here. So, during this period, they need someone with high authority to watch over the children at the blind box shop. That way, no one would bully them when the adults are away. The princess naturally agreed to Su Li and the others' request. The immortal came to the great Xia dynasty not only to deliver a child but also to open a magical shop. With her keen eye, she could see that this would be very good for the future of the entire dynasty. Now that the immortals are leaving, they asked her to help take care of the shop and the children. Of course, she agreed without hesitation. After returning to the princess's residence, Su Li and her friends packed their things, ready to leave. The portal back was located in the farmland of the blind box shop. Blue Star and the others, along with Cat Xian, Black Panther, Kingflower, and 2 invisible birds, gathered there. When the swirling vortex opened, Su Li suddenly remembered something and looked embarrassed. Chunling asked curiously, "What's wrong, Lili?" Su Li scratched her head. "I just remembered something." Everyone looked at her. Su Li continued, "When the invisible birds arrived, they were eggs. Now they've become birds. I remember that in the zombie world, mutated plants and animals are intelligent creatures, and intelligent creatures need a special pass to cross worlds." Cat Xian tilted his head and said, "Intelligent? I don't see that these 2 little birds are smart." Su Li touched her nose. "This is a bit silly, but it's true. The invisible birds usually have bad tempers. Even fish Xianglin from the zombie world treats them like ancestors. But the dog is kind and caring, so the birds he raised are much calmer. Still, the invisible birds are definitely intelligent. Otherwise, they wouldn't work so well with Chunling, because Chunling's commands are fully understood by them." When Su Li arrived, she took a chance and brought 2 eggs of the invisible birds, which were almost hatching. She hadn't thought about what to do when she returned. Now, standing in front of the portal, she remembered this problem. She quickly called Tongzi. "Brother Tong, do I still need to buy passes for these 2 little birds?" Tongzi's mechanical voice sounded a bit proud. "Humph. If you have something to ask me. If not, then don't bother me. Your proud Tongzi." "No. Brother Tong, have you been reading bossy CEO novels again?" Tongzi was silent for a moment, a little embarrassed. Master, what do you want? Let's get to the point. The host was a bit moved. Finally, it was paying attention to the rules instead of threatening it with a gift from the zombie world heroine. It quickly replied, "No need. Cross-dimensional creatures don't need a pass. They can go to any dimension." Su Li asked, "Cross-dimensional creatures?" The system explained, "That means the place where they are fertilized and the place where they are born are in different dimensions, so they are cross-dimensional creatures. According to the trading system's rules, such creatures can travel back and forth between their fertilization and birth dimensions, and can also use the system's dimension portals to reach other dimensions." Su Li asked, "So, if I take my invisible birds to the Beast World continent, I don't need a pass? Is it free?" The system replied, "Yes," it added, "not just your 2 invisible birds. All invisible birds born on Blue Star can do the same. They can pass through the dimension gates for free." This was unbelievable. "Then, if I get pregnant on Blue Star and have children in other dimensions, can they do the same?" The system said, "Yes, these children will have household registration in 2 dimensions, recognized by the laws or rules of both." Su Li thought, wow, what a special household registration. They have a household registration, but she has a household and a creature registration, right? So, these 2 invisible birds, once born, have household registrations in the ancient dimension, the zombie dimension, and Blue Star. The more she thought about it, the more she felt she had discovered a big bug in the system. "Host, why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" If she had known, she could have brought more seeds or eggs of mutated plants and animals from the zombie dimension back to Blue Star. Maybe she could even bring some little creatures from the Beast World back to Blue Star. Although she didn't know what use bringing little creatures from the Beast World would be. The system said, "This hidden rule only activates if you trigger it yourself, host." Su Li thought, if I weren't someone who doesn't like following rules, I probably wouldn't have discovered this. She remembered, "I think I sold 2 invisible bird eggs to a martial arts expert." The system confirmed, "Yes. Your memory is good, host." Su Li asked, "So, these 2 little birds can freely pass between the ancient dimension and Blue Star through the dimension gates in the future?" The system replied, "Don't worry. Even if they travel through, they are still in your space, aren't they?" Su Li nodded, "Indeed. It seems the defenses at the space portal need to be strengthened. If more mutated plants and animals with multiple dimensional origins appear and start moving between worlds, it could become a big problem. Traveling back and forth isn't the main concern. It's more about them using their powers to harm native animals without intelligence in other worlds. That would be a serious mistake. In the future, we should be careful when trading these mutated creatures, preferably limiting exchanges between Blue Star and the zombie world." Seeing Su Li look a bit worried, the system comforted her. "Host, there's no need to worry too much. The system already has many restrictions on creatures with multiple dimensional or beast origins. They can't act recklessly in each world, or they will be directly eliminated by the system." Hearing this, Su Li felt a bit more at ease. Without rules to restrain them, she really wouldn't know whether opening portals between worlds was a good or bad thing. "Master, next time you should tell me about such safe matters earlier. I almost had a heart attack." The system replied, "You still have a heart?" "I didn't notice." After talking with the system, Su Li relayed what it said to the others. Like her, the others were first shocked, then worried, and finally relaxed. Chan Ling patted her chest. "Luckily, there are rules to restrain us, or it would be too unbelievable." Shen Xiuyun said, "Since there's a way to solve this, let's go back quickly." In the ancient world, only a year had passed, but on Blue Star, it was already 2 years. At this moment, Lei Dinghua spoke. "All right, everyone find a place to talk more carefully." Then he looked at Shen Xiuyun. "Comrade Shen, when you leave the portal later, go home first. Your wife and children are very worried about you and have come to the portals several times." A year and a half after Su Li and the others left, the portal to the ancient plane still showed no signs of opening. At that time, everyone on Blue Star was getting anxious. Since then, Su Li's parents and Shen Xiyuan's husband had been checking near the portal regularly. Later, the 2 families agreed to take turns checking. Lei Dinghua and the senior leader also came by when they had time, even though everyone knew that standing near the portal wouldn't make it open faster. But without coming to see it, everyone's worry couldn't be eased. After hearing that 2 years had passed on Blue Star, Shin Siyun couldn't wait to go home. 2 years had gone by, and Meng Meng had grown 2 more years older, but she had missed her daughter's growth during that time.
She didn't know how tall her daughter was now.
Thinking of this, Shin Siyun almost started crying. Lei Dingwa looked at everyone and said, "Let's go to the meeting room at the base. The senior leader should be free now. You all can tell everyone what's going on with this plane." Actually, Lei Dingwa wanted to ask if their journey had been dangerous and why it took so long for them to return. But these questions were hard to explain briefly. The shuttle arrived, but Sue's parents didn't get on. Sue's mother patted Su Li's head and said, "Daughter, go report to the leaders first. After you finish, come home quickly for dinner. Mom and Dad are going to cook for you."
Su Li loved her parents' cooking.
When she was in school, every holiday she went home, she would ask her parents to make her favorite dishes and some special local foods. Now, after the apocalypse, she wasn't coming back from school but from another world. But every time her daughter came home, her parents' habit was to cook her favorite foods. Su Li's eyes welled up with tears. She hadn't been home for 2 years, and her parents must have been very worried. Once the disaster was over, she promised herself she would stay home for a year or so, until her parents got tired of seeing her. Sue's father then picked up the dog and said, "Bao Bao, I'll take you home first. It's cold outside, and I don't want you to catch a cold." When mentioning the cold outside, Mother Sue reminded us, "Remember to pick up a down jacket at the entrance of the dimensional gate on Blue Star before you go out. It's below -70 degrees outside." Lei Dingwa loudly comforted us. "Don't worry, comrades. They've already prepared animal fur coats for a few of us at the gate. The animal fur coats are made from pelts traded from the Beast World continent and tanned. The pelts from Beast World are very thick, but since orcs are not skilled in tanning and processing, they simply drape the pelts over themselves. This way of wearing is not comfortable and doesn't keep out the cold well. That's why orcs were so excited when they saw the down jackets at the blind box shop. However, after processing these pelts on Blue Star, the fur coats became soft and warm. During extreme cold disasters, they provided much warmth for the people of China." Su Li hugged her mother and said, "Mom, I'll be back soon. Stay at home and wait for me." She also handed 2 invisible birds to her father and mother. "Dad, Mom, take these 2 birds home with you." Su Li, Chen Ling, and Mao Xian sat down, while Shin Siyun took Hua Daowang home. The top leader was already sitting at the front. He asked with concern, "Did everyone encounter any difficulties during this trip?" Su Li shook her head and explained, "There were no real difficulties. It went quite smoothly. We traveled to an ancient dimension." Su Li shared her experience of this journey. Martial arts secret manuals? So, our country can now enter an era where everyone practices martial arts. When she mentioned martial arts manuals, all the leaders present became excited. These leaders grew up reading martial arts novels. They watched heroes in the martial world rely on their skills to travel the skies and fight for justice, some even defending their homeland and fighting evil. Who doesn't have a martial arts dream? Although the production of supernatural fruit has increased quite a bit, it is mainly supplied to the military. If the government tried to give 1 supernatural fruit to each of the remaining 800 million people, the supply would be far too small. So, the decision is not to promote supernatural fruits to ordinary citizens for now. After all, deciding who gets them and who doesn't is a tricky issue. Even if the public has to pay for it themselves, it wouldn't be fair. The wealthiest people who gain special abilities first might cause bigger problems in the future. But martial arts are different. The government can easily promote them to everyone. Martial arts depend a lot on talent and effort. If someone has talent and is willing to work hard, they will improve no matter what. If someone has no talent and doesn't try, they can't blame the government for unfairness. Also, soldiers who eat the special fruit but don't awaken abilities can still improve their fighting skills through practicing martial arts, giving them a better chance to stay safe during missions. Thinking of this, Lei Dingwa couldn't wait to act. "Xiao Su, quickly bring out the martial arts secret manuals. I will arrange everything." The leader teased him. "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's discuss how to plan first." And remember what we agreed on before. Xiao Su can take some of the items she brought back. No need to hand over everything. Lei Dingwa suggested. That's easy. Xiao Su can give us all the manuals, and we can make copies of each one, several copies for each. That way, Su Li can keep all the manuals herself and also trade them with other worlds. That's a good plan.
Su Li had no objections.
It was indeed a good idea. Then Lei Dingwa shared his plan for these manuals. We can set up a martial arts school. Everyone in the country must go there and learn martial arts. The leader listened to his friend's passionate words, still full of enthusiasm. Where will the teachers for the martial arts school come from? He asked. Lei Dingwa replied, that's simple. First, let the young soldiers at the military academy practice. They should learn quickly and then teach at the martial arts school. Young soldiers are strong and smart. Who else would teach if not them? Not the troops. They're busy fighting many battles and have no time for martial arts classes. Hearing Lei Dingwa speak so confidently, the leader smiled and said, then you, Lao Lei, can handle this matter. He looked at Su Li and said, Xiao Su, give all those manuals to Lao Lei. Su Li looked at the two leaders and Lei Dingwa in front of her, who seemed to have become 10 years younger. She felt a bit confused. Why do these two leaders look so good this time? Their faces even seem much younger. Normally, they shouldn't look like that. They are busy with many important matters, so aging slowly would be normal. But seeing their faces so rosy, even though the meeting room was warm, it didn't seem enough to make their faces smooth out like that.
Wait.
Su Li realized there was a problem. This meeting room has no heating, so why is it so warm? Thinking this, Su Li asked her question. Chun Ling squatted down, touched the floor, then looked up and asked, there's no underfloor heating either. How is it so warm inside? Even Mao Xian tilted his head in confusion. This room really is very warm. The little cat feels so comfortable that it wants to sleep. Lei Dingwa chuckled loudly. Xiao Su, Xiao Chun, you just noticed? Look at that stove. Su Li and Chunling turned to look. It was just a simple stove used for heating in winter, nothing unusual about it. They looked back at Lei Dingwa with curious eyes. He explained, do you remember those monster corpses you brought back from the zombie world? They nodded. Those ugly monsters, each looking like stitched-together creatures. Su Li had discarded them into the system space at the time. Even the system was disgusted. Lei Dingwa continued. Later, the Research Institute dissected these monster corpses. Inside, instead of flesh and fat, there was a strange substance. The Institute studied it for a long time but couldn't figure out what that substance, which made up most of the monster's body weight, actually was. Su Li asked, is the stuff burning in the stove that same substance from the monsters? Chun Ling asked, so, how did the Institute discover that this substance could be used as fuel? Lei Dingwa first answered Su Li's question. Yes, this thing is very amazing. Let's call it monster meat for now. One gene of it can burn for a whole day. And the flames aren't just small flickers, they are blazing fires. Most importantly, this monster meat burns very steadily and at a very high temperature. Su Li thought, no wonder when fighting monsters earlier, I felt they were very heavy. Their density must be very high. Otherwise, could 1 pound of meat burn all day? After answering Su Li's question, Lei Dingwa also answered Chunling's question. By the way, the Research Institute studied these monsters' meat for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. Its ingredients are not even like any compound on our blue star. At that time, the Institute reported that if we had to find something similar on blue star, it would be fat. This substance is somewhat similar to fat in chemical formula, but still different. Even so, the researchers didn't think of using it as fuel. They were more concerned about whether it was edible. However, researchers are usually very cautious about food. They asked Jingji Gao, who often travels between the zombie world and ours, to check if the monster meat was safe to eat. The answer was naturally no. The people there said this monster meat couldn't be eaten. Consuming it could drive people crazy or turn them into new monsters. Then how did they finally discover that monster meat could be used as fuel? Su Li asked curiously. Lei Dingwa couldn't help but smile at this point. It's thanks to the invisible bird. The invisible bird has a bad temper. Once, it got into a fight with its researcher and flapped its wings, knocking over everything on the test table. On the table was a burning alcohol lamp and a piece of monster meat about the size of a soap bar. The flame from the alcohol lamp just ignited the monster meat. As a result, that small piece of monster meat almost set half the laboratory on fire. After that, the research focus shifted to burning the monster meat. Long before the heavy rain disaster, researchers had tried using monster meat as fuel to start fires, and surprisingly, it worked very well. Normal fuel would go out in the rain, but monster meat could burn continuously in the rain. So, this kind of monster meat was listed as a key reserve fuel for China during extreme cold disasters. Even after discovering its burning properties, Chinese teams would also buy monster corpses when trading with the zombie world. The disaster in the zombie world is mainly caused by rules. The climate there is still stable, so they don't need this kind of fuel. They're happy to exchange monster corpses for other supplies. Su Li and Chen Ling never expected that the seemingly useless monster corpses could be so valuable. Even Mao Xian couldn't help but ask, "Can we sell them on our Beast World continent?" Lei Dingguo replied, "Don't worry. They've already been put up in the blind box shop on Beast World. This fuel produces a large amount. Some bigger monsters can yield several tons of monster meat from just one. However, because it involves multiple transports from the zombie realm to Blue Star and then from Blue Star to Beast World, the price isn't cheap. But after decades of development, the orcs' living standards have improved a lot, and many are still willing to buy this fuel during the cold season." After discussing the monster meat, the topic shifted back to Su Li and their mission. Su Li showed everyone a task list she had prepared during her time in the ancient realm, saying, "Besides martial arts secret manuals, medicinal herbs, medical books, and poison texts, there aren't many useful items from the ancient realm." She looked at the list again and added, "Techniques like human skin masks and mechanical arts might be worth studying, they could be useful," but she still felt that these technologies have modern equivalents. For example, makeup can replace human skin masks and robotics can replace mechanical arts. So, although these items seem amazing, they aren't very practical. The leader nodded and said, "Let's have someone research them later and see if they can be combined with current technology." Then he looked at the other items listed. "The rest of these things aren't very useful to our country right now. Xiao Su, you can give the useful ones to the research institute. For the ones you don't need, pick what you like. The rest, see if they can be sold in other realms," Su Li said. "Then let's keep all the medicinal herbs and prepare extra copies of the others. These backups will stay in our country, and I will take the rest to trade in other realms." Everyone agreed without objection. The leader then told her, "After the meeting, go home first and spend time with your family. When you have free time, go to the research institute to deliver the herbs and ancient books that need backups." There's no rush with the herbs. Su Li and the others have been away for a long time, so they should spend some quality time with their families. After discussing how to handle the items brought back from the ancient world, Su Li also mentioned sending people to that era. "We recruited quite a few workers there this time, mostly children. Actually, they didn't exactly recruit but bought them." When Su Li and her team left, they didn't return the children's contracts of indenture. The children are still young, and although they've become more mature after a year of work experience, their mental growth still needs more time and training. Su Li plans to return the contracts once they reach adulthood. At that time, the children can choose whether to continue working at the blind box shop, go to school and take exams, or learn martial arts and travel the world. It's their choice. But before that, she wants to give these children basic education. Since the shop bought them, they should be given the best possible future within reason. Moreover, once these people are trained by Huagua, Huagua will have its own influence in the ancient world. This way, no matter how the ruling power changes, the shop's operation there won't be affected. Having seen the very different attitudes of the emperor and crown prince of the Daxia dynasty towards the shop, Su Li isn't sure what position the next ruler will give it. Some things are better arranged early. However, the matter of education requires the country's representatives to handle it. Su Li shared her ideas, and the leaders all agreed with her. The top leader praised her. "Comrade Su, you're thinking more and more carefully now." After some discussion, they decided to add 2 education specialists to the original 10-person team. The 10-person team was already prepared, with the same setup as before: a space-type ability user, a wood-type ability user who can plant, some strong fighters, and a few talented individuals without abilities, but excellent in other areas. When Su Li and her team didn't return last time, everyone didn't know what kind of world they were visiting or whether they needed special training tailored to that world. Now that they know it's just an ancient world, not as dangerous or complicated as a zombie world, there's no need for special preparations. They can leave directly. Ding Guolei suggested Xiao Su should buy 12 passes first so the 10-person team can take over there. The education officer can select suitable people later and send them over. The shop there is now guarded by a group of children. The Chinese side needs to send someone quickly to prevent any trouble from happening if they arrive late. The education officer can take their time choosing, but they should pick someone who understands ancient culture well and has teaching experience. Su Li and the system bought 12 interdimensional passes and gave them to Ding Guolei. They also handed over the kids' contracts from the interdimensional blind box shop to him. Keep these for the 10-person team over there. When a child is old enough, return their contract to them. After receiving these, Ding Guolei said, "You don't need to worry about the ancient dimension matters. Leave everything to the country. Use this time to rest and spend more time with your family. This time travel journey has been too long, and your family is very worried about you." Su Li nodded. The meeting ended here. Su Li and Chunling wanted to ask about the situation on Blue Star after they left. But the senior leader said most people in the base already knew about these things, so there was no need to rush. They should go home and rest. When they left the meeting room, Su Li finally asked, "Have we developed any new medicines at the Research Institute? It feels like both of you look much younger after coming back." Chunling also leaned in with a curious look, clearly having noticed the same. Ding Guolei chuckled loudly. "Really? I didn't expect that Old Lei, could have a chance to turn back the clock." He patted his face, which looked much younger than a few years ago. The senior leader explained with a smile, "It's thanks to the body enhancer and the heavenly fruit." After the apocalypse, the senior leader and Lei often had a lot on their plates, handling one urgent matter after another, each requiring decisions. In extreme heat, power outages or wildfires occurred. During heavy rains, roads and bridges were washed away, and floods required urgent evacuation. These responsibilities weighed heavily on the senior leader and Ding Guolei, making them look 10 years older than their peers. Even their bodies gradually became thinner. So, once the body enhancer was developed and confirmed safe, the medical team at the base was the first to use it on the two leaders. But this was only the beginning. Later, the production of the heavenly fruit increased greatly and was no longer rare. Considering the health of the two leaders, the medical team advised them to eat a heavenly fruit whenever they felt slightly tired. Heavenly fruit helps eliminate fatigue and has no significant side effects. The two leaders followed the medical advice. Unexpectedly, as they drank more heavenly fruit each day, their complexion improved day by day, even seeming to turn back the years. At first, it was Lei Dinghua who noticed the leader looked younger. He joked whether the leader was trying to keep up with fashion by getting some cosmetic treatment. The leader didn't say anything but simply handed Lei Dinghua a mirror. Lei Dinghua, who was busy every day and didn't care much about his appearance, was shocked when he looked at himself in the mirror. "Wait, am I being possessed by someone else?" Lei Dinghua kept touching his face in the mirror. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like someone his age. When he was in his 20s, his skin wasn't this smooth. The two leaders called the medical team to ask about this. They learned it was normal. Heavenly fruit can repair body cells and slow down aging. When combined with body-strengthening agents, it can significantly boost cell activity. In the beginning, people only drank heavenly fruit to quench their thirst, eating one a day, so they didn't see much effect. Now, Lei Dinghua and the leader eat one whenever they feel tired or sleepy, and they have kept doing this for a long time. Naturally, the effects show. At this moment, Mao Xian nodded and said, "Heavenly fruit does have this effect." Although the environment in the Beast World's desert is very harsh, the beast men in the desert tribes are stronger and more battle-ready than those in other tribes. This is because the desert tribes have long been eating heavenly fruit. Hearing this, Su Li decided to go home and give her parents more to eat. She had plenty of heavenly fruit, so her parents could eat as much as they wanted. While talking, the group left the meeting room. After seeing off the leaders, Chunling, Su Li, and Mao Xian said goodbye. But Su Li stopped her. Chunling, come to my house for dinner. Otherwise, Chunling would have to go back to her dorm alone and eat at the cafeteria, which would be too lonely. Chunling felt a little shy. Her family had finally gathered together, and she wondered if it would be inconvenient for her to join. Mao Xian's home on Blue Star is the Su Li family. She also invited them. Exactly, more people make the meal more lively. Besides, Lili's parents cook very delicious food. Normally, Mao Xian, being a friend of Su Li, should call them uncle and aunt. But considering her age of over 100 years, Mao Xian couldn't bring herself to say it. Chunling is an orphan with no family. When she was a soldier, she used to live daily with her comrades. But now, after the apocalypse, most of her friends have important missions and can't stay in the base. Seeing Su Li and Mao Xian's caring looks, she agreed. Outside the meeting room, cold wind howled. Even though they wore animal skins, it still felt cold. When a gust of cold air entered their noses, it felt like their internal organs might freeze. In just a few words, their warm bodies inside the meeting room already felt cold. Chunling said, "Hold me, and I will use my special power. We can get there faster. Her speed-based power requires contact when used with others." Su Li and Mao Xian each held one of Chunling's hands. Chunling activated her power, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the space door. Once inside, they immediately took off their animal skins. The space was warm like spring, and wearing animal skins again felt a bit hot. Then, they quickly arrived at Su Li's small house. Seeing Chunling also came, Su Dad and Su Mom warmly welcomed her. "Everyone, wash your hands. The meal is ready and waiting for you." Although Su Li didn't mention bringing Chunling earlier, since her daughter hadn't returned for a long time and Mao Xian had a big appetite, they prepared extra food. What they didn't know was that Mao Xian's big appetite wasn't just because of hunger. Every time she finished eating, Su Mom politely said, "Eat a bit more." Mao Xian, unfamiliar with the politeness culture of Huagua, obediently ate more. She kept going back for seconds or thirds during the meal, making her look like a little kitten eating quite a lot. At this moment, two invisible birds and the invisible birds hatched by Su Dad and Su Mom went to play inside the space. Since the Black Panther traveled through time, it has started eating human food and sitting at the dining table. In front of it is a small bowl, and Dad Su often scoops some of its favorite meat and vegetables. The Su family, along with Chunling and Mao Xian, chat and eat together, creating a warm and happy atmosphere. At the same time, at Shin Si-eun's house they are also eating, but the mood is a bit heavy. 7-year-old Meng Meng sits quietly at the table, tears streaming down her face. She wipes her tears and secretly glances at Shin Si-eun's expression. Shin Si-eun's husband is a gentle and polite man. He looks at his daughter and asks, "Meng Meng, why aren't you eating? Do you dislike Dad's cooking compared to Mom's?" If that's the case, Dad will be sad. Meng Meng cries and says, "Although Dad's cooking isn't as good as Mom's, I still love to eat it." After speaking, she looks at Shin Si-eun. The little girl, only 7 years old, wipes her tears and sniffs, looking very pitiful. Does Mom really have to go to work? She doesn't want Mom to work. Every time Mom goes to work, it takes a long time for her to come back. She misses her mom very much. When Mom is gone for a long time, she has nightmares about Mom leaving her and Dad. Shin Si-eun also feels sad inside. Although she cares about her daughter and misses her husband when she is in other worlds, she can't give up her job. Even now, in this difficult time, the country needs people. She was among the first to eat the supernatural fruit. The country values her, and she has access to resources. She awakened her brain domain ability, which gives her perfect memory and instant understanding. She can't just ignore her abilities and stay at home as a housewife during a disaster or apocalyptic event. Some might think she's not a good mother or woman, leaving her daughter with her husband for 2 years or more, possibly longer. She might face danger or even die in other worlds. But Shin Si-eun knows what she wants and what she needs to do. This rare opportunity to travel through time, she must seize it. During her journey, she can use her abilities to learn more languages and understand different cultures. If she encounters worlds with technology far more advanced than Huagua, she can bring back those innovations. So, even though her daughter was crying so hard that her heart felt like it was breaking, she still couldn't give in. Does every woman have to face the difficult choice between family and career? But why is it only women who face this problem? Do men not have similar struggles? Thinking about this, she asked her husband, "What do you think? Do you want me to give up my job?" Her husband put down his chopsticks and sighed. "I support your career. I think your work is very meaningful, and I don't want you to give it up." But he also didn't know how to comfort his daughter. He didn't want his daughter to grow up resenting his wife for only caring about work and not spending enough time with her. He hoped everyone in the family could be happy. His supportive attitude made Shin Siyun feel a little better. As long as he could handle his daughter, everything would be fine. She needed to think carefully about how to talk to her daughter. In the small house. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa chatting casually. Sue's parents mentioned what happened to Sue Lee and her friends after they left, and the situation on Blue Star. "Is the water-repelling bead really so powerful?" Chunling asked. She also had a water-repelling bead given to her by Sue Lee, but she never had a chance to use it. Now, hearing that the water-repelling bead played such an important role during the heavy rain disaster, Chunling decided she should always carry this precious item with her. After Sue Lee and her friends left Blue Star to go to the ancient world, the disasters on Blue Star didn't stop. The heavy rain continued non-stop, and even the neighboring Zyarizi couldn't hold on, and eventually sank. Although the people in Huagua were advised to stay indoors as much as possible, some dams were destroyed, forcing people downstream to relocate. They say water and fire are merciless, but the water-repelling bead can create a safe space underwater, giving everyone more time for rescue. Without the water-repelling bead, many rescue workers and staff might have lost their lives in the flood. During their casual chat after dinner, Sue Lee and Chen Ling learned about the situation on Blue Star after they left. The heavy rain lasted for 6 months from start to finish. After the rain stopped, the flooding caused by continuous rain took another 6 months to recede. The entire Huagua experienced dramatic changes because of this storm. Without saying anything else, the rising sea level caused by 6 months of continuous rainfall made all coastal cities move to higher places. This seems simple, but it was actually a big project. Before the end of the world, millions of people lived in coastal cities. Even after the disaster, some turned into zombies, and others lost their lives for various reasons. Now, the population is definitely not less than 100 million. Where these over 100 million people moved to, and how they moved was a big problem. Where did they finally go? Chenling asked Dad and Mom Sue. During frequent natural disasters, although the country remained stable, other provinces and cities might not have wanted to accept so many people. Mom Sue sighed. Some provinces merged with nearby inland provinces, but it wasn't easy to find places for so many people to live all at once. In the end, the country sent special ability users to build temporary bases for those who moved. During that time, ability users used water beads. Water-type users directed water away from the temporary settlement sites. Earth-type users laid foundations and built houses. Metal-type users reinforced the structures, and wood-type users planted trees in the new neighborhoods. All the ability users in the country worked together, and in less than a month, they built the temporary bases for the coastal residents. Although these were just temporary bases, because they were built with special abilities, their quality was as good as regular buildings. Sue Lee couldn't help asking, did everyone want to move? It's known that Chinese people have a strong attachment to their homeland. Forcibly moving people away from their hometowns would definitely upset some. And this move wasn't like a normal move where you could visit your hometown later. Once they moved, they could never go back. Mom Sue sighed again. If they didn't want to go, what could they do? Some people definitely didn't want to leave at first, and many even caused trouble. But when they saw the sea level rising and their homes flooding, even those who didn't want to move had to leave with the main group. Of course, those who caused trouble were dealt with by the authorities and recorded in files, so they couldn't enjoy many national benefits later. Dad Sue shook his head. Those troublemakers were also pitiful. I heard they were influenced by foreign forces. Suli was confused. The internet is down. How can foreign forces still influence them? Sue's father replied, they have been secretly living in our country for a long time, some for decades. At that time, there was a lot of online discussion in China. However, many foreign spies were also caught this time, which was a lucky surprise. When talking about foreign spies, Suli remembered what her parents had just mentioned about the sinking of the small boat, and it seemed there was a survivor. Did our country rescue the survivors from the small boat? Sue's father smiled and said, what are you thinking? Our country is so busy, we don't have time to care about them. When this incident spread online, netizens went wild with excitement. If it hadn't been for the heavy rain, everyone would have been so happy they wanted to run around the streets. But because of the rain, they could only celebrate at home. Some netizens even started live streaming, showing the remaining delicious food at home, saying they were celebrating with netizens across the country. Of course, they said they were celebrating together, but other viewers could only watch them eat. Besides being happy, netizens also started topics like, small boat sank but we don't litter, and celebrating together while neighbors are gone. Sue's father continued. Later, they contacted the Americans to put pressure on our country, but we told the Americans to handle it themselves. Suli burst out laughing. If the Americans could come and rescue, there would be no need to pressure China. Finally, Sue's father summarized. Anyway, those people are still floating at sea. Whether they are alive or dead, we don't know. Suli and Chenling were very pleased to hear this. The little cat, Mao Xian, had already gone to study in the library of the space and was not here at the moment. Thinking about what happened in the previous life, Suli asked her parents, after the rain stops, will our country be okay? No infectious diseases, right? In the previous life, after the rain stopped, the floodwaters reached about 10 stories high. The city's underground water channels all burst, mixing rainwater, sewage, and clean water together. The smell in the air was terrible, and the water sources were heavily polluted, causing the water supply system to collapse. People drank contaminated water and kept having diarrhea. Then, infectious diseases broke out and many people died suddenly. Mom Sue said, during the heavy rain, the government gave everyone a health booster shot, so there weren't many outbreaks. Worried she might not remember correctly, she checked with Dad Sue. Old Sue, there are no outbreaks anywhere, right? I'm not mistaken? Dad Sue nodded and said, I heard from people in our base that there might have been some cases over in Eagle Nation right after the heavy rain. The health booster shots, called body strengtheners, were also given to Sue Lee and others, but since they were already mutants, the effects weren't as obvious as for normal people. They just felt that their bodies didn't get tired as easily when using their powers. It was also shocking that the country managed to produce hundreds of millions of these booster shots in just a few months. Dad explained, at that time, all the other supplies from the heavenly fruit and the strong jus fruit were stopped and used to make the boosters. Even the crystal cores traded from the zombie dimension were prioritized for making the boosters. All pharmaceutical companies in the country stopped making zombie virus vaccines and focused entirely on producing the health boosters. Because of the heavy rain, zombies seemed to have hidden away and hardly appeared, so the chance of people being bitten was low. Plus, China had already cleared many zombies before, so there weren't many left in the country. During the rain, people still had to go out to get supplies, and the government issued some rescue missions, so going out in bad weather often led to colds and illnesses. Medical resources were scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, and people's bodies were fragile, so the government prioritized making the health booster shots. Later, it proved that the government's decision was right. With so many people, even during the worst times of bacteria and virus outbreaks after the rain, everyone's health remained strong. Since we mentioned the zombie virus vaccine, Suli asked, what about the zombie virus vaccine? Did everyone get vaccinated? Their crossing team had already been vaccinated before crossing, making them among the first to get the shots, worried that they might encounter zombie viruses again after crossing. Speaking of which, Suli stayed in the ancient world for a year, while Blue Star was there for 2 years. The apocalypse has been going on for more than 2 years now. She calculated that it's only a few months until the time she died in her previous life. After the extreme cold disaster, what dangers Blue Star and Huagua will face remains unknown. However, Huagua now has the advantage. Su Li believes that no matter what happens, the country can handle it calmly. Chunling remembered during the United Nations meeting before their crossing, Huagua announced they had developed a zombie virus vaccine. At that time, it was said that countries needing the vaccine could exchange with Huagua, but Huagua would first vaccinate its own people before selling the rest. Also, when trading the vaccine, they didn't accept various currencies, only resources in exchange. She asked Su Dad, "Have we sold the zombie virus vaccine to other countries?" Su Dad chuckled and said, "Yes, we have. Don't you know? The Americans are eager to buy it." During negotiations, the diplomats asked for many things, like rare minerals and advanced technology patents, and the Americans agreed, with gritted teeth. Su Li said in disbelief, "Don't they have a plan to use nuclear weapons to wipe out the zombies?" She remembered that, except for the lost contact with Russia and Huagua's non-participation, all other nuclear-armed countries supported this plan. At the meeting, Huagua said they wouldn't sell the vaccine to countries that didn't agree to the plan. Su Dad explained, "Yes, so they had to cancel that plan just to have a chance to buy the vaccine from us." They kept announcing the plan's approval and cancellation, like a joke. But unfortunately, everyone was too busy surviving to laugh at them. Su Li smiled and asked, "So, does America have the vaccine now?" Su Mom smiled and said, "They only got a small amount so far. Our country prioritized supplying countries that are friendly to China. These countries can buy on credit and pay in installments. But for America and European countries, the treatment isn't so good. For example, the Americans not only have to exchange various minerals from their country for the vaccine, but also need to return all the Chinese artifacts they previously seized." At first, Dai protested, saying they could return the cultural relics, but they didn't have enough resources to exchange for vaccines. They asked if they could trade the relics for vaccines instead. This made the people of Huagua laugh. "I've seen people with thick skin, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Using our family's relics to exchange for our vaccines. How clever you are. Each dying person has such a thick forehead. Are they all just extremely smart?" In the end, to get the zombie virus vaccine, Dai had no choice but to agree to Huagua's terms. However, they said that now, in the end times, their country couldn't transport the relics back, so Huagua had to do it themselves. But that didn't stop Huagua. As soon as the heavy rain stopped, they sent special ability users to the cargo planes to Dai Ying's museum and pack up all the relics belonging to Huagua. This event was broadcast live across the country, and Huagua netizens were so excited they couldn't stop cheering. Dad Su now remembers it happily and pats his thigh. "All those relics are now stored in museums across our provinces and cities. Everyone can visit them anytime." After the floods caused by the heavy rain subsided, the people of Huagua, who had used both the body's strengthening agent and the zombie virus vaccine, became incredibly strong. The indestructible Huagua people once again showed amazing resilience. Work and studies gradually resumed. Shopping malls, parks, museums, and amusement parks reopened and started to become lively again. Although outside it was cold and freezing, everyone was now physically strong. Wearing a few more layers of clothes when going out was manageable. Plus, now, whether in the south or the north, people warm their rooms with monster meat, so it's always warm inside, and they don't feel cold. Whenever you have free time, you can go visit the museums, Dad and Mom Su suggested to Su Li and Chunling. The Beijing Museum added a new batch of relics that had previously been scattered abroad. Besides Dai Ying's relics, many countries that had previously stolen Chinese relics also returned what they had taken. Unfortunately, those relics collected privately by collectors might never be found again. Suddenly, Dad Su remembered something. "Oh, by the way, a new shopping mall opened in Beijing, selling items brought back from other worlds. This mall was the same one that initially supplied Su Li. In the beast world, there are fruits like heavenly fruit, strong red fruit, water-repelling beads, and mint bubble beads, as well as products made from items from the beast continent, such as sprays like one spray action. Monsters' meat, zombie crystal cores, and beast bones used for weapons from the zombie world are also sold here. Su-Li asked curiously, "Has the government announced that these are from another world?" Su-Dad and Su-Mom shook their heads. They didn't say directly. They just said these are special products sold directly by the government, but smart people can guess these items are not from Blue Star. Most of these products are still produced in small amounts. When production increases in the future, there will likely be chain stores across the country selling them. Regarding the sale of these items, Su-Li was a bit confused. After this disaster, do people still have money? If they don't have money, how can they buy these things? Su-Dad and Su-Mom smiled. Don't worry. People who had money before still have money now, and those who didn't have money before still don't. After the end of the world, except for when everyone was stockpiling supplies, they spent their own money. Later, during the extremely hot weather disasters, food and water were provided for free by the government. Even the cooling clothes made from heavenly fruit and mint bubble beads were given free of charge. Fortunately, with the help of supernatural powers, Su-Li's space, and the country's stockpile of 3 years' worth of grain for all citizens, they managed to get through the extreme heat and heavy rain disasters without much damage. Currently, the country still has a lot of reserves. Because of the mutations, the population of Huagua decreased by about 40% due to zombies and natural disasters combined. The country's grain consumption decreased, but the space kept producing supplies. This is why the country is confident enough to sell grain in the zombie world. So, although citizens haven't been working or earning money for over 2 years, they haven't really spent much either. It's the country bearing the costs. Now that the situation is stabilizing, people are returning to work, and Huagua's original currency system is functioning normally again. Therefore, the amount of money Huagua people have now is the same as before. It's just a matter of whether they can afford to buy those otherworldly products. Speaking of this, Su-Mom suddenly remembered her brother. "By the way, girl, your uncle called me a few days ago. He said he wants to find something to do. Can we see if we can bring him to Beijing and help him out?" Su-Li refused immediately, without hesitation. Absolutely not. It's not that Su-Li has become capable and now forgets kindness, cutting ties with relatives from the past. It's that uncle's family is really complicated and hard to explain. Su-Li has always disliked them. Before the end of the world, out of respect for her mother, Su-Li was polite and never argued with them. First, let's talk about Su-Li's uncle. Her uncle is her mother's brother. He has been lazy and fights a lot since he was young. As he grew older, he became even more corrupt, cheating on his wife and never teaching his children, only scolding and hitting them. But surprisingly, he has had good luck in life. Her uncle, who is her mother's brother, is called Uncle Grandpa by Su-Li. Uncle Grandpa's family is very rich. He loves his niece very much. All the money for buying a house was given by Uncle Grandpa. Besides giving money, Uncle Grandpa also helped him with business, connections, and resources. He treats his nephew just like his own son. We won't talk about his character flaws now. His biggest problem is that he favors boys over girls and has very old-fashioned ideas. Su-Li's aunt is also quite strange. She shares her husband's old-fashioned views, believing that daughters are not valuable and only sons are part of the family. It's true what they say. 2 kinds of people can't sleep in the same bed. Su-Li's cousin got married and had children early. His wife gave birth to 2 kids, a girl and a boy. The girl is very cute, with a bright smile and crescent-shaped eyes. She speaks clearly and confidently, and even outsiders like Su-Li find her adorable. However, because she is a girl, she doesn't get much love from her grandparents. When she was born, Su-Li's uncle and aunt refused to help take care of her, claiming they were too busy with work. Her cousin and his wife also worked and had no time or energy to care for her. Since she was a girl, her uncle and aunt thought hiring a nanny was too expensive, so they asked a relative of the aunt to help take care of her. Because her family was run by her uncle and aunt, her parents had no say and could only watch her be taken care of by others. When the girl turned 6, her cousin's wife had another baby, this time a boy. My little grandson is treated very differently. Uncle gave him a nickname, Little Gold Nugget, and Annie stays home to take care of him. They often tell others how clever and adorable their grandson is. In their eyes, their granddaughter isn't very good. She often bullies her little brother, and because she was raised by someone else for a few years, she no longer feels close to her family. Although Uncle, who is nearly broke and has little money, spends freely on his grandson, buying whatever he wants. If their favoritism towards boys only affected their own family, Suli would just roll her eyes and complain to friends. But the worst part is, their bias extends into Suli's family. When Suli just finished graduate school, he didn't rush to find a job. Instead, he traveled and explored for a while. Every time he visited his uncle would openly say that Suli was useless. He would boast that his friend's son, a boy who finished college a month ago, was earning thousands of yuan a month. Meanwhile, Suli, with a master's degree, was earning nothing and was better off getting married early. Auntie kept trying to set Suli up with dates. Suli's mother refused several times, but Auntie wouldn't give up and kept trying to persuade her. Auntie believed women should marry early and have children, and it was good to ask for a little more bride price. Uncle, on the other hand, said that since the Su family had no son, he had a son himself. He thought Suli's parents should give most of the bride price and their earnings to his son. He said that once Suli married into another family, his son could support the elderly in the Su family. When Uncle first said this, Suli's father was so angry he kicked him out of the house. Suli even argued with his mother a few times over his uncle and aunt's comments. Suli believed he should stay away from such biased people. His mother said that his grandparents had passed away many years ago, and he was all she had left. She told him to ignore their words. Later, whenever they met, Suli tried to be patient for his mother's sake. If he couldn't hold back, he would respond sarcastically. After the end of the last world, Suli hadn't seen his uncle's family again.
He almost forgot about them.
Unexpectedly, they suddenly appeared now. When Suli was reborn, she didn't tell her parents about her special abilities because she was afraid they might accidentally reveal it to relatives. Her parents are friendly and outgoing, able to chat with anyone, but they are not very sneaky or secretive, so Suli worried they might be caught off guard and reveal her secret. In this new life, the country is stable. Her uncle approached her mother, and Suli guessed it was because their family had gone bankrupt long ago. Now, with the end of the world, they probably can't support their grandson and want to take from the Su family. They see the Su family as only having Suli, who is considered a burden. They believe everything belonging to the Su family should go to them, so their son can take care of them in old age. Because of this, Suli immediately refused her mother's suggestion without hesitation. In her eyes, her mother treats her uncle as her only family, but her uncle treats her mother poorly, like a burden. If her uncle found out she was working for the country and had some influence, would their family still be safe? Thinking of this, Suli quickly asked her parents, "You haven't told him you're now a government worker and have special abilities, right?" Her parents quickly shook their heads.
No way.
"We know what kind of person your uncle is." Her mother added, "I just wanted to ask if you could find him a job in Beijing. Things are tough for him now." Suli replied, "Even if I find him a job, he might not do it well. Someone who has never worked before, aging without experience, can you really expect him to work hard and get along with others? He might even say that the job I introduced to him is humiliating." Thinking about her brother's personality, her mother shook her head.
Forget it then.
Suli also advised, "Mom, you should contact your uncle less. Our family situation is different now. Don't let him trick you into revealing things you shouldn't." Her mother nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. I won't leak any national secrets." The topic of her uncle was quickly brought up and then dropped. Suli hoped she wouldn't have to contact that family again. It was her little cousin, not knowing whether she would be at home or with relatives after the end of the world. Living with relatives might be better. They treat the girl much better than her uncle's family. After dinner and talking, Chenling left the Su family and went back to her dorm. Suli suddenly remembered that she had not yet claimed her reward after completing a task in the ancient world. The reward for completing this task was 20 million system coins. Seeing her account balance in the tens of millions, Suli couldn't help but smile brightly. With a little more effort, becoming a billionaire is just around the corner. Besides the system coins, there was also a scratch card from the system. Suuli rubbed her hands and then clicked scratch on the card. The small brush on the screen swept across, revealing the big prize at last. The system's mechanical voice sounded, "Congratulations, the host has won the grand prize. Any product for sale?" Suuli looked at the prize details. The so-called any product for sale meant that in the future, blind box shops could sell products in regular formats, no longer limited to blind boxes. This was also an upgrade for the system. Originally, only blind box sales were possible, but now products could be listed directly for sale. However, since the system is still a blind box trading system, the shop must have a designated blind box area. As for how to divide this area, whether to split all products into blind box and regular sale categories, or to sell some items as blind boxes while others are sold normally, this was up to Suuli to decide. Suuli was very pleased with this lottery. I have to say, this scratch card game is quite impressive. Every prize revealed seemed to help make up for some of the system's shortcomings. Suuli couldn't help but tease the system. System, is it because you have too many bugs from the start so you need constant patching? The system huffed and said, "No, I am a growth-type system. It's your high demands that caused this." Thinking for a moment, the system added, "You probably read too many novels before, which gave you unrealistic expectations about me and new system." Suuli rolled her eyes in frustration. Who was the one reading novels all the time? You went to the zombie world to read zombie novels, visited the ancient world for its stories, even watched the gossip in person. How can you criticize me? If the beast world hadn't yet had novels, you probably would have read every single story from all the worlds we've been through. Suuli decided not to argue with the system anymore. It was already bedtime, and even the cat Xian-du had returned from the library. After washing up and returning to her bedroom, Suuli saw a small black kitten curled up on her bed, seemingly waiting just for her. Suuli lay on the bed and petted the kitten's head. "Did you come to see me about something?" The kitten nodded and transformed into a girl wearing a black dress. "Today, I heard from someone at the library that everything outside has returned to normal."
Suuli nodded.
"Is that so? Do you want to go outside and take a look?" She thought for a moment. When Cat Xian-du came, it was during a heavy rain in Huagua, so she didn't get a chance to explore outside the space. Now the rain has stopped. Although Huagua is still covered in ice and snow, the snowy scenery in the northern country is quite spectacular. Compared to the cold season on the Beast World continent, it has a unique charm. Taking this little cat to see it would be nice.
Cat Xian-du nodded.
Just as Suuli thought they shared the same idea, she said, "Going to school probably means going outside the space. I heard from the people inside that the schools are outside." Wow, she's still thinking about going to school. Honestly, I've never seen a kitten more eager to learn than Cat Xian-du, but since she's so enthusiastic about studying, I can't dampen her spirit. So I said, "Yes, the outside world has reopened for work and school. Are you really sure you want to go to school?" Cat Xian-du nodded firmly, with a determined look as if she was about to join the party. "I want to go to school. Can I go straight to high school? Have you finished the middle school courses?" She nodded again. Middle school was easy. I understood everything. She already learned about chemical elements, basic physics principles, equations in math, and probability problems. Eager to learn, she couldn't wait to study high school knowledge. Seeing her serious expression, Suuli couldn't help but remind her, "But we might only stay on Blue Star for about a month. After that, we'll have to keep traveling. Won't you miss it?" Cat Xian-du. "Of course I want to go. When the time comes, you can help me ask the teacher for leave." She would go back after her next journey and continue her studies. Suuli, but sometimes a journey can last a very long time. For example, this time when we traveled to the ancient world, 2 years passed on Blue Star. Katsuan, sometimes it's only a few days like when you come to our Beast World continent. Besides, before we traveled, you could have helped me ask for leave. "Aren't you my guardian?" Suuli hesitated but agreed. "Yes, no problem." At around 20 years old, she is indeed the guardian of this 100-year-old cat on Blue Star. Talking about the Beast World continent, Suuli was curious. "Aren't you going back to see Beast World?" Katsuan. I want to focus on studying first. I'm confident about Beast World. She has already trained a new priestess for the cat tribe. The new priestess is very smart, and the tribe's fighting ability has improved a lot. Whether she's there or not, it makes little difference.
Sully chuckled softly.
This little kitten is really so eager to learn that it doesn't even want to visit home. But she asked, "Are you sure it's okay to go straight to high school?" The little kitten nodded confidently. "Absolutely. Just wait, I'll be number one." Wow, so confident. "All right, I'll ask Xiaoyang to help you arrange everything." Xiaoyang is a police officer from Lading Country. Since Lading often has many things to do, Su Li usually asks Xiaoyang for help with her matters. She sent a message to Xiaoyang. She thought about calling, but considering the time, Xiaoyang might already be asleep. Unexpectedly, he replied immediately, "No problem. Comrade Su, bring the kid who wants to enroll tomorrow at 10 a.m. and I'll take you to register." The kid.
Sully was a bit embarrassed.
She didn't specify who the enrollment was for, so Officer Yang probably thought it was her teenage relative or friend. The next morning, Su-li talked about taking Katsuan to the registration at the breakfast table. When she mentioned going out with Katsuan, Su-ma said, "Since you have things to do, your dad and I will also go to work." Su-dad smiled and said, "This time, our workplace is also outside the space." Su-li first admired her parents. They are real workaholics. Despite their current situation, even if they stayed home every day doing nothing, they wouldn't lack anything. But they just can't sit still. They always find something to do. Then she realized, you work outside the space. Su-dad is a wood element ability user and Su-ma is a water element ability user. Both abilities are excellent for farming. Previously, both of them had been farming inside the space. Why are they now farming outside the space? The weather outside is freezing. Can the soil be dug up in such cold conditions? Su-li asked her confusion aloud. Su's parent explained, the government means that we can't rely only on the space to produce food, especially as more and more worlds are involved in trade in the future. The food produced in the space is enough to feed the Blue Star people. But if there are large-scale trades with other worlds, it won't be enough. During extremely hot natural disasters and heavy rains, everyone stays at home and rarely goes out. Humans are social animals. Staying at home for a long time without talking to others can easily cause mental health issues. So even now, when the temperature is very low, the country still encourages people who have taken the body-strengthening agent to go outside and walk around. As for planting outside the space, as Su's parents mentioned, this is a measure the country promotes to increase food production while also allowing people to enjoy outdoor activities. In general, everyone is planting cold-resistant crops. These cold-resistant crops were developed by the Research Institute after the natural disasters. They are grown in specially built greenhouses and grow very well. The cold-resistant crops include cold-tolerant wheat, potatoes, corn, and more. They can grow in temperatures below freezing, as the greenhouse temperature is sufficient. Besides these, the Research Institute has also developed various cold-resistant leafy greens and fruits so that even during extreme cold disasters, people in China can have a balanced diet. The planting and distribution of these cold-resistant crops are organized across the country. Of course, farmers who rely on farming for their livelihood must plant them, but others can volunteer. They can pick up seeds and apply for planting areas in the greenhouses. Maybe everyone is going crazy from being stuck at home before, or perhaps the Chinese people's farming talents have fully awakened. Many people signed up to participate in planting. According to Su's mother, these cold-resistant crops had already been harvested several times before Su Li and her friends returned. After learning about her parents' work updates, Su Li said, "All right, Mom and Dad, go to work. Remember to dress warmly." Got it, got it. The greenhouse is warm enough. After her parents left, Su Li took her cat Xian to find Officer Yang. Last night before bed, I asked Officer Yang to help find a school for Mao Xian. Officer Yang told her to bring someone there at 10 a.m. this morning. I have to say, he really is a capable officer, just like Leader Lei. In a short time, he handled everything perfectly. When Su Li arrived, Officer Yang first took her to a cabinet where documents were stored. This contains martial arts secret manuals and copies of ancient world technology. Leader Lei asked me to give these to you, he said. Su Li once again admired the efficiency of the people in China. The meeting was yesterday, and today it was already done. She waved her hand and stored all the copies into her space. Maybe the martial arts manuals will sell well in other worlds too. Just as they were about to leave to report Mao Xian, Officer Yang suddenly received a call. It seemed to be about an urgent matter. Sure enough, after hanging up, Officer Yang told Su Li he had an emergency and couldn't go with them to the school. He only sent her the exact location and said she could take Mao Xian there herself. He also said he had already informed the principal and teachers. All right, you go ahead. We can handle it ourselves, Su Li said, taking the address. She first went to find Chen-Ling. Chen-Ling looked a bit surprised to see Su Li.
What?
Just yesterday we parted. And today you already miss your sister? Su Li ignored her teasing and said directly, let's go. We're reporting Mao Xian today. If it weren't for the fact that this woman ran faster than a car with 4 wheels, Su Li wouldn't have come to find her. Chen-Ling didn't delay. After looking at the locations Su Li gave, she teased, oh, little kitty is going to a famous school now. The school Officer Yang found for Mao Xian was a well-known high school in Jing City. Su Li wasn't from around here, so she didn't recognize it, but Chen-Ling saw it at once. She then used her speed ability, carrying Su Li and Mao Xian, who had turned into a girl, straight to the school. While walking, she sighed, if I weren't afraid of suddenly disappearing or appearing and scaring others, I'd definitely use invisibility to get there instantly. By the time they arrived at the school gate, the 3 of them had traveled from the base to the school in just over 10 minutes, a trip that normally would take an hour by car. They left only a fleeting white shadow on the road. What they didn't know was that from that day on, there were many rumors online about ghosts haunting road in Jing City during the daytime. More than one person said they saw a quick flash of a white shadow. Chen-Ling was so fast that Su Li couldn't help but say, maybe from now on, you should be the one to take Mao Xian to school. She took an hour to drive there, but Chen-Ling finished in just over 10 minutes. Without comparison, there's no harm. Honestly, Su Li hasn't forgotten that Mao Xian also has an unlucky trait. The little kitten often has funny accidents during daily life. Su Li is worried that something might happen on the way to school. Since Chen-Ling runs so fast, Mao Xian's bad luck probably can't catch up with her. Chen-Ling smiled proudly and said, don't worry, from now on, I'll take care of taking the little kitten to and from school. It's nice to be able to send a cute kitten to school and also practice her special powers. Why not? They were talking about taking the kitten to school. But Mao Xian wasn't paying attention to what they said. Right now, Mao Xian was so excited she couldn't hold back. If she were a cat, her tail would probably be wagging like a dog's. Unfortunately, as a human, she could only hold Chen-Ling's arm tightly with her hands, showing a happy smile she couldn't hide. She grabbed Chen-Ling with one hand and Su Li with the other. Let's go quickly. I want to get into school. Finally. She was about to experience what school feels like. Blue Star people are so lucky. They even have a place for group learning. She wanted to see the school in person. Next time she returned to the Beast World, she planned to build a school for her tribe and send all those little kittens there. Thinking this, Mao Xian jumped happily into the campus. It wasn't the usual registration time, and other students had already started classes. The campus was almost empty except for the occasional teacher or staff walking around. Su Li and the others arrived at the principal's office. The principal was a chubby little old man who looked kind. Inside the office, a stove-burning monster meat made the room warm and cozy.
Suliyeplanet her purpose.
The principal smiled kindly and asked Mao Xian, is this the girl coming to school? Mao Xian nodded repeatedly, her bright blue eyes shining with anticipation. The principal looked at her blue eyes and thought, she's still a mixed blood. I wonder where she found such powerful connections. She told them the class and student ID number assigned to Mao Xian by the school, then asked them to report to Mao Xian's homeroom teacher. Su Li looked it up. It's class 2, grade 1. The 3 of them said goodbye to the principal. Su Li needed to talk to Mao Xian's teacher anyway, because Mao Xian might often ask for leave in the future, so she wanted to inform the teacher in advance. However, Mao Xian is smart and learns quickly, so taking leave shouldn't affect her studies much. Since Mao Xian has a love for learning, Su Li wouldn't stop her. She also planned to ask the teacher to take good care of Mao Xian, as her cat is simple and kind-hearted, and she didn't want her to be bullied by other children. At this moment, Su Li suddenly felt like a worried mother sending her child to school with endless concerns. The thought startled her, and she quickly shook her head. Despite Mao Xian's charm, she was willing to be a caring mother. Mao Xian's homeroom teacher is a young female teacher named Lin, who teaches Chinese. Teacher Lin looks gentle and intelligent, fitting the typical image of a Chinese language teacher. After reviewing Mao Xian's information, Teacher Lin asked, "Student Mao Xian, you haven't attended school before. Have you been studying at home?" Mao Xian nodded, confirming that was the case. Teacher Lin then looked at Su Li and Chen Ling. "Are you?" Su Li quickly responded, "Sister, I am Mao Xian's older sister. Our parents are busy with work, so I brought her here." Su Li's attitude was very respectful, much more friendly than when she faced the prince and princess of the great Xia dynasty. No wonder, parents are always like that in front of teachers. Chen Ling pointed at Su Li and said, "I'm here to accompany her to send her sister to school." When Teacher Lin learned that Mao Xian wouldn't be boarding at school but would attend as a day student, she handed her the prepared school uniform, student ID, and other items. Su Li also chatted with Teacher Lin for a while. Besides discussing the leave, she asked the teacher to keep all exams and homework for Mao Xian during her absence, so she could catch up later. Since Mao Xian loved learning so much, she was willing to endure the pressures of exam-oriented education. After registration, Teacher Lin asked Mao Xian whether she would start classes today or come tomorrow. Su Li's plan was for Mao Xian to register today and start classes the next day. But Kyochi was happy to hear that he could start classes today. He immediately agreed, excited to go to school. He had been looking forward to going to school for a long time. Seeing his enthusiasm for learning, Teacher Lin's impression of him improved a little. When she was about to take Kyochi to the second class of high school, she suddenly thought of something. "Classmate Kyochi, are you not wearing colored contact lenses?" The little cat looked confused. "What are colored contact lenses?" This touched on her knowledge gap. Seeing her puzzled expression with blue eyes, Su Li quickly explained, "No, her eyes are naturally blue." Teacher Lin looked at Kyochi with curiosity, then at Su Li. Why do the two sisters have different eye colors? They don't look much alike either. Although she was curious, she didn't ask more and just took Kyochi to the classroom. Su Li and Chen Ling went back to the base. Su Li needed to visit the research institute to deliver some herbs brought back from an ancient world, while Chen Ling planned to practice her skills at the martial arts training ground. Hearing that she wanted to practice her skills, Su Li took out a bunch of martial arts manuals from the system space. "See if any of these are suitable for you. When you have free time, you can start practicing." With supernatural powers added to martial arts, their fighting abilities would definitely improve. Currently, they were traveling through worlds with low-level martial arts, and their skills and weapons were enough to handle the challenges. But if they ever traveled to worlds with cultivation or magic, they would be completely powerless. So, it's always good to improve the team's strength when possible. Chen Ling had long been interested in martial arts manuals, but during their time in the ancient world, she was busy running a blind box shop and had no time to study martial arts. Now that they had returned to Blue Star and had free time, she was eager to learn. Thinking this, Chen Ling flipped through the manuals and picked a few that interested her. "I'll start with these: Lightness Skill Harmonic Dust, Hidden Weapon Technique Shadowless Needle, and Acupoint Technique Flower Picking Finger." She didn't choose internal energy cultivation methods, as practicing internal energy takes a lot of time. The techniques she chose, lightness skill and her speed-based supernatural ability, fit well with her abilities. The hidden weapon technique suited her preference for sneak attacks, and shadowless needle uses simple needles as hidden weapons, which is quite common. Using a needle to kill someone makes the body look better and prevents blood from splattering everywhere. She has a serious cleanliness obsession and doesn't want to see such scenes. The finger flower technique combined with her various fighting skills, makes her more confident in close combat. This finger technique is a gentle, precise pressure point method that fits her fighting style very well. Looking at the martial arts manuals Chunling chose, Su Li also thinks they suit her very well. Alright, you can take them back to practice first. I am going to the research institute. By the way, if you think practicing martial arts takes too much time, you can go to the Beast World continent to train. Since you now have a pass, you can travel between these already open portals at any time. Chunling. Wow. Yes, we can go to the Beast World continent to train. We could stay there for a year or so. While on Blue Star, only about 10 days pass. Lily's quick thinking surprised her. How did she not think of such a good idea? Thinking of this, Chunling decided not to go to her training room anymore. She packed her things and planned to go to the Beast World continent for a retreat to practice martial arts. But she didn't forget about the task of picking up Mao Xian today. She patted Su Li on the shoulder. It seems that recently, you'll have to take care of Xiao Xian's school runs. Su Li now deeply regrets her words. She wonders why she was so careless to mention it. Now, the task she tried to avoid has fallen back on her. All she can think is, ugh. With tears in her eyes, Su Li arrived at the research institute. Everyone there was already familiar with her. Even though she hadn't returned from the ancient world for 2 years, the people at the institute had been waiting for her to bring back new things. Especially old Deng, the weapon enthusiast who had developed various new weapons using crystal cores. When Su Li first came to the institute, old Deng was so exhausted he fainted. His son, Xiao Deng, was the one who received her and the others. When old Deng woke up and learned that the group who brought back crystal cores from other worlds had left for a new world again, he was so excited he couldn't sit still. He kept saying he must bring back some materials that China doesn't have this time. With such expectations, old Deng eagerly looked forward to Su Li and her team's return. But it was 2 years before they came back. Old Deng was so angry he had cursed the interdimensional team several times in the lab. He said, if you have no ability, let capable people go through the portals. Don't just sit there doing nothing. Some young people are just unreliable. This time, when Su Li appeared, old Deng immediately rushed out from the Weapons Research Institute. Quick, let me see what you brought back this time. Hurry up and show me. Su Li didn't recognize old Deng. She looked at the scruffy, crazy-looking old man in front of her, seeming mentally unstable, and wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Or maybe, the pressure from the research institute was too much for these scientists, and, because their projects weren't progressing, they were going crazy. Thinking this, Su Li worried that the man might attack her. She carefully took a few steps back and wondered if she should come back in a few days. Just as Su Li was about to run out of the research institute's gate, Xiao Lanhui arrived. The little old lady immediately saw Su Li's frightened face, looking like she had been scared by the crazy old Deng. She loudly shouted, "Old Deng, what kind of madness are you up to now?" At this moment, Su Li recognized who the crazy old man was. She had heard long ago that old Deng only cared about weapon research and nothing else. Seeing him now, it was exactly as she expected. Probably, in old Deng's eyes, even a small part of a gun was more important than anything else. Faced with Director Lan Hui's scolding, old Deng seemed not to hear her. He still stubbornly looked at Su Li and asked, "What good treasures did you bring back this time? Anything that can make weapons? Hurry up and show me." Su Li was surprised. It's not that she didn't want to show him. This time, she went to an ancient world. What could she possibly bring that could be used to make weapons? Could she show a precious inkstone and say, "This can be used to smash someone to death, and it would count as a weapon?" Seeing that her words didn't work and that the fiery-tempered little old lady, Lan Hui, grabbed old Deng by the collar and threw him out of the Plant Research Institute. Yes, Su Li came to the Plant Research Institute. She was here to find Director Lan Hui. But unexpectedly, she ran into Deng Yojin along the way. After throwing him out, Lan Hui clapped her hands and said, "Who dares to be so arrogant on my turf? Not good." Su Li was stunned. "Director Lan Hui, have you awakened your special ability? The strength to lift a man like that, could it be a power-type ability?" I never thought Lan Hui would shake her head and say, "Where?" None of us old folks here have awakened any special abilities. Maybe because researchers spend most of their time in labs doing mental work, they neglect physical exercise. As a result, their physical fitness hasn't reached the level needed to awaken special abilities. In short, among the older scientists in the institute, no one has awakened any abilities. On the other hand, some of the younger researchers who have been exercising regularly and are in good shape have awakened abilities after eating the special fruit. Since she hasn't awakened any abilities, how could this elderly woman have the strength to lift an adult man like a small chicken? Curious, Su Li decided to ask her. Lan Hui chuckled softly. I'm naturally strong. When I was young and working in the countryside, as a youth sent to the countryside, I was stronger than some of the young men there. A couple of years ago, we developed a body-strengthening potion. The government values us old folks, so they let us use it first. Later, we found that the heavenly fruit could repair the body very well. The government then allocated many of these fruits to the institute for us to use. Over the past 2 years, my health has improved a lot. Old Deng, on the other hand, is different. When he researches weapons, he acts like a madman. He forgets to eat, often feeling hungry to the point of stomach pain or fainting from exhaustion. Lan Hui shook her head with a look of disapproval. Good health is the foundation of all efforts. Without a strong body, how can you contribute to the country? Su Li thought to herself that old Deng probably wasn't trying to contribute to the country at all, just pursuing his own interests. The country provided resources, and he enjoyed the results of his research. It's a mutual benefit. People like old Deng, who are obsessed with research, are hard to judge as good or bad. They are like weapons. If used well, they benefit the country and the people. If misused, they could cause disaster for others or even the entire nation. After chatting for a while, Su Li finally explained her purpose. I'm here to deliver some authentic medicinal herbs from the ancient world to the warehouse. These herbs can help the medical college develop new medicines or be used in emergencies when the country's medicinal supplies are short. As the director of the research institute, Lan Hui had already heard that Su Li was going to the ancient world this time. The items she brought back included some martial arts manuals, as well as medicinal herbs and medical books, things related to medicine that had research value. Other items might be valuable in peaceful times, but in the end-of-the-world scenario, they were not worth much and could only be sold in other worlds. The old lady nodded and said, Let's go. I'll take you to the warehouse. You first unload those items there, and later I'll have the medical college people register and organize them. Medicinal herbs from the ancient world were still quite valuable in China. In the decade before the apocalypse, traditional Chinese medicine experienced a revival, and more people accepted herbal treatments, acupuncture, and health preservation. However, due to environmental damage and overharvesting, many rare herbs were close to extinction. Common herbs like ginseng, lingzhi, reishi mushrooms, and Polygonum multiflorum were mostly cultivated artificially at that time, and wild versions were hard to find. Unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, the people of China brought back many precious herbs from other worlds. Thinking of this, Lan Hui's eyes crinkled happily. She told Su Li, although now our people in China use body enhancement agents, so everyone's physical strength has improved a lot, diseases still exist. These traditional medicines will definitely be useful. After Su Li transferred the herbs from the system space to the warehouse, Lan Hui was a bit surprised. So many, Su Li nodded. The new emperor of the ancient world, Mo Hung, was quite honest and generous, giving a lot of medicinal herbs. She even suspected he might have given the entire hospital stock to the blind box shop. While transferring the herbs, Su Li thought about China's current environment and asked Lan Hui, Director Shi, have we used the purified moss we brought back from the zombie world? She truly felt that the air quality in the base had improved a lot. Although it was cold, her breathing was smooth, and her lifelong nasal allergy hadn't flared up again. She guessed it was due to the purifying ability of the mutated moss, but she didn't know if only Beijing's air had been purified or if the whole country was like this. If the mutated moss had purified the entire environment of China, she believed that wild medicinal herbs would soon start to grow again in the country. Talking about the mutated moss, the elderly lady was clearly very excited. This is her research project. Once it was used, it was adopted all over the country. Due to various pollution issues, the mutated moss grew very quickly. Before long, every province and city started planting it. Now, you can see mutated moss in the green belts of many cities. These mosses can clean the air, water, and even soil. Along the border of the Chinese waters, the mutated moss has also been planted in the sea. Previously, a lot of nuclear wastewater was released into the ocean, causing abnormal water quality indicators. After planting the moss, the water quality has returned to normal, even better than before the wastewater was released. Although the sea level rose quite a bit after the heavy rain, fishermen who relied on fishing still stayed. They moved to new coastal cities. When the heavy rain stopped and the floods receded, these fishermen went back to fishing and started their seafood business again. When will you go to the beach to try the seafood? The taste is really delicious now. From the extreme heat disasters at the start of the apocalypse to the subsequent heavy rains and floods, most people in China didn't go out much, so fishing activities stopped. Everyone thought that many sea animals might have gone extinct due to the drastic climate changes, but surprisingly, they adapted very quickly. After the floods, fishermen found that the number of fish, shrimp, and shellfish in the sea didn't decrease. In fact, they tasted even better. What they didn't know was that, to farm the giant seaweed called yunghua in the sea, the country had sent a group of water-type mutants to the coast during the heavy rains. They planted purifying moss in all major Chinese seas. The growth of purifying moss doesn't necessarily depend on soil. As long as there are pollutants, they can grow quickly. When the moss starts to wither, it means the environment in that area has been thoroughly cleaned. Thanks to the purifying moss, the seawater was cleaned, and when the sea reopened, fishermen could harvest seafood that was even more delicious than before the apocalypse. Hearing Sherlan Hui's suggestion, Su Li smiled and agreed. All right, when I have free time, I'll go to the beach and try the seafood. I'll bring Xiao Mao Xian with me. I'm sure the kitten will like it. My parents also love seafood. If they want to go, I'll take everyone along. After transferring all the traditional Chinese medicines in the system space to the warehouse, Sherlan Hui invited Su Li. Let's go. I'll show you the results of the research institute since you left. First, Sherlan Hui took Su Li to the Animal Research Institute and found her old classmate, Professor Lu. Come on, Lao Lu, let little Su see your research achievements from the past 2 years. Professor Lu first showed them a cloak made from the feathers of an invisible bird. Invisible birds shed their feathers once a year. Our research team collected all the feathers shed by these birds on Blue Star over the past 2 years and made 10 invisibility cloaks. Sherlan Hui urged, don't just talk, show little Sue how it works. You should know the first time she saw Professor Lu demonstrate the invisibility cloak, she was truly amazed. A living person, so big, can just disappear like that. Professor Lu, with a helpless tone, replied to Sherlan Hui, why are you in such a hurry? You've been impatient for decades and still haven't learned to change. Despite his words, Professor Lu still demonstrated it for Su Li. He put the invisibility cloak over himself. As the cloak wrapped around his body, Professor Lu was left with only his head visible. Su Li thought, wow, how is this different from the invisibility cloaks in magic movies? Seeing Su Li's shocked expression, Professor Lu smiled with satisfaction. How is it? Pretty good, right? The textile laboratory has already tested it. When you wear the invisibility cloak, you are invisible to the eye and infrared imaging and radar can't detect you. Su Li asked, is it that incredible? Professor Lu nodded. Yes, it's that incredible. The Textile Research Institute is now studying the structure and components of the invisibility bird feathers, trying to see if they can make the same material. If they really manage to replicate it, it won't just be about making clothes. It could be used for all kinds of military materials. Then ships and aircraft could be invisible. How cool would that be? However, the Textile Institute has been researching this for nearly a year, without much progress. When leaving the research room, Professor Lu handed all 10 existing invisibility cloaks to Su Li. This first batch of cloaks, you can keep them all. You can use them yourself or trade with other worlds. This represents the country's decision. When the invisibility cloak was developed, the government did not take it away. That means if Su Li returns, she can give it directly to her. Su Li took the thin, blue glowing cloak, as delicate as a cicada's wing but strong as leather, and kept praising, "This color is so beautiful." Professor Lu smiled and said, "Maybe it's because I like mint-flavored bubblegum leaves." On Blue Star, the invisible bird feathers all have a blue tint. Suli remembered that the mint bubblegum's color was blue. The cool clothes made from the icy silk inside the bubblegum were also blue. After seeing the results of the invisibility cloak, Professor Lu took Su Li and Shi Lanhui out of the research institute and headed toward the specially designated breeding and planting experimental fields in the base. Shi Lanhui explained, "Old Lu is taking you to see the iron stomach sheep. The cold-resistant crop trial fields are nearby, so we can look at them together later." The three arrived at the iron stomach sheep breeding center. The center had simple sheds lined up. Because it was very cold now, the sheds for the iron stomach sheep had fires burning with monster meat, making the inside feel warm and cozy. Professor Lu explained, "When iron stomach sheep get cold, they tend to have trouble passing stool. We need to keep them warm." Over the years, the number of iron stomach sheep has grown to over 1,000. Looking around, rows of sheep were chewing on white bones, creating a grand scene. Professor Lu pointed to the bones and said, "These are bones from zombie monsters from different worlds." Su Li silently mourned for those monsters. The bones went into the sheep's stomachs, and the meat was turned into fuel to keep the sheep warm. "It seems these monsters prefer shade over sheep." Su Li asked, "Do the iron stomach sheep only eat monster bones now?" She remembered that last time she came back, these sheep still ate zombie bones, which produced a very toxic neurotoxin when digested. Professor Lu shook his head and said, "Not exactly. Monster bones are just one type of food. The sheep now eat a mixed formula diet. After many experiments at the Animal Research Institute, they discovered several sheep food recipes. For example, the latest formula uses 40% monster bones, 30% basalt, and 30% pure iron. With this mix, the sheep can produce a kind of metal never seen before on Blue Star. This metal is very special. It's as light as aluminum but as hard as diamond, showing great potential in many fields." After hearing this, Su Li couldn't help giving Professor Lu a thumbs up. It was amazing that just one iron stomach sheep had led to so many new discoveries. Professor Lu waved his hand. "All our current research is a result of teamwork. The Iron Stomach Sheep Project is jointly handled by the Animal Research and Materials Research departments. They've done a lot of work, so I can't take all the credit." After visiting the Iron Stomach Sheep, Shi Lanhui pulled Su Li aside. "Come on, I'll take you to see the cold-resistant plants." The three of them walked toward the nearby planting base while chatting. Professor Lu told Su Li that the new metal produced by the Iron Stomach Sheep wouldn't be allowed for trade with other worlds. The metal's production was still limited, and the country wanted to prioritize its own needs. The government planned to use this new metal in the next generation of aviation, aerospace, and marine equipment. The demand would be huge, and the sheep's production speed might not keep up. It was truly in short supply. As they talked, they arrived at the planting base. Inside were rows of greenhouses divided into grain, vegetable, and fruit sections. As they walked, Shi Lanhui said, "I wonder when this extreme cold disaster will end. I just hope the next one won't affect farming."
Su Li stayed quiet.
No one knew what the next disaster would be. She only hoped to bring back something useful from the next world they traveled to. If their small team could return to Blue Star before the next disaster, that would be even better. Professor Lu replied, "What's there to worry about? Our country is already in the best condition on Blue Star. We have ability fruits and martial arts manuals. Maybe one day we'll even learn to cultivate like in Legends. Then no disaster will scare us." Hearing that, Su Li began to look forward to traveling to a cultivation world. "System, are you there?" She wanted to ask the system if it was really impossible to choose a specific plane when traveling through dimensions. Even if selecting a particular plane wasn't allowed, could she at least choose the type of plane? If it couldn't be free, could she pay for it? As long as the system said yes, even a stingy person like her wouldn't mind paying. Unexpectedly this time, instead of the usual mechanical voice response, there was no reply. This made Su Li a little nervous. Could something be wrong with the system? She quickly opened the system panel to check. The panel showed, "Your system is updating. Please do not disturb. Update progress, 48%. Looking forward to a brand new system." She had been wondering why the system had been so quiet lately. Usually, whenever she returned to Blue Star, it would spend the whole day online, sharing interesting things it found, even complaining about silly novels with her. Although Suli often complained that its hobbies were lowbrow, she secretly enjoyed watching the content the system liked. She liked her lively, rebellious, and sharp-tongued system very much. They had gotten used to this teasing way of interacting, which felt very natural. In the past 2 days back on Blue Star, the system hadn't been sarcastic or teasing, so Suli thought it had fallen into an internet addiction again. After all, the order in China had returned to pre-apocalyptic chaos, and even the entertainment industry had resumed work. There were endless entertainment news online, so it was normal for the system to be absorbed in the internet and not communicate with her for a couple of days. But she didn't expect it to quietly update itself without her noticing. Suli had never known her system could be updated. She thought that after each mission, the small plugins she got from scratch cards were patches for the main system's flaws, which had been recently developed. She had even mocked the system for being lowbrow many times. The system had been annoyed by her teasing so many times, but never claimed to be an upgradable system. What she didn't know was that the system thought, if I'm going to show off, I might as well do it big. When it finished upgrading and made a stunning entrance, it would surely surprise its owner. When the time comes, the system will turn around and sing a song mocking Suli, specifically composing a song to shame her for always criticizing it with sharp words, making her feel utterly embarrassed. So, now the system has upgraded without Suli knowing. Suli helplessly rubs her forehead, waiting for the system to finish updating so she can confront it. For now, she just hopes the update goes smoothly. Suli no longer pays attention to the system and instead follows Shi Lanhui and Professor Liu to tour the planting base. Shi Lanhui first shows her the cold-resistant wheat farm, explaining the research process and features of these wheat plants as they walk. Currently, the experimental field is planting the 3rd generation of cold-resistant wheat. This wheat was created by crossing Chinese wheat with a plant from the Beast World continent that looks very similar to wheat. Suli then realizes that many of China's cold-resistant crops are developed through hybridization with plants from the Beast World continent. The hybrid crops have greatly improved cold resistance and disease resistance. Right now, China is widely planting the 2nd generation of cold-resistant wheat. The goal for the 3rd generation is to increase yield. As for how much the 3rd generation will produce, we can't tell yet. We'll know once this batch of wheat in the experimental field matures. Curious about planting, Suli asks, "Are the crops grown in the space also resistant to cold?" Shi Lanhui shakes her head. "We don't know if Blue Star will return to normal in the future, so the crops grown in the space are still the same as those before the apocalypse. The environment in the space is stable, the black soil is very fertile, and with the support of a wood element ability user, plants grow very well. The Plant Research Institute plans to only grow varieties that existed before the apocalypse in the space, to preserve the genes of these native crops. This way, if Blue Star's climate ever returns to normal, those crops modified for various natural disasters might become unsuitable for the new climate and can no longer be cultivated."
Suli nods.
If it were her, she wouldn't be able to think so comprehensively. Truly, professional matters should be left to the experts. Once again, she feels it was wise to entrust her space to others. "By the way, speaking of plant research, I have something to discuss with you, Xiao Su." Seeing Shi Lanhui suddenly look serious, Suli is curious. "What is it?" Stone Lanhui told Suli. "You know Yu Zhigao, who often travels between the zombie world and ours." Suli nodded. At that time, she, Chen Ling, and Shin Siyuan had been sent to train a 10-person team for the zombie world. "What's wrong with him? Is there something happening on the zombie side?" Stone Lanhui said. He previously helped send a message from their side to Blue Star. "The zombie world wants to work with us to study mutated plants," Suli asked. "Research together? Are they interested in agricultural crops too?" Otherwise, Stone Lanhui wouldn't have mentioned this while showing her the crops. Stone Lanhui nodded, confirming her guess. "You've been there too. Do you know much about mutated plants?" Suli honestly replied. I haven't dealt much with mutated plants there, and the aggressive types don't really relate to crops. The most familiar mutated plant she knew was the flower king. She didn't know much about others. Hearing this, Stone Manhwa didn't ask more about the details of mutated plants. Instead, she explained the plan from the zombie world. They want to send some mutated plants and researchers to our country to see if we can work together to develop genetically stable mutated plants. When Stone Manhwa said this, Suli understood why she was asked to help. Some of the mutated animals and plants from the zombie world lost their reason due to frenzy. These are the kinds Suli and her friends encountered while surviving at Rose City No. 2 High School. But some are intelligent. These mutated creatures even developed their own awareness and are considered newly evolved intelligent beings. The Flower King brought back by Shin Siyuan and the invisible birds hatched from the hidden bird eggs Suli brought back are examples of this. The zombie world wants China's help to stabilize the genes of these self-aware mutated plants. The situation in the zombie world is quite special. The system had explained this to Suli before. This world evolved from a novel, with Yu Xianglin as the protagonist reborn in this universe. Suli also asked the system about the plot and ending of that novel, and whether their crossing would change the original story. The system did not answer her questions directly, only saying that these things were not related to Suli's task and that secrets should not be revealed. It didn't even tell her whether the novel had a male protagonist or who that protagonist might be, which made Suli feel upset for a while. However, regarding the worldview of the zombie universe, the system gave Suli a detailed explanation. The apocalypse in that universe was caused by the invasion of rules, but these rules also brought opportunities for evolution. The rules invasion caused fragments of rules to appear randomly and unpredictably across the world. These fragments contain various tests. Besides strange and unusual rules, there are also zombies, monsters, and mutated plants and animals that have gone wild. If someone passes the tests of the rules, they are rewarded generously. Humans can increase their strength through these rewards, and supernatural abilities are like human evolution. In the zombie universe, some mutated plants and animals have gained intelligence. These are originally normal plants and animals that, under the influence of rule fragments, gradually awaken their consciousness. Some of these creatures may recognize humans as their allies, like Xiangku AI the elephant, which belongs to Fish Xianglin. Some may be hostile to humans, like the Flower King at the beginning. Others choose to coexist peacefully with humans. No matter what, these mutated plants and animals are a powerful force in the zombie universe. Compared to mutated animals, mutated plants have genetic instability, which makes research on them more difficult. This is why humans in the zombie universe study animals more than plants. Mutated animals tend to have stable mutation directions. For example, the invisible bird's ability is that its feathers can turn invisible, and the offspring of an invisible bird will usually inherit this ability, with little variation. Animals like mutated cats and dogs, which have more individual differences, may have different mutation directions. However, their offspring generally inherit one of the parent's abilities, and it's rare for the offspring to have a completely different ability from both parents. Sometimes, there are exceptions, like a water element mutated dog giving birth to an ice element mutated dog, but overall, differences are not significant. Mutated plants are different. For example, a high-yield potato might produce new potatoes with completely different mutation directions. Originally, highly productive mutant potatoes might produce a batch of potatoes that are toxic or have changed in taste. This instability in the mutant genes is a main reason why the food supply in the zombie world cannot be stable. As for why the mutant plants there have unstable genes, Suli heard from Yu Xianglin that the soil, air, and plant genes are easily affected by the rules fragments falling from the sky. When these fragments' energy waves interact with the plants, their genes mutate and recombine. This is probably also why they want to move their research to Huagua, China. Since the zombie world cannot produce stable food on its own, they established a trade channel with Blue Star, Earth, and now trade food regularly. They now want to work with Huagua to study how to stabilize the genes of mutant plants.
Suli understands this.
Once the genes of the mutant plants are stable, they can grow large quantities of crops that are high yield, nutritious, and tastier. This could solve the food problem and maybe even produce some new and interesting crops. That world has now become a rule-based universe similar to a game, where rules drop from the sky to help people level up by defeating monsters. Humans will never lack crystal cores, and there's no issue buying Huagua's food. But for them, the food supply has always been controlled by other worlds, which makes people uneasy. If relations suddenly worsen, or if the trade channel encounters problems, the zombie world could face a food shortage. To cooperate, Suli needs to help get a permit to bring mutant plants from the zombie world to Blue Star. Although mutant plants and animals are not very intelligent, they have developed self-awareness and cannot be traded like goods, which goes against the rules of the trading system. Thinking about this, Suli remembered the system's mention of cross-universe creatures. If some mutant plants that produce seeds in the zombie world are cultivated by Huagua scientists to produce the next generation, then their offspring would also be cross-universe plants. Fortunately, plants are easier to control than animals. Even if they mutate, Huagua has special abilities users who can still manage them. Thinking about this, Suli wanted to ask the system how many system coins it would take to buy a pass for the mutated plants. She thought it should be cheaper, since if they were to send the plants to China for research, 1 or 2 plants wouldn't be enough. There would definitely be many, and the mutated plants in China wouldn't be few. Also, mutated plants are not as smart as humans and not as agile as mutated animals, so it makes sense for the price to be lower. Unfortunately, the system was currently upgrading, so she couldn't bargain. She wondered how the other side convinced the somewhat intelligent mutated plants to come and be test subjects. Imagining the Flower King, Suli felt that Shirlanhui would soon have to serve a group of ancestors. Thinking of this, Suli asked Shirlanhui, "Did the zombie world mention what our reward is for helping to stabilize the mutated plants?" After all, on Blue Star, they not only need to help bring the researchers and mutated plants over, but also assist in their research. They can't do all the work for free. Hearing Suli's question, Shirlanhui smiled and said, "The other side's idea is that for each gene stabilized in a mutated plant, they will give us a high-level crystal core. The number of cores depends on how difficult the research is. Seeds or seedlings of the stabilized mutated plants can be widely planted in our country. Later, both sides can share the seeds equally. Oh, by the way, Xiao Su, they also said that for helping to bring the researchers and mutated plants to China, they will give you a separate reward which you can decide." After understanding the zombie world's intentions, Suli had some guesses about the situation there. She asked Shirlanhui, "Since they are planning cross-dimensional cooperation, is their situation stable now? When they traveled here before, the zombie world was divided into 4 major oases: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, each controlling their own territory. The female lead, Yu Xianglin, was growing rapidly. Now that they have proposed such a cooperation, it must require the agreement of the major rulers. Otherwise, if Yu Xianglin's oasis manages to develop stable gene-modified crops and brings them back to the zombie world, it would be very easy for other oases to the benefits. The female lead wouldn't do such a foolish thing." This question is something Shirlanhui really knows about. As the main leader of the research institute, when Yu Zhigao brought back news, the old lady immediately asked him all the details. She explained to Suli, "Xiaoyu said that not long after he arrived, Yu Xianglin turned the oasis, which was built around our Chinese blind box shop, into a powerful force that can rival the 4 main bases. Last year, Yu Xianglin somehow hit it off with Di Xian. They started dating and merged the blind box shop oasis with the Qinglong oasis. It's said that when they first merged, the other 3 bases caused trouble together, but Di Xian and Yu Xianglin managed to calm things down. Yu Xianglin is actually in a relationship and with Di Xian, who seems very clever." Suli couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. She thought that when she visits the zombie world again, she should have some fun teasing her. However, she understands why the other 3 oases are unhappy. The blind box shop base controls the shop, which was opened by China, but Yu Xianglin has a strong geographical advantage. Meanwhile, Di Xian manages the Qinglong oasis, which has top-notch scientific research. The zombie virus vaccine Suli brought back from that world was developed there. These 2 powerful bases merged. If they wanted, they could take over any other oasis and unite the world. The remaining 3 oases must be feeling anxious. If Su Li were the leader of an oasis, she would also want to become a king. But for now, it seems that Yu Xianglin and Di Xian are very capable. The situation over there has stabilized, which led to the proposal to cooperate with China on researching mutated plants. Given all this, Su Li thinks it's not a bad thing for China. The environment on Blue Star is unpredictable now, with extreme and unusual weather. Although the Research Institute is working hard to develop crops that can adapt to different climates, such as cold-resistant, drought-resistant, acid-tolerant, and salt-tolerant crops, and they still keep normal crops from before the disaster in Su Li's space, in such conditions, they need to prepare for all possibilities. The more diverse the genetic sequences of organisms, the better their chances of surviving various disasters. Su Li told Shirlan Hui, "All right, I'll go to the zombie world tomorrow to bring back the researchers and mutated plants that need to be sent over." Hearing her say that, Shirlan Hui hurriedly said, "Are we leaving tomorrow? I should prepare some things on my side. Can you help bring a few items over? Has the 10-person team not returned for a long time? Otherwise, why would she need to carry things?" Shirlan Hui laughed openly and explained to Su Li, "Xiao Yu and the others just came back half a month ago. At that time, the plants of the pregnant fruit giant algae were still in the seedling stage. Moving them could affect their future growth and isn't suitable for sale. Now, the giant algae seedlings have stabilized and can be sold. It's perfect for Su Li to take them over. After all, the zombie world has a huge demand for pregnant fruit giant algae, and they are often out of stock." Su Li was curious. Has the population in the zombie world become so short of people? Shirlan Hui said, "I heard that the people there are now having a very hard time reproducing. I don't know if it's because the apocalypse damaged their bodies or if it's due to the rules affecting them. In short, the pregnant fruit, which no one cares about in China, is a hot item in the zombie world. So much so that you can't buy it even if you pay." It's said that there are scalpers in the zombie world who buy pregnant fruit from blind box shops and resell it at high prices in areas farther from the shops, making a big profit. Sometimes, a single fruit can earn tens of thousands of high-level crystal cores in profit. Su Li frowned. This couldn't be allowed. Although she was also a middleman from another world, the blind box shop always did honest business with fair prices. They couldn't let scalpers ruin the reputation of the shop. Seeing Su Li's worried face, Shirlan Hui comforted her. "Don't worry, I heard that Yu Xianglin is already working on solving this problem." Su Li felt relieved. Yu Xianglin is the heroine of the zombie world. She's lucky and capable. Since she's involved, things should go smoothly. However, she was a bit confused. Is the sales of pregnant fruit in our country really so poor? Shirlan Hui sighed. Nowadays, young people don't even want to date, let alone get married and have children. This was already the case before the apocalypse. Now that the world has ended, everyone's fear of marriage and childbirth has only worsened. Who would want their children to be born and grow up in such an environment? Constant disasters, zombies running rampant everywhere outside China, and humanity facing an uncertain future. Shirlan Hui told Su Li that pregnant fruit is also available in a store in Beijing that sells products from other worlds, but very few people buy it. According to the person in charge of them all, only a few wealthy-looking ladies have made purchases. After hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but feel that the environment is the problem. The current environment makes people feel unsafe. It seems she still needs to work hard to bring back more advanced technology and resources to China sooner. Only when people live in a world full of hope and feel safe will they be willing to fall in love, get married, and have children. After saying goodbye to Shirlan Hui and Professor Liu, it was almost dark outside, and the cold air was stronger. Su Li always felt like she had forgotten something. She thought carefully but couldn't remember, so she shook her head and pushed away the feeling. She wrapped her fur coat tightly around herself and hurried back to her space. When Su Li returned to the small building and saw the black kitten watching TV on the sofa, she finally remembered what she had forgotten. She forgot to pick up Cat Xian from school. This was definitely her mistake, she admits, but since it was her first time being a parent, she was naturally a bit awkward. Feeling embarrassed, Su Li scratched her head, then suddenly lunged forward, aiming to hug the kitten on the sofa and take a big sniff to show her apology. However, the transformed Cat Xian was very quick. She jumped away from Su Li's reach, turned around, sat down with her back to Su Li and looked angry, as if saying, "You can't cheer me up." Su Li cleared her throat and suddenly asked in a different tone, "How did the little kitten get home?" Cat Xian ignored her and continued to be angry. At this moment, Su Mu, who had come downstairs upon hearing her daughter was home, answered Su Li's question. "Xian did wait for you to pick her up. She didn't remember the way back to the base, so she called the principal to contact Officer Yang, who sent someone to pick her up." Su Li understood that Cat Xian didn't remember the way. She knew that Xian was a beast man with little experience living in the city, and the base was far from the school. If she could remember the route after just one trip with Qinling, that would be strange. Moreover, Cat Xian had been on Blue Star for a long time, but still didn't have her own phone. It seemed it was time to buy her one. These were her own oversights.
Sulia palagas politely. Iamsari, little kitten.
I forgot to pick you up from school. Can you forgive me? Cat Xian is a very easygoing kitten. When she heard Su Li apologize, she turned to face Su Li. I forgive you. Just remember to pick me up tomorrow. Su Li hesitated. Tomorrow might not work either. Cat Xian snorted, calling Su Li unreliable. But she's not a unreasonable kitten. She asked, "Do you have plans tomorrow?" Su Mom also looked at Su Li. Su Li nodded. "I need to go to the zombie world tomorrow." She explained carefully to Cat Xian and Su Mom about the zombie world wanting to cooperate with Huagua to study mutated plants. Thinking it wasn't good to keep canceling on Cat Xian, she suggested, "Why don't you come with me to the zombie world? You haven't been there before. It's quite a strange place." Before she could answer, Su Mom chuckled. She was a bit speechless. Good thing you don't have kids now. If you keep asking for leave whenever you have plans, how will they learn? It's not like I have a choice. Originally, Chun-Ling was supposed to pick me up, but she ran off to the beast world to train after getting the martial arts secret. I thought I could drive to pick her up myself, but after visiting the research institute, I realized I had other responsibilities. Everything just happened to be coincidental. Su Mom hugged the little black kitten. All right. It's not a big deal. I'll take care of Cat Xian's school runs." She pinched the kitten's pink paw pads. Who wouldn't love a kitten that can turn into a little girl? Currently, they're mainly growing cold-resistant crops, mostly cared for by wood elemental abilities. Water elemental abilities aren't very useful here. She goes to work every day just to avoid wasting her abilities at home. Su Li was happy that her mom was willing to help, but she still wanted to respect Cat Xian's opinion. She patted the kitten's head and asked, "Do you want to go with me to the zombie world or stay in Huagua to go to school?" If Cat Xian wanted to go, she would ask for leave and buy her a pass to the zombie world. The blue-eyed kitten looked at her with curiosity, seeming to wonder why Su Li asked such a question. "Of course I want to go to school. I've only been there for one day." Furthermore, Su Li had told her before that the zombie world is a dangerous place with many strange creatures. She wondered why she would go to such a world when she was doing well with her studies.
All right, Su Li understood.
In the crossing team, Chun-Ling went to the beast world, but Mao Xian didn't want to go. Su Li then called Shin Siyuan. "Senior sister Siyuan, I plan to visit the zombie world tomorrow. Do you want to come along?" She briefly explained to Shin Siyuan what she intended to do in the zombie world. On the other end of the phone, Shin Siyuan replied, "I won't go. I already told the Research Institute that starting tomorrow, I will work on experiments there." After discussing with her family, Shin Siyuan decided not to give up her career. She felt she needed to develop her special abilities. Since she had a perfect memory and a very smart mind, maybe she could contribute to the country's scientific research. So, she decided to join the Research Institute. In the future, while on Blue Star, she would work with scientists in the institute to gain experience. This way, when crossing to other worlds, she could better judge which things would be useful for Blue Star and China. Listening to Shin Siyuan's plans, Su Li supported her. She also told Shin Siyuan about Chun-Ling going to the beast world to learn martial arts and asked if she wanted to learn too. Shin Siyuan thought for a moment. "I'll just borrow some martial arts manuals from the library in the space. When I get tired of experiments, I can study them. It'll be like taking a break." Su Li, "Siyuan, you suddenly working so hard makes me feel guilty about relaxing. Forget it, after returning from the zombie world, she would start practicing martial arts too. This time, she would bring copies of those martial arts manuals to see if she could sell them. That world doesn't have everyone with special abilities, so people without powers might be interested. Besides, people with abilities can also learn martial arts. If they combine their powers with martial arts, they might create even stronger fighting styles. Just as Suli was about to hang up, she suddenly heard a chirping sound from Shun Siu inside. Shun Siuan translated for Suli. The Flower King says it wants to go to the zombie world with you. You see, is it convenient for you to bring it? If not, I can take it to the Research Institute instead. The Research Institute allows employees to bring their children to work. Many researcher couples work there, and they even set up a special classroom to take care of the kids. Shin Siyun originally planned to bring Meng Meng to work, and now it's the same whether she brings 1 or 2 children.
Suli said, no problem.
It's a good chance to take King Flower home and have a look. Suli knew that the flower just wanted to go out and play. When she was in the ancient world, that flower owned dozens of acres of land and was very happy. She was reluctant to leave when she returned. All right, what time will you leave tomorrow? I'll send King Flower over early. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the portal to the zombie world opened. Suli's wrist was wrapped with a red and white bracelet made from King Flower. Shun Siyuan warned her, if King Flower doesn't listen, you can find Yu Xianglin. She definitely has a way to control it. Yu Xianglin's special ability is communicating with mutated plants and animals. She has many of these creatures in her space, so she has plenty of ways to deal with them. Suli smiled and agreed. Chirp, chirp. Her wrist made a sound as King Flower protested angrily, sounding quite rude. Unfortunately, Shin Siyuan ignored it, and Suli couldn't understand what it was saying anyway. After saying goodbye to Shin Siyuan, Suli stepped through the portal. When she opened her eyes again, she was on the 5th floor of the zombie world's blind box shop. More than 2 years ago, the 5th floor had few visitors, but now it was quite busy. The portal was in a quiet corner, so no one saw Suli suddenly appear. She acted like a normal customer, wandering around the shop and listening to the conversations of other customers. Which oasis are you from? Xuanwu Oasis. And you? I'm a bit closer. I'm from Qinglong Oasis. Oh, Qinglong Oasis. I heard your leader and the leader of the Blind Box Oasis are together. Does that mean you can get discounts at the Blind Box shop? Brother, what are you talking about? The Blind Box shop doesn't belong to the Blind Box Oasis. The leader of Fish Oasis and the shop are just cooperating. Oh, I see. Do the Blind Box Oasis and your Azure Dragon Oasis have priority when buying from the Blind Box store? If so, could you help me buy a pregnancy fruit? I'll pay you 10,000 high-level crystal cores as a broker fee. Pregnancy fruits are very hard to get. They're so popular that they often sell out quickly. If you want a heavenly fruit, I can help you buy one. The person from the Black Tortoise Oasis rolled his eyes. Although heavenly fruits are popular, they're not impossible to find. I must be crazy to spend money to ask someone for help, he sighed again. Now that the apocalypse has stabilized a bit, our Oasis leader announced that having a child rewards 100,000 high-level crystal cores. Only 100,000? That's a bit stingy. In our Azure Dragon Oasis, besides the crystal core reward, the Oasis covers all expenses for raising the child from birth. I've heard about that too. When the news was first announced, many people migrated to your Oasis. Our Oasis leader was almost so angry, he almost lost his temper. What's the use of good conditions if no one can have children? The aging population in all the oases is getting worse. If this continues, humanity might go extinct. Are you planning to have children? My wife wants to, but we didn't get a pregnancy fruit in the last free lottery. Sigh, we can only find a way to buy one ourselves. Listening to their conversation, Suli wondered, has the population in the zombie world become so scarce? Every oasis is willing to offer quite generous benefits to encourage childbirth, even providing free lotteries for high-priced pregnancy fruits bought from Huagua. It seems many people have died in this world during the apocalypse. After hearing their talk, Suli went to find the 10-person team responsible for trading with Huagua and the zombie world. Yu Zhigao was checking the latest popular products on the smart terminal on the 1st floor of the Blind Box store. When he saw Su Li, he was a bit surprised, as if he didn't expect Su Li to suddenly appear here. Since the last time he returned to Huagua, Su Li and the others hadn't come back yet. Su Li didn't waste time and directly explained his purpose. You said you wanted to cooperate with us here, right? I'm here to pick them up. Yu Zhigao responded quickly. I'll take you to find Yu Xianglin and Di Xian right now. Su Li stopped him. No rush. Director Shi asked me to bring some pregnancy fruit giant algae. I need to unload the cargo first. These pregnant fruit giant algae were delivered to the small space building this morning when Su Li was having breakfast, thanks to Shi Lanhui. Su Li didn't take them out herself. Since she is not on a mission now, she can freely use her space. With just a thought, the giant algae in the small building can appear in her hand. When she heard that the pregnant fruit giant algae had arrived, Yu Zhigao happily said, Finally, the pregnant fruit is in stock. Several oases are waiting for it. He then made a call and summoned a team of 10 space ability users. Seeing his action, Su Li was curious. Has communication been restored in this dimension now? The last time they came here, the magnetic field was still chaotic, and the system would sometimes lose connection. Yu Zhigao nodded. It's been stable for half a year. The research team in Qinglong Oasis broke through magnetic interference technology half a year ago, and now it is gradually being used in other oases. Once the magnetic field stabilized, communication became much easier. After transferring the pregnant fruit giant algae, Su Li said, Let's go. We need to find Yu Xianglin. She didn't plan to stay here long. After finishing what she needed to do, she wanted to return to Blue Star as soon as possible. As she left the blind box shop, Su Li felt the difference in the current second middle school. Perhaps because the King of Flowers was taken away, the strange, foul-smelling, mixed aroma that once filled the entire campus had completely disappeared. The mysterious oil smell that couldn't be traced was also gone. Maybe Yu Xianglin used purifying moss here, making the air in the whole campus very fresh. The once dilapidated playground had also been renovated. When she visited last time, the empty playground was deserted, but now it was filled with tents. Yu Zhigao explained to Su Li, These tents are set up by people from other distant oases. To save some crystal cores and buy more things from the blind box shop, they didn't stay in nearby hotels, but set up tents on the school grounds. This situation had already appeared when Su Li and her group left the zombie dimension. Since arriving in this dimension, the Flower King on Su Li's wrist kept chirping non-stop. Now, after leaving the blind box shop, it was so loud that even Yu Zhigao next to Su Li could hear it. Although Su Li couldn't understand the language of the mutated plants, she guessed what it was trying to do. So she took the flower from her wrist and warned, Place safely in the campus. Don't bully other mutated plants and animals, and definitely don't bother humans. Come back to the blind box shop before dark tonight. As soon as the flower landed, it transformed into a giant flower with countless thin legs and a huge flower head that didn't match its legs. At this moment, it kept nodding its large flower head to show it understood. After Su Li said, Okay, go play, it moved on its many tiny legs and ran into the small woods at school. Yu Zhigao watched closely. He had seen many mutated plants and animals in this world. Mutated animals were okay. Some were very smart, almost as clever as humans. But many mutated plants were silly, not as smart as border collies on Blue Star. The Flower King was the smartest mutated plant he had ever seen. After letting the Flower King play, Su Li and Yu Zhigao headed toward the oasis built by Yu Xianglin. The oasis built by Yu Xianglin was just a few steps from the second middle school. She had her abilities users demolish the original buildings and then redesigned and built a large, impressive oasis. Seeing the huge castle-like structure in front of her, Su Li sighed, truly worthy of a heroine. She built such a large oasis in just 2 years. Remember, the original 4 major oases had a head start at the beginning of the apocalypse, which is why they stood strong for years afterward. Yu Xianglin, alone, with her charm attracting followers, managed to create a force rivaling the 4 main bases. She was really a great heroine. Although the blind box shop also contributed, Su Li believed that even without it, Yu Xianglin could have reached this point, just a bit later. The system was not here now. Otherwise, Suli would have to gossip with it about whether Xian was the male lead from the zombie world, or just a supporting character. Sai, on the day system was absent, she couldn't remember which day. She missed it. After the guards at the Oasis gate reported in, Yu Xianglin personally came to greet Suli, seeing that only she was alone, and that Xian's figure was not in sight. Suli teased, "Hey, why didn't you bring your partner to meet me? I was your boss once, after all." In response to Suli's teasing, Yu Xianglin didn't feel embarrassed. She smiled openly and said, "There's nothing to see. You've already met him before." Curious, Suli asked, "How did you two get together? I mean, how did you start liking each other?" Yu Xianglin and the crossing team from Huagua had explored the campus together and run a mystery box shop. Because of that, their conversations were more casual. When Suli asked this, she didn't feel offended. Instead, she shared casually, as if chatting with an old friend, "You know that Xian is quite the sly fox, right?" Suli nodded. She knew very well. Xian and his simple-minded, overly energetic brother, Jin, didn't seem like they were born from the same mother. Maybe all the cleverness that belonged to Jin had transferred to Xian. Yu Xianglin continued, "He said he fell in love with me at first sight. Of course, Xian only told her this after they started dating. He first saw Yu Xianglin at the mystery box shop and was immediately captivated by her commanding presence. After that, he quietly approached her. As the leader of the Green Oasis, he had good ideas on how to manage it and gave Yu Xianglin many helpful suggestions for building the oasis. Later, they grew closer, and Xian felt the time was right to confess. His confession was successful. Suli clicked her tongue, saying, as expected from a clever fox, "He's got quite the way with romance." After chatting casually, Suli and Yu Xianglin moved on to the main topic. Yu Xianglin said, "Come on, I'll show you the mutated plants plan to be sent to your world." Regarding the researchers preparing to cross over, as soon as Yu Xianglin learned Suli was coming, she sent people to notify them. They were to gather quickly at the research institute. These researchers had been chosen long before Yu Xianglin decided to cooperate with Huagua. She kept them ready so that once Suli arrived, they could depart immediately. Walking along, Suli asked, "How many researchers are going over?" Yu Xianglin answered, "About 20. Suli raised her voice, surprised. "So many." She thought only a few people would be sent. Fish Xianglin smiled and said, "Don't be so surprised. There are quite a few types of mutated plants that need to be sent over, and each must have at least one person in charge. Mutated plants are different from normal plants. They don't talk and have no awareness. Fish Xianglin can communicate with mutated animals and plants. She knows how different these plants are. Although they are not as smart as animals, most can't run or jump and rely on soil to survive. Still, each one has its own habits and temperaments. The person in charge spends a lot of time with them and understands their personalities and preferences better. With them around, other researchers don't have to guess blindly." After hearing this, Suli understood the situation. However, this time the entire research institute might have to make big moves. Hopefully, the scientists from the two worlds can get along peacefully. Suli followed Fish Xianglin to the research institute, where the mutated plants are kept. At this moment, about 20 researchers, each with their own mutated plant, had gathered. Everyone was carrying a suitcase, so Suli guessed there were no elemental ability users among them. Fish Xianglin briefly explained to Suli. Since she decided which mutated plants to send from Blue Star, she knows a lot about these plants. This is a super rice that has mutated. Suli looked at the tall rice plants that looked like trees and opened her mouth in surprise. Wow, with such tall rice trees, not only can they provide shade, but they could also be used as swings. This rice plant has almost lost its original appearance. Its stalks are completely like the trunk of a tree. The rice ears hang down like willow branches, heavy with grains. Seeing Suli's shocked expression, Fish Xianglin said, "Isn't it amazing? But there's only one such rice tree. They searched almost the entire world but couldn't find any other rice that mutated in the same way. Other rice varieties have changed in taste, some have become toxic, and some have even turned into rice shooters that shoot rice grains out. Only this one has mutated into a super rice with 100 times higher yield and better taste. Besides the super rice, other mutated crops also amazed Suli. This is fluorescent corn, a type of glowing corn. Of course, glowing is the least useful mutation for fluorescent corn. The most impressive part of this fluorescent corn is the nutritional content of the cob. This corn can produce 2 different colors of fruit. The yellow glowing corn is rich in carbohydrates and sugars. The juice extracted from it can be drunk directly, and it tastes very sweet and delicious. The white glowing corn is high in protein and fat, and it has a meaty flavor when eaten. This is a ground potato. The roots of this potato plant have mutated, forming a large web. As long as the main root isn't damaged, you can harvest potatoes from the nodes of the web repeatedly, just like cutting chives. This is diesel soybean. Its composition is changed, making it inedible. The oil extracted from it is no longer soybean oil but diesel fuel. Suli looked at the huge soybean pods in front of her, as thick as ham, and fell into silence. After seeing these mutated plants, Suli calculated that bringing so many people back to Huagua would cost her a lot. The system itself is not in the service area now, so she can't bargain and can only spend system coins, calculated at 10,000 coins per intelligent creature. This time, the pass costs over 400,000 system coins. Fortunately, she now has some money, so 400,000 isn't a big problem for her. Thinking about this, Yu Xianglin asked her, "We agreed that you would take people through the portal, and our world would cover the cost of the pass. What do you want in return?" Suli had thought about this before. "Do you still have that thing you gave me last time when we left?" Xianglin was momentarily stunned. Yes, she still had it, but she asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Isn't one enough?" Suli smiled and said, "I don't need it right now, but I think the more of those I have, the better. What if I need it someday?" "All right, I still have 3 here. I'll give all of them to you." Suli asked, "Won't you keep one for yourself?" Xianglin replied, "I hope I never have to use it in my life. The only place I want to go is the world where your blind box shop is." "When will you take me to see it?" Suli smiled and said, "No problem. I can take you there today. Just an extra 10,000 system coins, which is far less valuable than what Xianglin has given her." Xianglin shook her head and said, "Not now. The situation here has just stabilized, so I can't leave for the moment. If she leaves the oasis now and goes to Blue Star, the other 3 oasis groups might take the chance to cause trouble." She said this, but Suli didn't insist. He simply replied, "When you decide to come over, let someone pass a message to me, and I'll get you a pass." Although he said that, Suli already arranged her pass. After returning to Blue Star, he gave the pass to Officer Yang for safekeeping. When Xianglin wants to come, he can send someone to deliver it. Suli did this because he was worried that if Xianglin decided to come someday while he was busy on other worlds, he might not be able to meet her. If she encounters worlds like the ancient one where she hasn't returned in 2 years, it could be a long wait. After they finished talking, Xianglin bought a protective shield from Suli using a crystal core, saying she planned to use it in her oasis. Suli bought her a type of blind box shop item, then planned to take people back to Blue Star. When they go back now, only a day will have passed on Blue Star. The zombie world and Blue Star are perfectly synchronized in time. Since this is another novel world, Suli sometimes even suspects that the creator of this story might be a Blue Star native. After saying goodbye, the research team Xianglin brought along each carried a flower pot with their research projects and followed Suli to the 5th floor of the blind box shop. Big Flower King, who had spent the whole day wandering around campus, obediently returned to the shop as well. Xianglin had some matters to attend to, so she didn't see Suli off this time. Now on the 5th floor of the shop, besides Suli, the zombie world researcher, and the mutated plants, only Yuzhigao was there. Suli asked the researchers to wait a moment and took Yuzhigao aside. There was nothing urgent. She just suddenly remembered that when she first handed over the pregnancy fruit, she forgot she still had a copy of the martial arts secret manual. The pregnancy giant algae was taken directly from her space, but the martial arts manual was stored in her system space. She hadn't reacted at the time. Suli asked him, "When will you go back next time?" Yuzhigao calculated and said, "In about half a month." Suli showed him a copy of the martial arts manual and told him, We went to an ancient world this time and brought back quite a few martial arts manuals. You can sell these items in the blind box store. The prices are already set, and customers can check them on the self-service trading machine. Although the system is being upgraded, basic functions like pricing still work normally. Yu Zhigao looked at the suddenly appeared pile of books in front of him, his eyes shining with excitement. Are these really martial arts secret manuals? The kind that can make you fly, once learned?
소리 나듯.
Each of these manuals has several copies. You and the other soldiers can choose some you like to practice first. She also reminded him, some techniques conflict with each other and can't be practiced at the same time. Usually, this is marked at the beginning of the manual. Just pay attention to that. Yu Zhigao kept nodding eagerly. He didn't see off Su Li or ask anyone for help. Instead, he carefully carried these martial arts manuals up to the 5th floor, placing them on a prominent shelf. Throughout the whole process, he kept a silly smile on his face, lost in his own thoughts. Seeing his silly look, Su Li shook her head and led the researchers into the dimensional portal. Li Xiong is a plant specialist scientist from the zombie dimension, mainly working on super rice research. More than half a year ago, he received a notice that he needed to take his rice to another world, trying to stabilize its genes so it could be grown on a large scale even if the dimension was lost. Since then, he and the other researchers haven't been able to leave the Oasis Research Institute. Although their freedom was limited, Li Xiong understood it was for secrecy. If the other 3 Oasis groups found out, they would want to share too. More than half a year passed after he received this task, with no updates. Li Xiong thought the project might be abandoned, but today he was suddenly told they could set out. Now, standing in the space-time portal connecting the 2 worlds, he watched the lines of space and time flicker quickly and slowly around him. Li Xiong felt heavy and unsteady, as if he was dreaming. It didn't seem real. Is this really crossing over? Is it that simple? After the apocalypse, will our world still need to establish relations with aliens? Holding the mutated super rice close to his chest, Li Xiong felt a little safer. After all, this rice tree is taller than an adult man who has awakened a special power. When they came out from the other end of the space-time tunnel, Li Xiong felt like he had arrived in a paradise. This place looks like a secluded fairyland. Although there are modern things like trucks and cement roads, the distant mountain ranges and the crops full of fruit on the plains make Li Xiong think that this alien world is quite nice, better than the apocalyptic world before the zombie invasion. However, when Su Li took them to the space door, gave each of them a down jacket, and led them out of the space, Li Xiong felt disappointed. What kind of strange place is this? Why is it so cold? So, is this really the place they came to? And where's that warm, spring-like place just now? Li Xiong hugged the rice tree tightly in his arms and kept pace with the main group. After returning to Blue Star, Su Li first took the zombies and plants from the zombie world to the Research Institute, where Sherlon rearranged everything. Then she returned to the small space house. Before returning to the small house, Su Li called Jiangbo. They arranged to meet in the space. Since returning to Blue Star, many things have happened, and she hasn't had a good talk with Jiangbo yet. When she saw Jiangbo, Su Li first asked with concern, "Is your power still not progressing?" Jiangbo shook his head helplessly, looking very calm and relaxed. "No rush. I've done all the tests I needed. The power is definitely there. Maybe the timing just isn't right yet." Su Li felt like the emperor's wife waiting anxiously while the officials were calm. Unfortunately, she was that official. Last time she returned, she met Jiangbo in the space because of the big red fruit. Later, during their chat, she learned that Jiangbo had awakened his power after eating the power fruit she gave him, but it seemed like he hadn't fully awakened. It sounds a bit contradictory, but the situation is quite complicated. After eating the power fruit Su Li gave him, Jiangbo showed no immediate reaction. At first, he thought he hadn't awakened his power. But later, he noticed his energy had improved, his strength increased, and all signs pointed to him having some kind of power. This made Jiangbo start to doubt himself. Later, because the country's special fruit became more common and more people awakened their special abilities, the Research Institute invented a machine to check the status of these abilities. When Jiangbo learned about this, he submitted a report to his direct supervisor, Lei Dinghua, to get tested. The test results surprised everyone. Jiangbo actually had a special ability. But the strange thing was, since eating the special fruit, Jiangbo had not shown any signs of his ability. It was as if his ability had been completely silent, almost dead. Jiangbo's mood changed from happiness and hope to anxiety and confusion. Now, he had become very relaxed and indifferent. Su Li asked the system about it, but the system didn't know what was happening. Although they couldn't solve the problem, Su Li kept thinking about it and planned to ask again when she returned. However, there was still no progress. Seeing Su Li frown, Jiangbo comforted her. Don't think too much. I'm now the main manager of the space. I hardly leave the space, so I don't really need my ability. Whether I have it or not doesn't matter. His calm attitude made Su Li hesitant to say more. They talked for a while longer. When they said goodbye, Su Li handed Jiangbo a small, grown flower king. You're now in charge of managing the space. Find a good place for this flower to play for a few days. Originally, she planned to give the flower king to Shin Si-Yuan when she went to the research institute. But when she arrived, she found Shin Si-Yuan was too busy to see her. Sure, Lan Hui liked the flower king and said she could keep it at her place. However, Su Li was worried about the flower king's mischievous personality. She feared that if Director Sure wasn't careful, the flower might eat some of her ongoing research. Thinking it over, she decided her large space was perfect. There was plenty of room for the flower to play, and since the flower could also grow plants, putting it in her space was ideal. Jiangbo took the flower king and asked, "What is this?" Su Li explained, "It's a mutated giant flower from the zombie world. It can grow plants, but it's quite mischievous. Its owner has been busy lately, so could you please take care of it?" Jiangbo agreed, and Su Li finally felt at ease and returned to her small building. At this time, Dad Su had already finished work, and Mom Su had picked up Mao Xian from school. As soon as Su Li entered the house, she noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Dad and Mom Su looked like they were trying hard not to laugh. Mao Xian had transformed back into a small black cat, lying on the sofa with all four limbs spread out and belly up. Its bright blue eyes were hollow, and its whole body seemed to emit a faint sense of lifelessness. Even the blue symbol on its forehead looked dull. Su Li was confused. "What's going on?" Mom Su couldn't hold back her laughter and chuckled softly, then quickly covered her mouth. Dad Su also had a smile on his face, with the corners of his mouth lifted so high they almost couldn't be contained. Su Li watched the scene with confusion, finally focusing her gaze on Mao Xian. Mom Su pulled Su Li into her room and explained what had happened. It turned out that Mao Xian's unlucky trait had flared up again. Strictly speaking, today was Mao Xian's first day officially going to school. The little cat woke up early in the morning. After breakfast, she happily carried her pink backpack. High school textbooks were heavy, but that didn't matter to Mao Xian. She was still excited to go to school. Mom Su drove her to school. And then, Mao Xian's unlucky day began. On the way to school, during the hour-long drive, the car broke down twice. Luckily, a passing driver helped fix it so they could start again. So, Mao Xian's first day at school was marked by a grand tardiness. Fortunately, Mom Su called the teacher when fixing the car, so there was no punishment for being late. But being late was just a small appetizer for her unlucky day. When they arrived at school, Mao Xian was hit on the head by a flying basketball. Usually, no one played basketball during class time, but today, a few PE teachers who had no classes were playing for fun. At lunchtime, Mao Xian ordered a dish called Kung Pao chicken, which Mom Su had cooked before and she liked very much. Seeing it in the school cafeteria, she didn't hesitate to order it. However, when the server was serving the food, her hand trembled and she accidentally spilled all the chicken pieces from the Kung Pao chicken. As a result, Mao Xian ate a version without any chicken pieces. During the long afternoon break, the students were all curious about the new classmate. Everyone gathered around Mao Xian, asking questions. Mao Xian is pretty and cute, with a fair face and bright blue cat-like eyes that are round and shiny. The boys in puberty couldn't hide their excitement and kept moving closer to the little cat. Someone accidentally stepped on Mao Xian's paw, leaving a big dirty footprint on her white tights covered by black Mary Jane shoes. After hearing this, Suma started laughing so hard she rolled on the bed. Now she wondered whether she had forgotten to pick Mao Xian up yesterday because she was careless or because she was having bad luck. Then she heard the annoyed meowing. Mao Xian didn't know when she had entered the room, but because it was dark, she was not very noticeable. Neither Suma nor Suli noticed that the main character of the gossip was right there. Mao Xian was angrily meowing. Laugh all you want, but she was used to her bad luck, though she still felt annoyed. Although Suli found it funny, she held Mao Xian for a while to comfort her. After calming Mao Xian, Suli gathered the family in the living room. I have something to discuss with everyone, she said. Well, the next period won't be very busy, and I might need to go to the Beast World continent often. Mao Xian asked curiously, You're going there too? Didn't Qinling just go? Suli nodded. Yes, I plan to go and practice martial arts, but unlike Qinling, she didn't plan to stay there long. Her idea was to travel back and forth between the two worlds often, since a month in the Beast World is only a day in Huagua. She would stay there for half a month, and only half a day would pass here. Suma asked, Why do you suddenly want to practice martial arts? Suli replied, There isn't much for me to do this time. Sister Si Yuan and Qinling are both working hard to improve themselves. As the leader of the crossing team, I can't fall behind. Qinling mainly went to the Beast World to practice martial arts, while Shin Siyuan entered the research institute to develop her scientific skills. Now she had brought back research materials on zombie worlds and mutated crops, so there wasn't much left for her to do. Currently, the system is being upgraded, and the next portal for crossing into another world has not yet opened. She cannot even rush to complete her crossing mission. After thinking carefully, she realized that the best way to use this time was to practice martial arts on the Beast World continent. Sue's parents always supported their daughter's decisions. Mysterious Cat said, Then go ahead. Anyway, Sue's mom is taking me to school. For the little kitten, as long as she can go to school, it doesn't matter whether Sue Li is there or not. Moreover, Beast World is her hometown. If she wants to see Sue Li, she can go after school. After sharing her plans with her family, Sue Li started choosing the martial arts techniques she wanted to learn. Time was limited, so she decided to start with light skills. After all, the saying goes, the best plan is to escape when you can't win. When you can't fight, running away quickly and hiding is not shameful. Suli looked through the system list and finally chose a high-level light skill called Step on Clouds, Leave No Trace, then downloaded the digital version. Yes, a digital version. All the martial arts manuals sold in other worlds are physical books, meant to look old and precious, giving a high-class appearance. In China, the digital version is available, emphasizing convenience. Anyone can learn at any time. In the following days, Sue Li traveled back and forth between the two worlds. On Beast World, besides Chun Ling, who was also practicing martial arts, Sue Li didn't tell anyone else she was there. After reading Step on Clouds, Leave No Trace, Sue Li realized that to learn light skills, she first needed to develop internal energy. Internal energy is like a flow of qi, which must be sent along the meridians to the legs, supporting the entire body. This allows a person to resist gravity and run or move in the air for a long time. So, Sue Li found a technique to cultivate internal energy. She didn't know how difficult it would be until she started practicing. Sue Li discovered she was actually a complete martial arts novice. Just sensing that legendary qi took her a whole year. By the time she felt the internal energy flowing along her meridians as described in the manual, Chun-Ling was already able to jump between the tall trees of Beast World, moving swiftly through the forest. Although Chun-Ling arrived a few months earlier, the gap between them was enormous. Could it be that Chun-Ling is actually a martial arts genius, and that people like her are the normal ones? I'm not sure, so I need to see more. After sensing the energy, Sue Li didn't immediately start practicing, treading cloud without traces. Instead, she returned to China to adjust her mood. When Sue Li came back, her mother said that Lei Dinghua asked her to find him. Lei Dinghua, Upon learning that Su Li and Qinling were both practicing martial arts using the time difference between the Beast World and Blue Star, asked if Su Li could bring some people to the Beast World to quickly learn martial skills. As for the system coins spent on bringing people, the country could exchange them for high-level crystal cores. Su Li agreed without much thought. However, she was a bit confused. Is our country in such a hurry to promote martial arts? In her view, the country was still quite stable now, and promoting martial arts among everyone could be done slowly. According to the original plan, the military academy teachers and students would learn first, then martial arts schools would be established. These teachers and students from the military academies would form the teaching staff of the martial arts schools. Martial arts would become a required subject for everyone. Interested people could study for several more years, while those less interested could learn the basics. Hearing Su Li's doubt, Lei Dinghua looked serious. Recently, the situation at the border isn't very good. There are too many zombies from other countries, and the trend is increasing. Currently, China can barely hold the line, but what will happen in the future is uncertain. If zombies break through the defenses in any direction, the people living along the border will suffer. So, promoting martial arts among everyone must be sped up. Su Li asked again, haven't we already sold zombie virus vaccines to other countries? Why aren't our neighbors buying them? Lei Dinghua sighed. Our neighbors are having a tough time. Russia hasn't contacted us yet. There are reports from the northeast border that the zombie situation there is especially serious. India refuses to buy our zombie virus vaccines, claiming that the water from their mother river can purify all filth. South Korea insists that kimchi belongs to their country and says that the vaccines we made were stolen from their research. They demand an apology. Those small Southeast Asian countries, Su Li rarely showed the expression of an old man looking at his phone on the subway. Honestly, having such strange neighbors is really a blessing for China. Finally, Lei Dinghua and Su Li discussed and bought passes for 30 more people. All these 30 were teachers from the military school with good fighting skills, and they had all served in the army. After they finished training and returned, Huabo would immediately start building a martial arts academy and promote martial arts among everyone. After these 30 people went to the Beast World, Su Li discovered that Qinling did have some talent for martial arts, while she herself was really not good. Although these people learned faster than Qinling, even the slowest among them was much quicker than Su Li. Su Li even started to wonder if her luck was too good. Having a system and space meant she was just average in other areas. But it didn't matter. She would work hard. Following the instructions in the martial arts manual, Su Li first tied sandbags to her legs and ran back and forth. After practicing like this for several months, she began to send her internal energy from her dantian along her meridians to her legs. Feeling her legs grow warm and her whole body seem to float, Su Li steadied herself and slowly took steps in the air, less than a meter high. That day, as Su Li was about to challenge a higher altitude, she suddenly heard a deep, magnetic male voice echo in her mind. Ding ding ding, your system is getting fatter again. Surprised? Shocked? Su Li was startled by the sudden voice and almost fell from the air. This voice. Yi. She really wanted to shake her ears like Cat Xian, hoping that could shake this strange voice out of her mind.
Huh?
Why aren't you talking? Woman, are you so happy or silly? After a long silence, the system asked again.
Ugh.
So annoying. This voice, this tone, whose oil barrel was kicked over. Couldn't it at least help out a little? She knew she shouldn't have started reading the bossy CEO novels with this system or discussed the plots. She should have forbidden it from reading those stories from the beginning. But now it was too late. She could only ask the system. System, why does your voice sound different after the upgrade? Can you switch back to the old mechanical voice? I think that one sounds better. Politely but firmly, Su Li gave herself a little praise. But the system isn't as complicated as Su Li. Its magnetic voice carried a hint of disdain. You really have no taste, woman. What's so nice about that stiff mechanical sound? Listen carefully. Doesn't my current voice sound commanding? Does it give you a sense of security? Su Li clenched her teeth and tightened her fists. She told herself to hold back. It's just a system, still young and naive. No need to argue with it. So she said, "If I think about it carefully, it's not bad. But maybe this voice makes you seem a bit old."
How old are you anyway?
"You're a newly born little system." The system was indeed moved by her words. In its commanding tone, there was a hint of hesitation. "You have a point. How about I try a clear, youthful voice?" Suli shook her head. "No, that sounds too old. I think a child's voice suits your age better. What do you think? Would that make me seem a bit unreliable?" "Oh, why would you think that? Is your reliability shown through your voice?" "Of course not. Think about it. How much have you helped me? How much have you helped our country? The people of our country don't know, but the leaders and I are well aware. Doesn't that show you're dependable?" Suli's tone grew more confident, as if she was acting. The system listened and thought she might be right. Plus, if it switched to a child's voice, others would hear it and see how capable it is. Comparing the two, they definitely think it's a young version of a commanding leader. Thinking this way, it silently changed to a new voice. "Host, listen now, do you think it's better?" Suli wiped an imaginary sweat from her forehead, feeling that each upgrade made the system a little harder to fool. "Oh no. Is it starting to get smarter?" "Host, what are you mumbling about?" The child's voice sounded again, and Suli quickly changed the subject, feeling guilty. "Oh, nothing. I just think this child's voice is very nice. By the way, why did your upgrade take so long this time?" She originally thought the system's upgrade would only take a few days, but she had been on the Beast World continent for nearly 2 years, and the system still hadn't finished upgrading. She didn't mention it before, but now she was annoyed just thinking about it. "Do you have the nerve to complain? I originally set the upgrade to Blue Star time, which should have completed in no more than 7 days. However, this host keeps wandering every day, sometimes going to the Beast World, sometimes returning to Blue Star. Frequent cross-dimensional travel causes the system to constantly adjust its signal frequency. Just when it adapts to the Beast World, the host switches back to Blue Star. This has extended the update time by several times." Suli didn't expect that this was also her fault, but she said, "Who told you to secretly update without telling me? If you had just told me the precautions earlier, I wouldn't be so upset." In a childish, slightly aggrieved tone, she added, "Wasn't I just trying to give you a surprise?" Suli replied, "Are you surprised yourself?" "It's more like a shock." The two began a playful back and forth, teasing each other. After dozens of rounds of banter, Suli suddenly asked seriously, "Master, what's the difference between this update and the previous one? It can't just be a voice-changing feature, right? There should be some real change or improvement." Hearing this, the proud system became excited. "Haha, this update is amazing. You'll be surprised when I tell you." Suli challenged. "Come on, Master, scare me to death. Don't hold back." The system thought Suli's words sounded a bit strange, but it couldn't quite put its finger on why. "Oh well, never mind. Do you know that the world also has levels?" Suli was stunned. "Levels? Is that a new concept you just learned from this update?" The system's childish voice proudly replied, "Yes. I never thought before that the level of the dimension I can open a trade channel to is actually related to whether I upgrade or not." With the system's explanation, Suli gradually understood. All worlds in the universe are ranked by levels. Before the update, the system could only open channels to worlds below level 2. After this update, it can now open channels to worlds between levels 2 and 5. According to the system, there are a total of 7 levels for worlds. The level is determined by multiple factors, including the state of the planet, the intelligence and vitality of all life on it, the highest intelligence level of its intelligent beings, the power they wield, and the potential for future development. The higher the world's level, the more energy the system needs to open a portal to it. Before the upgrade, it didn't even know how the worlds were divided. It only knew that the passages connected to worlds of lower levels. Then, what level is Blue Star? Suli asked out of curiosity. At this point, the system's brother, Tongzi, became proud again. Before encountering the system, your Blue Star was a level 1 world, and it was trending downward toward level 0.7. But you're lucky to have met this system. Now, Blue Star is at level 1.5, and it's heading toward level 2. What Tongzi didn't mention was that if the next dimension completes its tasks and brings back some technology or resources from worlds above level 2, Blue Star could possibly jump past level 2. Although Tongzi sounded very boastful, Suli didn't argue this time. Because the system was right, without it, this planet might really have to start over, just like the extinction of the dinosaurs 66 million years ago. Then, what about the worlds we visited before? What levels are they? The system explained one by one. The Beast world is at level 1.2 now, up from 1.0. The Zombie world was originally level 1. Now it's at 1.2. The Ancient world was originally 0.7, and it's also increasing. Suli was confused. The Beast world is actually that high. How is that possible? It didn't seem reasonable. In her mind, the Beast continent was very primitive, maybe even without written language. She thought it should be lower than the Ancient world in level. How could it be higher than Blue Star? In response to Suli's question, the system answered confidently. What's impossible about that? You should know that the Beast world is considered your beginner protection period. It's purely a gift. Since it's a benefit world, isn't it normal for its level to be higher? Hearing this, Suli shared her doubts. After listening, the system told her, you can't just look at the level of technological development. Your human technology is impressive, right? But if all the dinosaurs from the dinosaur era suddenly traveled to Blue Star, unaffected by the current environment, and their combat power remained normal, are you sure you could defeat them? Or would you become their food? Remember, dinosaurs didn't develop technology or any civilization. But does developing advanced technology mean humans can definitely defeat them? Actually, it's hard to say for sure. The system then explains, although the Beast world has no technology and isn't very developed, things like the supernatural fruit, heavenly fruit, and strong red fruit are some of the ways to measure its level. Not just the beast men with supernatural abilities, even those without powers are much stronger and healthier than you humans on Blue Star. If nothing unexpected happens, they also tend to live very long. If it weren't for the supernatural fruits brought back from the Beast world, humans on Blue Star would never have powers. Without the heavenly fruit, people in Huagua would never experience instant recovery or feel completely healthy again, and there are no downsides to it. Also, gold is very rare. Gold on all planets is non-renewable. Do you know why it was used as a hard currency during wars? Suli really knows this. The amount of gold on Blue Star is fixed, mostly deep underground, making it hard to mine. So, when she learned about volcanoes that could spew gold in the Beast world, she was very excited. Gold isn't just for jewelry. In many high-tech fields, gold is widely used because of its stability. The system continues. On Blue Star, gold is rare, but on the Beast world, it's plentiful because that planet is much larger and richer in resources. All these facts combined mean that the level of the Beast world is higher than that of Blue Star, which isn't surprising. There's another reason the system hasn't mentioned. The Beast world is truly blessed by the Beast God. The 4 major oases were mostly stable. Humans had awakened supernatural abilities, and mutated plants and animals were appearing. And there's the reborn heroine Yu Xianglin, who looks very promising. Logically, she shouldn't be at such a low level of only 1, right? System. Hey, don't think that this world looks very powerful. In fact, it's just a false appearance of prosperity. The zombie world is originally a fictional universe. In the ranking of worlds, such worlds are the most unstable. This kind of world is entirely created by the thoughts of the author and readers. If the author wants to make changes, the entire world, from its rules to its characters, could change completely. It is extremely fragile, almost to the point of breaking. If this world hadn't been derived from a popular novel, it probably wouldn't even qualify as a level 1 world. Another problem with this world is that if Suli doesn't go, the zombie world might face food shortages and population collapse, among other risks. So, it makes sense that its rating is only level 1. Suli didn't expect that the world rating system actually hides so many details. It considers more than just the surface. She wondered who put these settings into the system's programming. Who created the system that knows all this? Thinking of this, she actually asked her own question. As expected, the simple-minded system's voice sounded confused. I don't know either. I'm a new system. How could I know all this? You can't just assume I know everything because I'm a system, she said. Suli thought, okay, I was just asking. Finally, the system added, don't have too high expectations of me. I'm just a baby under 3 years old. Suli was too tired to argue with it. She brought the topic back to the main point. So, now that you've upgraded, does that mean we will travel to worlds of level 2 or higher next time? The system hesitated. Yes, I suppose so. The manual indeed said that after upgrading, it could open trading channels to worlds above level 2, but it didn't say it wouldn't open worlds below level 2. After all, it's a blind box system. Even opening world channels is like opening blind boxes. Although the system's answer was uncertain, Suli believed her luck should be good. She already started imagining, what kind of world would she visit next? After completing the task in the ancient world, she even managed to get a sell anything item. This means that next time, she could go to a higher level world, open a shop, and sell whatever she wants, without being limited to the blind box format. When the time comes, they will surely be able to showcase their talents using what they currently have, bringing more resources and technology to Huagua. Which world would be better? The cultivation world is quite good, with abundant spiritual energy and many rare treasures. The magic world is also okay, with strong magical elements, perfect for making potions and magical weapons. The interstellar world is also great, with advanced technology. Maybe they can get a starship. It would be even better if the starry world has no plants at all. The system rolled its eyes silently, thinking, she's picky again. Suli became more hopeful about this journey. She immediately headed back to Blue Star, planning to share the news she learned today from the system with the leaders. When Suli happily returned to Huagua, she called Xiaoyang, a police officer from Leidingua, to report an urgent matter. She asked when the leaders would be free, but found out that all the top officials, including the big leaders and Leidingua, were in a meeting. The meeting had already lasted most of the day. Suli was curious about what was so important that everyone was so focused on it, and why they hadn't reached a conclusion after so long. Yao police officer didn't hide anything from her. There's news from the northeastern border. The country of Mauzi, which had been out of contact, has reached out? Suli, it's been so long since they lost contact? And now they're contacting us? Yao replied on the phone, yes, they reached out first, and it was their initiative. Why are they looking for us? Do they finally know we've developed the zombie virus vaccine and want to buy some? It doesn't seem like that. I heard they're asking for help. Just when Suli thought she wouldn't see the leaders today and was considering whether to return to the beast world to continue training, she received a call from Yao, asking her to come to the meeting room. Suli immediately went over. In the meeting room, only the big leader and Lei Dingguo were present. Seeing Suli, the big leader signaled for her to sit down and speak. Suli thought they had something important to tell her about her report, but now it seemed they had their own matter to discuss with her. The big leader hesitated for a moment and then asked, I heard that Xiao Su has been practicing martial arts recently. How is that going? Suli smiled and said, It's okay. I don't have much talent in this area. Lei Dingguo laughed loudly and complained to the senior leader, this little comrade Su is just straightforward. He says what he thinks. Most people, when introducing their abilities to their boss, tend to exaggerate a little. But Suli, despite working hard at martial arts, simply said he was average. The senior leader also smiled and then shifted to the main topic. Our country has a task that needs your help, Suli. Would you be willing to do it? Suli didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked, What task? Where? Lei Dingguo took over and said, We need you to help move soldiers to the northeast, to the border area near the country of the Mauzi, a nickname for Russia. Suli looked confused. Move soldiers? Lei Dingwa nodded. Using your space teleportation. After the senior leader and Lei Dingwa finished explaining, Su Li realized that the situation in the Maozi country was very serious. If not handled well, the Chinese people on the border there would be in danger. When the apocalypse first began, the Maozi country, with its large land and sparse population, couldn't control the zombie virus early on. Plus, natural disasters destroyed many infrastructure facilities. Mo City, in particular, neglected local management. Some people took advantage of the chaos to organize large-scale riots. During these riots, terrorists destroyed many transportation and communication facilities, which is why Maozi lost contact with the outside world. The situation became chaotic. To deal with the riots, the country ignored the zombie threat. They thought zombies moved slowly, with stiff movements, and strong soldiers could handle them easily. Stabilizing the country was more important. By the time everyone realized, Maozi had more zombies than humans. These zombies started gathering in crowded places, destroying villages, towns, and eventually cities. Now, Maozi asked China for help because their capital, Mo City, was surrounded by zombies. People still inside Mo City are in desperate straits, including the country's leadership. They have used weapons to attack those zombies: guns, bombs, tanks, fighter jets, all equipment except nuclear weapons. Still, after one wave is destroyed, another comes. Moreover, these zombies seem to have evolved for some reason. Now, the zombies are quick and very strong. Although they are not as powerful as the supernatural fighters from China, they are already very difficult for ordinary people to handle. Some zombies can even react quickly and dodge attacks when hit. The soldiers guarding the border in China noticed these changes early on. But for Chinese people with special abilities like supernatural powers, these stronger zombies are still manageable. However, for the people of the other country, it's a different story. When the people in Mo City, surrounded by zombies, felt helpless, an old retired general suddenly remembered that Mo City had a secret tunnel to contact China in an emergency. This tunnel was built during the good times when China and that country were allies. Back then, that country was part of a large alliance, not a separate nation. Later, because of changing relations, the tunnel was sealed and became unknown to most people. The old general had helped build the tunnel and knew exactly where it was. So, that country used this secret tunnel to ask for help from the Chinese border troops. The border soldiers assessed the situation and realized that even if all their troops went out, they probably couldn't eliminate all the zombies around Mo City. They might even get caught in the process. Plus, the troops had to stay on the border to prevent zombies from crossing into China. Ding Guiqi continued to tell Su Li about Mo City. I heard there's a zombie king among those zombies? Zombie king?
Su Li repeated in disbelief.
How could there be a zombie king? On Blue Star, zombies don't have supernatural powers, and there are no mind control zombies. How could a zombie king control the others? This doesn't make sense. Su Li also remembered that in her previous life, by the time she died, the zombies had become stronger than when they first appeared, but there was no sign of a zombie king. At this moment, the system reminded her, "Host, since your rebirth, everything has changed." When Su Li's small butterfly fluttered its wings in China, the wind on Blue Star began to change. Since her rebirth, the situation on Blue Star has started to shift. It is no longer possible to judge the current circumstances based on her memories from the past life. She asked the two leaders, "What is different about the zombie king compared to other zombies?" Lei Dingwa looked serious and said, "According to the news from Mo City, the zombie king evolved by eating other zombies. Besides being fast and strong, his body is like bronze armor. Mo City sent troops to fight the zombie king, but bullets just bounced off him and couldn't cause real harm. Even more frightening, the zombie king seems to have some intelligence. He can command other zombies to form battle formations and set traps. This completely changes what everyone thought about zombies." After Su Li understood the situation, the senior leader said, "The situation is urgent. We want to place reinforcements in your space, then send you alone to the border. Once you arrive there, you can release all the reinforcements. This is Su Li's mission." Large-scale marching takes a lot of time, and with the current situation, The only way to quickly move Chinese reinforcements from several military regions to the border is by plane and train. But now, the air currents on Blue Star are very unstable, and all civilian flights are suspended. Military planes need to have elemental or air-type psychic protectors on board for. So, small-scale military transport is possible, but moving large numbers of troops by air is difficult. And train transport is too slow. The country plans to place the reinforcements in a space dimension, so Su Li can fly quickly to the border by plane. The reinforcements can enter the space through a portal at the base. Before entering the space, all these soldiers must sign a confidentiality agreement, promising not to reveal anything they see or experience afterward. Breaking the agreement will result in death. Of course, the country is not completely harsh. Signing the agreement is voluntary. Those unwilling to sign will be arranged to withdraw from the operation. When Su Li arrived at the border, she only needed to wear an invisibility cloak to ensure that no one would realize she was the owner of the space. Of course, this was a plan discussed during the meeting. Whether it would work depended on whether Su Li was willing to cooperate. After hearing this, Su Li thought it was a good idea. It would definitely save time. Her space was large enough. As long as she followed along, she could not only store reinforcements inside her space but also carry weapons and supplies needed for the battle. If the reinforcements she brought were not enough, the country could send more through the space portal in Jing City to the border. In other words, as long as she was at the border, her space was a quick link between Jing City and the border. Although her light skills were not perfect yet, her supernatural ability was fine. This mission was not very risky for her. She could also release invisible birds from her space at any time. If there was danger, these birds could help her escape quickly. After understanding all this, Su Li agreed. 2 leaders, I am willing to take on the task. When shall we leave? The senior leader nodded happily. Go back and tell your family. We will notify the military district to gather the troops at the base. Once the reinforcements arrive, we will leave immediately. Lei Dingwa comforted Su Li. Don't worry. I will go with you for this transport. He had awakened a metal-type supernatural ability and was very strong. He was the commander for this rescue. Hearing this, Su Li felt more at ease and started thinking about other details. After mentally rehearsing the mission, she suddenly had a question. Can't we just fly directly to the border in invisible birds? Flying by plane would require pilots and supernatural protectors, and it would be noisy. But if she and Lei Dingwa flew directly in invisible birds, it would be much more convenient and less noticeable. Lei Dingwa shook his head. When you went to the ancient world, the Research Institute tested it. Invisible birds are fast over short distances, but they lack endurance. They can't fly long distances like military planes. Invisible birds are burst-type flyers. If we compare their flying distance to a running race, they are only suitable for sprints. They can't sustain long-distance flights. Su Li had only seen the invisible bird fly short distances before, and now she realized they are not good at long flights. It seems she needs to be careful when using the invisible bird in the future, so they don't exhaust their energy. After discussing the transportation mission with the 2 leaders, she didn't forget her main reason for meeting them. She told them everything the system had told her, exactly as it was. Both leaders were very happy. The senior leader smiled and said, "Please thank the system for me. It is truly a great hero for our country." Lei Dingwa patted Su Li on the shoulder and said, "When this rescue mission is over, you all should cross to another world. I look forward to your next return." Hearing the praise, Tongzi, who was listening, proudly said in a childish voice, "Host, did you hear that? Our big leader praised me." "He hasn't praised you before, he," Su Li replied. Yes, my Tongzi is the best." The system boasted even more. "Can you ask your big leader if I could be awarded as one of the top 10 most touching people in Huagua?" Su Li was surprised. Why does the system care so much about these titles? Although she often couldn't understand her system's way of thinking, she still asked. The big leader laughed loudly. "Sure, no problem. When the awards are given, leave a spot for Tongzi." Lei Dingwa then asked, "How will the system go on stage to receive the award?" Su Li threw the question to the system. The system's childish voice sounded confident. "Of course, your host should go to receive it for me." Su Li refused. "I don't have that much face." She didn't even dare to imagine standing on the stage, with the big screen showing other touching stories, while her name was not called. That would be so embarrassing. It's not that the system or her contributions weren't enough. It's mainly because what they did for Huagua can't be made public yet. So, Su Li gave the system its first cold shoulder. Despite the system chattering non-stop, she didn't say a word. She said goodbye to the two leaders and went to tell her family she was going to the border. Su Li's parents naturally gave her many reminders. Su Li reassured her parents not to worry. Although she said she was going to the border, once she delivered the reinforcements, she could enter her own space and wait there. During this time, she only needed to regularly send supplies from her space to designated locations. When the rescue mission was completely finished and she was no longer needed, she could directly enter her space. At that point, she wouldn't need to take a special plane back to Beijing. She could return directly through the space door. Su Li thought that this space door was really amazing, almost like a cheat device. Without the space door, she would have to fly back again, which would be very stressful. As for the reinforcements she sent, the country planned for them to return by train, since there was no rush. However, Commander Lei Dinghua was different. He needed to fly back with the leaders of the other country on a special plane. After all, the Chinese people saved them, so they should repay the kindness. They would discuss what kind of reward to give at a meeting in Beijing, but the meeting would not be held at the base. Of course, all of this was just a plan. The actual plan depended on how the rescue operation turned out. The country moved quickly. The next morning, Su Li and Lei Dinghua boarded a plane heading to the border. Besides them, there were the pilot and a few other special ability users on the plane. Lei Dinghua said with emotion, "This is the first time I've experienced going to war without soldiers. It feels strange, because the soldiers were all in Su Li's space." Su Li was amused by his words. During the flight, the plane experienced several strong jolts because of unstable air currents. Each time, Su Li would mentally rehearse how to quickly send everyone on the plane into her space if something went wrong, and then call out her invisible bird to catch her. It turned out her worries were unnecessary. Every time, the turbulence was stabilized by her ability. After several hours of flying, they finally arrived at the border. Once the plane landed, Lei Dinghua first asked the others to rest at the border military station, then found a quiet, empty place. Su Li put on her invisibility cloak and released tens of thousands of reinforcements and weapons prepared for this war from her space. The released soldiers, even when suddenly moving from a warm, spring-like space to the cold outside, remained calm. They followed Lei Dinghua's orders, quickly formed lines, armed themselves, and headed toward the border. Lei Dinghua looked around and, even as a person with special abilities, he couldn't sense any aura from Su Li. This made him feel reassured, and he left. After the army left, Su Li let out a breath of relief. For safety, she didn't take off her invisibility cloak, but kept it on while she looked around. The buildings she saw were all in the style of the Mogu country, with a very exotic look. Since natural disasters are the same worldwide, the Northeast now looked no different from other cities in Huagua. It was cold, but not extremely so. Su Li circled around, making sure no one saw what just happened. Then she felt safe to enter the space. As for whether satellites captured the sudden appearance of the army, if Huagua's satellites did, it's no big deal. If other countries' satellites caught it, they probably wouldn't bother checking right now. Inside the space, Su Li first talked with Zhang Bo and asked her upgraded system to check his special ability. While Zhang Bo was unaware, the system did a full-body scan on him. Your friend's aura does show some unusual activity, but his ability seems to be triggered passively. Su Li was confused. What does passive trigger mean? The system explained, remember the elephant in the zombie world's heroine Yu Xianglin story? Its ability is triggered passively. You mean the elephant is cute? Su Li remembered that the elephant's ability was like a protective shield, similar to a golden bell. When attacked from outside, the shield would automatically pop out to protect the person inside. She looked at Zhang Bo, thinking about what his ability might be and how it could be triggered. Suddenly, the system, sensing Su Li's silence, thought she was trying to figure out how to activate Zhang Bo's ability. It panicked and squeaked loudly. "Host, you can't do that. Don't be impulsive." It was afraid Suli might accidentally electrocute her friend, so it hurriedly explained, "Passive abilities come in many forms, not just defense." Suli was speechless. "Do I look that foolish?" Then she asked, "Can you detect what kind of special ability he has?" "No, that has to be discovered by him himself." Suli shared this information with Jiangbo, saying she learned it from someone familiar with abilities from other worlds. Jiangbo remained calm. "No rush. Let's just wait and see when this ability chooses to appear." After they parted ways, Jiangbo went to check on the animals in the space farm. Suli originally planned to go back to the small building to rest, but thinking about the possibility of a battle outside, she couldn't relax. Although Lei Dingwa told her to send people out and then return to the space, she still felt uneasy. Since she couldn't calm her mind, she decided to go out and look. Suli took an invisible bird and left the space. She rode the invisible bird toward the border. To save the bird's energy, she didn't let it fly too fast, just kept it far behind the army. She didn't get too close, just enough to see what was happening. If the zombies from the Momo country were too difficult to handle, she would gather all the soldiers from Huagua into her space and leave the battlefield on the invisible bird. Although abandoning the rescue halfway was not very moral, she had to ensure her own people's safety first. Thinking this, Suli followed the army across the border into Momo country. Because the main troops' vehicles and the invisible bird were slow compared to each other, Suli sometimes stopped to feed the bird crystal cores or mint-flavored beads to rest. They moved and stopped for several days until they finally reached Mo City. Riding the invisible bird, Suli hovered far away from Mo City. It wasn't that she didn't want to get closer, but the army simply couldn't approach the city. From her distance, she could see the dense zombies in the distance. It looked like a rolling wave of black sesame seeds. This scene made Suli feel overwhelmed by her fear of crowded spaces. She wondered if the Chinese army could really defeat so many zombies. She moved a little closer, seeing Lei Dingwa leading at the front. From this distance, she couldn't hear what he was saying. Soon, the army started moving. This was the first time Suli saw a modern battlefield up close. On the battlefield, besides regular guns, there are bombs made from crystal cores and crystal core guns. The soldiers leading the charge are all with special abilities. Suddenly, various colored lights of different powers flash across the battlefield. Earth elemental users control the ground, burying a large group of zombies instantly. Fire elemental users attack with flames, and Suli even smells a burning scent. Besides these common abilities, there are some rare powers as well. Suli saw an ability user reach out and touch a zombie, which immediately exploded into pieces. The scene was very bloody, and the ability user's companions kept a safe distance from him. Those soldiers without abilities wear animal skins and carry weapons made from bones or crystal cores. They are not afraid of zombies at all. Everyone has been vaccinated, and with the protection of the animal skins, they won't catch the zombie virus. Suli understands why the country sends these non-ability soldiers to fight. Their skills are very strong, and they are probably top fighters in the military. The powers on the ground keep going, and the sky is busy too. Drones hover in the air, shooting crystal core bombs at the zombies inside the circle. Each bomb explodes among the zombies, causing energy waves that even distort the air. Suli feels excited. She tightly holds the feathers on the invisible bird and says excitedly to the system, "Boss, hurry. Record this quickly." If such scenes are shared online in China, netizens will probably be very excited again. After returning, she plans to ask Lei Dingwa if they can upload the footage. The boss system is also very excited. "Of course. I started recording already. Since the war began, the system has been recording everything. It originally just wanted to gather data, but didn't expect to see such exciting scenes." Suddenly, Suli sees an ability user being bitten on the arm by a zombie. The zombie pulls hard, tearing off a large piece of flesh, exposing the bone. Suli becomes anxious and wants the invisible bird to fly over. But then she sees that after being bitten, the soldier doesn't hesitate and quickly retreats from the battlefield. She runs toward the direction he went and discovers there is a simple medical tent. Inside the tent, some doctors in white coats are busy working, along with a few healing-type ability users. These superpowered individuals emitted gentle light, and where the light shone, wounds healed visibly and quickly. However, they could only stop the bleeding and make the skin grow back. Broken muscles and bones could not be restored. Su Li saw several injured soldiers missing limbs. Although their wounds no longer bled, their hands and feet were gone. The injured soldiers looked blank, as if they hadn't yet realized what had happened. The battlefield changed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a healthy person could lose part of their body. Compared to these injured soldiers, the soldier Su Li followed, who had a piece of flesh torn off, was considered only slightly hurt. Su Li felt upset watching this. She had thought that fighting zombies without superpowers, guns, or cannons would result in minor injuries like the previous soldier, maybe just a few bites of flesh, but the body would remain mostly intact. It was like how she died in her past life, due to too many wounds and blood loss. But now, seeing soldiers missing limbs, she realized she had been too naive. No matter who the enemy was, the cruelty of war would not change. Su Li clenched her fists, her eyes turning slightly red. She was determined to find a way to make lost limbs grow back. But now was not the time to think about that. Looking at the injured soldiers, her patriotic passion surged uncontrollably. She summoned her invisible bird, which appeared and swooped down on the battlefield. Lightning gathered in her hands, forming crackling streams of electricity that shot toward the zombie horde below. The zombies twitched from the electric shocks. Some fell to the ground. Others still stood stubbornly. Meanwhile, other superpowered fighters on the ground quickly added their attacks to ensure the zombies were killed. Everyone was fully focused on fighting the enemies in front of them, so no one noticed Su Li's sudden appearance. They only thought she was riding a strange bird flying over from somewhere on the battlefield. Although it was her first time seeing her, since her target was the zombies in front, Su Li coordinated very well with the ground fighters. Watching the zombies fall one by one, Su Li and her system complained, "These Russians really are the strongest on Blue Star. Even as zombies, they're so hard to kill." Seeing the zombie figures that looked like bears, the system agreed. Previously, she watched a video with Su Li about Chinese zombies turning into monsters. At that time, it was the early stage of the apocalypse, and the monsters' speed and reactions were not very strong. But aside from their fighting ability, the size of the monsters showed the difference between the two country zombies. The battle lasted for 3 days. During these days, Chinese soldiers kept changing shifts. When one group got tired, they would retreat to rest, and another group would take their place. Even Su Li took out food and heavenly fruits from her space several times to restore her energy. She also replaced her invisible bird with a new one several times. She even took advantage of the distraction of the people around Lei Dinghua to secretly put some heavenly fruits into his animal hide coat pocket while wearing her invisibility cloak. Lei Dinghua had already eaten the ones he brought himself. During these days, he hadn't eaten or slept much. If he hadn't awakened his special ability, injected body enhancers, and kept replenishing his energy with heavenly fruits, he probably wouldn't have lasted long. Lei Dinghua noticed something in his pocket and took it out. Seeing it was heavenly fruit, he guessed Su Li had done it. But he didn't have time to ask Su Li why she wasn't staying in her space. His eyes stayed fixed on the laptop screen, which showed real-time battlefield footage sent back by a surveillance drone. He needed to adjust his tactics based on the battlefield situation. Su Li looked at Lei Dinghua's computer screen and said to the system, "It looks like this war is almost over. The number of monsters is decreasing," but the system replied, "Did you forget? According to the reports, there is still a monster king here." Su Li suddenly remembered that, according to rumors, there was a monster king among the zombie horde outside Mo City. But after so many days of fighting, the monster king still hadn't appeared. She realized she had been awake for several days and was starting to forget important things. Luckily, the system reminded her. She felt that after the system's upgrade, it seemed much smarter. "System, did your upgrade include increasing your intelligence too?" Well, maybe if you couldn't speak, you wouldn't have to speak at all. Just as Suli was about to say something else, the system suddenly became serious. She immediately realized that the Monster King had arrived. She heard heavy footsteps approaching, and with each step, the ground seemed to shake. Suli looked toward the sound of footsteps and saw a small hill approaching. Yes, it was a small hill. The zombie in front of her was as large as King Kong from the movie King Kong, but it moved quickly, going from just hearing its footsteps to seeing its shadow. Its purple-blue skin was covered with bulging blood vessels, making it look very strong. It walked while grabbing zombies nearby, stuffing them into its mouth, chewing and swallowing them. Black blood flowed down its chin and neck. Suli felt a shiver run down her spine. Even the system couldn't help but comment, "This big guy is really disgusting. Let's go, we should go over there too." While talking to the system, Suli rode her invisibility bird and flew closer. By then, soldiers on the ground had started attacking. Their abilities hit the Zombie King, but it was like tickling it. It didn't even pause. The soldiers had to dodge its huge feet to avoid being crushed, making their attack difficult. Suli flew higher on her invisibility bird. If she had flown at her previous height, she would have been level with the big zombie. When she reached a place the Zombie King couldn't reach, Suli began using her abilities. But lightning strikes hit it, and there was no reaction. At that moment, a voice came from the battlefield. "All soldiers, retreat. Bring out the latest crystal core cannons." Suli also moved back with the others. She saw dozens of small crystal core cannons being pushed out and stopping a few thousand meters from the Zombie King. Other soldiers also retreated to a safe area. The artillery started firing their crystal core cannons. White energy balls shot out quickly, carrying destructive power toward the Zombie King. But for the Zombie King, it only caused minor injuries. Seeing this, Lei Dingwa continued to give orders. Use high-level crystal cores. Suli realized that the previous crystal core cannons used low or mid-level crystal cores. The earlier attack was just a test. Now, they were launching a real attack. She watched as the artillery loaded thousands of high-level crystal cores into one cannon, even pouring them in with buckets. No wonder they only used the crystal core cannon at the last moment. It wastes too many crystal cores. But the effect was indeed good. The high-level crystal core cannon's energy was much stronger than before, enough to create holes in the Zombie King. The Zombie King, with a hole in its body, still stood firmly, as if it felt no pain. Even so, Lei Dingwa and the soldiers from Hua country were still happy. Attacks were working. But before everyone could cheer, the Zombie King moved again. It casually grabbed a few nearby zombies and shoved them into its mouth. The zombies it chewed on were swallowed whole. Suli watched the scene and asked her system silently, "Why do I feel like the holes on it are getting smaller?" The system replied, "That's not your illusion. The wounds are indeed shrinking. This Zombie King could actually repair its wounds by eating other zombies." Lei Dingwa also noticed this. Increase the attack speed. Hurry. A series of high-level crystal core bombs were launched at the Zombie King. Having seen the power of the crystal core bombs, the Zombie King quickly dodged while grabbing nearby zombies to stuff into its mouth. It cleverly ran toward areas with more zombies, trying to get others to help absorb the firepower. But all efforts were in vain. Under the attack of the crystal core cannon, ordinary zombies instantly turned to ash. The holes on the Zombie King grew larger and more numerous. Although it could repair its wounds by eating zombies, the speed of healing was far slower than the rate of destruction from the bombs. When the battered, sieve-like Zombie King finally collapsed, Suli had lost count of how many high-level crystal cores had been poured into the cannon. As a greedy person, she felt very distressed, but she knew it was necessary. As if sensing Suli's pain, the system whistled. Big Daddy Nation is so generous. Suli ignored it and flew over to Lei Dingwa on her invisible bird. "Should we go into the city now?" she asked. The zombies around Mo City had already been cleared, and the few remaining ones had been scared away by the previous explosions. These ordinary zombies, though lacking intelligence, still had a sense of danger. Lei Dingwa was also very happy at this moment, but he didn't plan to send the army into Mo City right away. Instead, everyone was told to rest in place. Several days of fighting had exhausted everyone. Although they had taken turns resting before, the constant tension made it hard to truly relax. Now, the zombie horde surrounding Mo City had been cleared. Even if there were still zombies inside, there were fewer than outside. Regarding Su Li's question, he shook his head. Let's rest first. And even if we need to enter the city, you can't go in. Why? I can protect myself. You saw that just now. Su Li was confused. Clearly, her current strength was stronger than most of the soldiers present, and she could protect herself. Lai Dingwa explained. Mo City is different from outside. Outside, it's mostly zombies, but inside, there are more people. He was worried that Maozi country had experienced large-scale riots early in the apocalypse. Later, the government repeatedly suppressed those terrorists who caused the riots, even neglecting the zombie outbreak. But some terrorists might have escaped. If they found out that China was coming to help Mo City, they might take action to sabotage the rescue. Even worse, if they caused the Chinese rescue team to be wiped out and blamed it on Maozi country, it could lead to a war between China and Maozi. Although China now has advanced weapons and isn't afraid of them, those terrorists didn't know that. If they launched a surprise attack and hurt Su Li, who was a precious asset for China, what would happen? Lai Dingwa carefully explained these thoughts to Su Li. She finally understood that being a general meant thinking several steps ahead. She wouldn't refuse Lai Dingwa's good intentions, but she wondered if there was another way. I can ride the invisibility bird and stay hidden above our troops. That way, if there was any danger, she could save many people. Lai Dingwa already knew she was stubborn and had thought of a solution. Of course, you can. But I have something more important for you to do. Is there anything more important than this rescue? Su Li asked curiously. What is it? First, ride the invisibility bird and hide. Then, enter the space portal to return to China. After returning, she was told to go directly to the senior leader and inform him that preparations could begin for negotiations with the other country. She was advised to have their leadership team discuss what rewards they should ask for from the other country. Little Sue, you can also listen in on their meetings. It will be very helpful for you. Of course, once the space gate at the base was activated, the people from the other country would be in the capital city. This was like leaving the space through another door, making it impossible to appear at the previous entry point. Su Li naturally thought of this and knew that Lai Dingwa had found a reason to get her back to the base sooner. But she couldn't refuse this reason, so she had to agree. Su Li agreed, but the system still wanted to resist. Don't host. Isn't the main point of this mission for us to appear as a superpower in Mo City, making the people from the other country they're grateful to our nation? It hadn't seen this scene yet and didn't have a recording, so it didn't want to leave. Su Li was amused and annoyed. Did the system think she wanted to leave? It was just that she had no choice. Layhead had already said so much. She told the system, "Why don't you go talk to Layhead and ask if we can stay a little longer to see the ending?" The system replied, "Okay, I'll go talk." Hey, how can I say anything if you fly away? Layhead won't hear me from so far away. While no one was paying attention, Su Li quietly rode her invisible bird and took off, gradually distancing herself from the team. When the bird was high enough, she quickly slipped into the space. After passing through the space gate, Su Li contacted the secretary of the senior leader, saying she needed to report on the situation at Mo City. Once all the leaders had gathered, Su Li played a recorded battlefield video for everyone, which received enthusiastic applause from the meeting room. The senior leader was even more pleased and nodded in satisfaction. After watching the video, he said, "Since our fight against the zombies was so successful this time, let's discuss what rewards the other countries should pay us." On the 5th day after Su Li returned to the base, Lai Dingwa took a special plane back to the base. He was accompanied by the president of the other country, some senior officials, and diplomats. It was said that these people from the other country came for formal negotiations with our nation, and after the talks, our country would send someone to them back home. This is a negotiation, but really it's just about discussing how to pay China for their rescue effort. Without China's sudden help, it's hard to say if Mo City would have become a zombie city. Besides zombies, the hidden terrorists are also a big problem. According to Lai Dingwa, China's reinforcements encountered well-prepared terrorists shortly after entering Mo City. They definitely planned to cause trouble. Unfortunately, against the current Chinese soldiers, their tactics and weapons seemed like child's play. It is said that I was hiding in the dark, trying to take Lei Dingwu out with a shot to the head. But before the bullet arrived, Lei Dingwu sensed the danger and used his metal-based special ability to create a protective shield around himself. The Chinese soldiers, who had awakened their special abilities and taken body enhancement pills, had extremely sharp senses. One ordinary person suddenly turned into a small golden figure, which startled the hidden. Frightened, the S breath became chaotic, and he was quickly noticed by a soldier in the team who had awakened an air-based ability. Before the terrorist could react, the air user compressed the air around him, suffocating him at the position. Lei Dingwu's display of power not only shocked the terrorists, but also stunned the high officials of the Mogu nation, who were all wide-eyed and visibly shocked, showing rare signs of losing composure. Only the president of Mogu nation remained calm. Faced with such strange scenes, he just squinted slightly and said nothing. At this point, Lei Dingwu looked at Su Li. It was like saying, "Yes, I knew those terrorists would cause trouble. Sending you back to the base earlier was definitely the right choice."
Su Li smiled helplessly.
Sometimes Commander Lei could be quite childish. Meanwhile, the system in Su Li's mind was loudly shouting, "Ah,
Why?
why didn't I record such a cool scene? If she had recorded it, it would be great material to brag about with her brothers later." Yes, after upgrading, the system finally connected to the internal network of the trading system. Now it could chat and joke with other systems. Su Li rolled her eyes silently, but couldn't help feeling a little amused. Sometimes this system cares more about face than she does. The day after Lei Dingwu returned, after the leaders from Mozi country had rested enough, the official negotiations between the two countries began. Besides the high-level officials from Mozi country and Hua country, there were also Su Li and Shen Siyuan present. Of course, Shen Siyuan was there to provide simultaneous translation for the senior leaders, while Su Li was simply there to observe and see the scene. Although the people from Mozi country were a bit confused about a young girl who seemed to serve no real purpose appearing in the meeting room, no one said anything. After all, this was Hua country's home ground, and the initiative in this meeting was in Hua country's hands. If they wanted a 3-year-old girl to sit at the table, no one could really object. Tongzi was so excited he was practically screaming, "Host! Host! I have a feeling this meeting will go down in history." Su Li rubbed her buzzing head from the noise. "Please be quiet. You're disturbing my head." Thinking for a moment, she added, "Remember to turn on the recording function." Although the monitoring equipment in the meeting room was always on, Su Li wanted the system to record a copy for herself to keep. In the future, if she wanted to review it, she could just take it out and watch. When the meeting started, the people from Mozi country first expressed their gratitude to the leaders of Hua country, thanking them for their timely rescue. The president of Mozi country even stood up and bowed deeply to the senior leaders of Hua country. The senior leader just smiled and said, "We are neighbors. Helping each other is what we should do." Of course, the atmosphere wasn't always so friendly. The opening scene was probably the peak of the meeting's mood. As Hua country gradually presented its conditions, the atmosphere at the table grew tense. Initially, Hua country listed the resources they had used during the rescue effort, hoping Mozi country could compensate with some of their own resources. The list detailed the types and quantities of oil, natural gas, and some rare metals. At first, Mozi country was surprised by the amounts listed. Although Hua country requested many types of resources, the quantities were actually quite small. The compensation for the rescue effort was quite a loss for Hua country. But as neighbors, they understood Hua country's character. Although this group of people does not actively take advantage of other countries, they sometimes help very poor nations. However, they are not the type to suffer losses easily. So, the president of the neighboring country did not rush. Instead, he looked at China and asked, "Do you have any other requests?" The leader smiled lightly, looking calm and relaxed. "We want the land that your country once occupied in various ways throughout history." including the areas south of Lake Baikal and the southwest regions assigned to your country during the Qing government, the Kuril Islands and Vladivostok ceded in the 1860 Treaty of Beijing, the 64 villages in Jiangdong occupied by your country in 1900. They are now located within your country's borders. Hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but smile widely. When the leaders discussed what kind of compensation to ask for from the neighboring country, she was listening nearby. It was then that she realized how much territory China once had but has not regained. Many places, even today, are forgotten or unknown to most people as once belonging to China. For example, Lake Baikal, which was called the North Sea during the Han Dynasty, and where the story of Showa herding sheep took place. Lake Baikal is home to the only freshwater seal on the blue planet and countless freshwater resources. Historically, many northern Chinese ethnic groups fished and hunted there, and Chinese poets once lamented about this place. But now, many people assume it belongs to the neighboring country. A few days ago, after listening to the leaders' discussions, Su Li researched a lot and felt increasingly uncomfortable. However, thinking about the chance to recover these places and fulfill her ancestors' unfinished dreams made her heart surge with excitement. She guessed that the mood on the other side was probably not so happy. Indeed, after Shen Siyuan translated the leader's words, everyone in the neighboring country fell silent. The meeting room was filled with an eerie silence. Neither side spoke, China nor the neighboring country. Both seemed to be testing who could stay calm longer. Even the system that kept nagging in Su Li's mind seemed to be affected by the silence and fell quiet as well. The system went quiet, but Su Li started a conversation. "Leader, can you analyze whether the other side, the Russian country, will agree to our demands?" Although the top leaders were determined to succeed in this negotiation, Su Li was not very confident. In her and everyone else's minds in the meeting room, those territories had originally belonged to their country. They had been occupied by the Russian country for various reasons, and now China was offering to help them recover what was once theirs. It seemed fair and reasonable. However, those lands had been occupied for a long time, some for hundreds of years. The Russian country had long accepted them as their own. Now, China's request to reclaim these territories was no different from asking them to give up land and pay compensation. At this moment, the system also felt dizzy. Although it usually loved reading novels and surfing the internet, and knew a lot about Blue Star, it didn't really understand the complicated relationships between these countries. It couldn't guess what the Russian country's attitude was. So it replied, "You can't just think I know everything because I am the system." Su Li didn't expect it to say anything helpful. She just noticed her system was silent and decided to chat with it casually. A long silence followed. It might have only been about 10 minutes, but Su Li felt like an hour had passed. Finally, the Russian side spoke first. Their president frowned and said, "We are very grateful for China's help this time. If China wants our resources, no matter how much, we will agree. In the future, if China needs anything, we can come to help immediately. After all, the climate is abnormal now and natural disasters happen often. Supporting each other is much better than fighting alone. But your country asking for our territory is a bit sudden." Although the Russian president had seen China's military abilities, he didn't yet know that China had become even stronger in the end times, not weakened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words about mutual support. Faced with these conditions from the Russian side, the top leader smiled and said, "We actually don't need any resources from your country, only the Chinese territories that were historically occupied by you." He emphasized the phrase, "occupied by you," to remind everyone that those lands originally belonged to us. We are simply reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Shen Siyuan paid special attention to this point when translating, making sure to clearly convey the tone of the senior leader. China's initial goal was actually those lost territories. As for the resources previously mentioned, they were meant to be offered as concessions during negotiations. However, even though everyone knew that resources were more urgently needed now, the representatives from the other countries still preferred to give resources rather than land. Losing land could lead to lasting shame in the future. Faced with the senior leader's concession, the president of the other country changed his approach. But didn't our two countries already reach an agreement on those land issues? That agreement was that the other country would return some land, and the rest would belong to them later. China had already prepared a response to this kind of statement. After all, an agreement was made, and there was a formal treaty. At this moment, Lei Dingwa stepped in. His words were less gentle than the senior leaders. Yes, an agreement was made, but it was for peace back then. But look around now. It's the end of the world. The cities are sinking, zombies are everywhere. How can there be peace now? And the international situation changes so fast. When we signed the treaty, no one thought your country would need our China to help someday. I think we should renegotiate based on the current situation. Whoever has the ability to protect those lands should own them. And don't think I, Old Lei, speak harshly. Your country doesn't really need those lands now. Most of your people are gone, and the land is empty. It's better to give it to us, China, so you can save your precious resources. Don't underestimate those resources. In this end-of-the-world scenario, they're essential. Maybe someday, when you're strong enough, those lands will be yours again, he said this, but inside, Lei Dingwa was thinking, dream on. His words made Su Li almost laugh out loud. They almost directly said that your country currently has no strength, cannot defeat us, and relies on us to fight zombies. So, it's better to obediently cede land, just like we did in the past. This statement left the people of the other countries speechless. Well, the words may be rough, but the reasoning is sound. In the third year of the apocalypse, the survivors in their country are very few, less than 30% of what they had before. It's uncertain whether anyone still lives in the areas they demanded from us. If they give these lands to our country, they won't need to pay any more resources. Whether it's oil, natural gas, rare metals, rare earths, or food, these are all things they currently lack. But making this decision isn't easy. If, after the apocalypse ends, their country still exists, giving these lands to us would make them eternal villains in their history. But if they refuse, they had promised to help us when we asked for aid, and they would have to pay the price they agreed to. With our current strength, even defeating the zombie king, would refusing really help? Would they really send a large army to take those lands by force? Seeing the hesitation among the officials of their country, our side could tell they were wavering. So, the leader added more. Your country is short on food, right? We can lend you high-yield seed grains every year. You only need to return the same amount of seeds later until the disaster ends. We can include this in the treaty. Of course, this is also a way to tempt them into agreeing to give up the land, and it's a small benefit considering the population issues on Blue Star. The leaders are thinking more broadly. This apocalypse might last a long time, and the more people survive, the better. Otherwise, it could become like a zombie world, facing the threat of human extinction. Finally, under the temptation of these conditions, their country agreed. Their president sighed deeply. All right, I represent our country and agree to your demands. I will draft the document. Su Li and the system also breathed a sigh of relief. It's settled. Next to her, the meeting assistant took out the prepared documents. Representatives from both Huagua and Maozi countries signed their names and stamped the papers. For a moment, everyone present from Huagua couldn't help but feel tears in their eyes. They cheered excitedly. Ancestors, what you couldn't do, we have done.
Can you see it?
Su Li even asked the system, can I really travel back to Huagua over 100 years ago? If only I could tell our ancestors back then this news, how wonderful that would be. The system wiped its data tears and said in a muffled voice, no, host. The trading system cannot interact with any other time-space main worlds. Su Li sighed regretfully. The meeting was over. The treaty signed at this meeting, recorded by the system, later became known as the 2043 Zhong Mao Jing City Treaty. After the meeting, there was a meal. Su Li and Shen Siyuan did not go. She wanted to invite Shen Siyuan to eat and chat, since they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But Shen Siyuan said she was busy with an important experiment at the Research Institute and needed to stay and watch over it. So Su Li could only give her a supportive gesture and say, looking forward to the next time we travel, when your scientific skills can come in handy. Maybe because she was too excited, Su Li's mood stayed restless for a long time. She didn't even know what to do next, so she simply walked aimlessly toward the small space building. The system kept fireworks going in her mind, but she didn't notice. Usually, fireworks are a special celebration after completing a task in a different world. When she returned to the small space building, Suli wanted to share her good news with her parents. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a small black cat lying flat on the sofa, looking very dejected. Her mother was smiling nearby. Suli paused, feeling that this scene seemed familiar. She walked over and asked, "What's wrong with our big priest today?" The cat, Xian, lifted its head and looked at Suli with its bright blue eyes. That look, how to describe it? It was completely soulless, as if the cat had been emptied out. Suli guessed, did something unlucky happen again? The little kitten didn't react and just lay there straight, like a toy cat that couldn't move. Mom Sue smiled and shook her head.
This isn't a bad thing.
Just take a look for yourself. She then handed the test paper to Suli. Suli looked at it. It was a Chinese language test. She was confused. How could there be any problems with a Chinese test? For someone like Cat Xian, who has a past to travel between worlds, with an automatic translation feature, learning the language shouldn't be hard. Moreover, to understand Huagua and Blue Star better, the little kitten had already learned many words early on. Honestly, Cat Xian's Chinese vocabulary might even be bigger than Suli's, a native of Huagua. After all, the little kitten worked very hard to make learning easier. But when Suli opened the test paper, she understood everything. The first thing she saw was a classical Chinese reading comprehension question. When she opened the paper, rows of zeros caught her eye. Suli, getting a 0 on a Chinese test is quite impressive. Next, she looked at the other questions on the paper. All the reading comprehension questions were scored 0, and the essay, which was worth 60 points, she only scored 20. Finally, she checked the total score, 50 points. Suli couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, little kitten, you're amazing. Tell me, how did you manage such a terrible score? Facing Suli's teasing, Cat Xian didn't hold back either and gave her a playful paw punch. Suli grabbed her paw, rubbed it, then asked her mother, "Did the teacher talk to you?" Mom Sue gave her a knowing look. Xian only did poorly in Chinese. All the other subjects are first in the class. Li was curious. What about English? If her Chinese was so bad, could her English be any better? Remember, language skills are often connected. Mom Sue looked at her as if to say, "You should know this." The country said that since the end of the world is here, English won't be very useful in the future, so they canceled it. Suli nodded. That makes sense. In the future, if other countries want to build relations with Huagua, they should learn Huagua's language first. After all, their strength is obvious now, and it will only get stronger. Suli then told her mom and Cat Xian about what happened at today's meeting. Afterward, she reminded them, "Don't spread this around yet. Wait for the official notice from the country. After all, besides the people attending the meeting, the outside world doesn't know anything yet." Hearing such big news, even the little cat jumped up suddenly from the sofa. For a high school student, she is at the age where she knows a lot about astronomy and geography. Of course, reading comprehension in Chinese language isn't included. Cat Xian couldn't understand why a simple article could lead to so many questions. For example, what mood can be inferred from this environmental description? She has no idea what the author's mood is. Maybe the author just wanted to finish this part quickly to eat her mom's cooking, or maybe she was in a good mood and just writing freely. Back to the main topic, as a high school student, Cat Xian has some understanding of history and geography since she learned these in her first year. She understands what this agreement means for China. It can be said to be a major victory and a shock to the world. As a visitor from another world, the more she learns about China, the more she admires it. She wishes that someday, her cat tribe on the Beast continent could be as strong as this. Thinking this, Cat Xian took her test paper from Su Li's hand. No, she still needs to improve her Chinese language skills. Her Chinese grades are too poor. She won't get good scores in the college entrance exam. Without good scores, she can't get into a good university. Without a good university, she can't receive top-tier education from China. Without top-tier education, She can't bring these teachings back to her tribe, which would weaken the strength of her cat tribe. After giving herself a boost of confidence, the little cat felt she could do it again. She confidently headed to her room. Mom Su reminded her, "Xiao Xian, don't close the door. I'll make you some sweet soup later." Suli looked at Mom Su with disbelief. "Oh my goodness, do you know how old that little cat is, and she dares to call herself Mom? That would scare you to death if you heard." She wouldn't be upset just because Mom Su treats Cat Xian well and considers her like a daughter. Because she knows that no matter what, she is always the top in her parents' hearts. After lying at home for 2 days, the country finally issued a notice to all citizens, announcing the agreement signed with the country of the bears. When the news broke, the whole country was excited. Major news outlets quickly shared it, and everyone was talking about it. Suli also logged into her seldom-used social media account. All the trending topics there were about this event. The main hashtags were shocking global Huamao agreement, our land occupied by Mao's years ago, what did dad country do behind our back, and can we visit by colleague freely now? Suli shared these hashtags with a post, country dad v587. But her account was very small, so no one paid attention. After sharing, she looked at what the netizens were saying. "Family, I woke up to a big change. So, it's been 5 hours since the announcement. Can anyone tell me what happened?" To the person above, the answer is no one knows. "I've looked around, still don't understand. Who cares what happened? Anyway, it's good news. Let's celebrate." Celebrate? Last time we celebrated, we finished all our snacks. I was careless. So we won't need visas to visit those places anymore, right? Those are our own territories now. No need for visas. Did you see? These places aren't under local control but are managed directly by the central government, just like our provinces. Can someone tell me if I can go plant potatoes in Siberia? It's my lifelong dream. Does anyone else feel something's off? I think our country has been getting stronger recently. Shouldn't we have felt something was wrong since the emergence of the great power Zhuge? To the person planting potatoes, are you a farmer? Our research institute just received a batch of super cold-resistant rice seeds. They said the government asked various universities' labs to test them. Do you know anything about this? Wow, that's amazing. Sorry, everyone. The previous message was from my 100-year-old grandfather. His eyesight isn't good, so he couldn't see clearly while typing. Wow, a centenarian. Wishing Grandpa a long life. Thank you, everyone. My grandfather watched the founding ceremony and always said it's a regret he couldn't reclaim lost land. He's a true hero. When he heard the news, he was overwhelmed with tears and kept saying that his life had been worth it. Wow, you made me cry with what you said earlier. I'm so touched. I never thought that the wish our ancestors couldn't fulfill was completed by our country's leader during the end times. So, let's go back to the original question. I don't know what exactly has happened during this time. To the person from the northeast who lives just across the river from the enemy country, I can only say that there was a lot of activity there recently, probably a war started. Does this mean we are using force to regain lost land this time? But that shouldn't be the case. If we are using force, shouldn't we first take back Taiwan? Why bother with places that already have agreements with the enemy country? Here's a new question. When will it be Taiwan's turn? Seeing the conversation drifting further off topic, Suli commented, "Everyone, please stop guessing randomly. Maybe they'll tell us what happened soon." After commenting, Suli sent a message to Lei Dinghua, asking if she could share the videos of the zombie battle and the negotiations from the meeting online. Lei Dinghua, who should be free now, replied quickly. He only responded with 2 words, "Sure." During the meeting, Suli recorded videos and Lei Dinghua knew about it. But he didn't expect that even the scenes of the rescue mission at the enemy country were recorded by the system. So he sent another message to Suli, asking her to send him the battlefield footage as well. He planned to share it with soldiers on other border lines to help them learn practical skills for fighting zombies. After sending the videos to Lei, Suli uploaded both clips online. A user named Amazing My Country uploaded a video titled, "Shocking. Why is China fighting zombies to save MOA?" Another video titled, "On the Diplomatic Front, I Made the Enemy Country Surrender a Few Cities with Just a Few Words," was also uploaded by the same user. 5 minutes after uploading, the videos were shared, commented on, and liked over 100,000 times. Su Li's little-known Weibo account, Amazing My Country, gained 50,000 followers. An hour later, the videos had been shared, commented on, and liked over 300 million times, and Su Li's followers increased by 100 million. In short, Su Li became famous in a way she never expected. The comment section of the videos was lively and bustling. Each video has over 100 million comments, and some comments even have millions of replies. Who understands this? Before clicking in, it looks like a mess. After I click, wow. Is this the kind of big scene I should watch? Who gave the creator such a strange title? They should go back and learn how to name videos properly, using a title format like you see for such an important video record. Really? Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and save it. Who knows if the creator's videos are legitimate or if the government allows them to be posted? Am I the only one curious about who the creator really is? Two big scenes, and they are both there in person. Could they be a high-ranking official? As everyone knows, top leaders are busy every day and don't have time to post these videos. So, who exactly is the creator? Spill the beans. Who cares who they are? I hope the creator keeps going and brings us more inside information. Creator, you are my hero. Can the creator please tell us when the government plans to take back Taiwan? Don't just focus on the creator. Have you watched the videos? Not yet, I'm watching now. These two videos are so long. Everyone check out the one where they fight zombies. The zombie king is so disgusting, wow. Shouldn't it be more shocking that a zombie king actually appeared? Honestly, the government has protected us so well that we haven't had the chance to see zombies. Did you notice the young guy who was bitten by a zombie? It looked painful. I wonder how he's doing now. Am I the only one who noticed the psychic? When did our country start training psychics? Or have we always had them? This world is going crazy. Psychics are appearing. When will the cultivators come out? Now that the government suddenly announced we have dragons, I wouldn't find it strange. I'm overwhelmed by all these big news. Same question. What has the government been doing behind our backs? The upstairs person story about XP seems a bit strange. Did anyone watch the second video? The one about negotiations with the Russian country? Yes, I saw it. I was the first to watch that video. The top leader is so handsome. I'm your little fan. Commander Lei is also very handsome. I really like his quick talk, and he can fight too. The faces of the people from the Russian country look so dark they are almost black. After watching both videos, the class monitor came. The Russian country was attacked by zombies led by the Zombie King. They didn't know how to contact us, but then our country sent troops to rescue us. They quickly defeated all the zombies. So, the two countries held talks, and as a reward, Russia returned all the land they had previously occupied from us. What does "in one's lifetime" mean? This is truly the "in one's lifetime" series. I witnessed such a big event, I can brag about it to my descendants for a lifetime. Upstairs, don't worry. Maybe you'll see even bigger things in the future. If you can't brag about it your whole life, what will you do? Does the person upstairs know something? Hurry up and tell the truth. This excitement lasted for a month. Even White Eagle didn't know where the news came from and sent congratulations to China. Dad was complaining at the dinner table. I knew White Eagle probably had spies in our country. You guys didn't believe me. Look at such a big event. They are far across the ocean and they knew about it so early even when the internet was cut off. Isn't that because of spies? In the end, they went to great lengths to send us congratulations. It must have made them so jealous. Mom tapped his hand with chopsticks. Hurry up and eat. You just know a lot. Dad, like many ordinary men, liked to talk about politics whenever he had free time. Since he became a civil servant because of his plant-based special ability, he and his colleagues have been more eager to analyze international situations. According to Mom, what is there to analyze now? Isn't it obvious? China is the strongest. And besides, what does our daughter do? Others might not know. But do we not know? Mom interrupted Dad's speech and he muttered, "If there is a spy, we need to find him." Su Li watched her parents joking with each other and said to Mao Xian, "You should get ready. Our next trip through time can be scheduled now." After returning from the ancient world, Su Li finished her tasks and upgraded the system. Now it was time to start the next journey. Mao Xian blinked.
Was it really time to leave so soon?
She hadn't finished her studies yet. When will we leave? Mao Xian asked. Su Li pinched her little cat ears and said, once I get approval from the higher-ups and call Qinling back from the beast world, we can leave. Shen Siyuan was at the research institute and could be contacted anytime. Mao Xian nodded. When you decide on the time, just ask for leave. Also, when you go back to the beast world to pick up Qinling, take me along.
I want to visit my family there too.
She hadn't visited her little one since returning from the ancient world, and now she was leaving again. She wanted to see her children and share what she had recently learned with them.
Su Li agreed.
After applying for permission from the leaders, Su Li first went to the research institute to find Shen Siyuan. She told her to prepare and spend more time with Meng Meng. Once Qinling was brought back, everyone would set out again. Shen Siyuan handed her current work to a student and then left her laboratory with Su Li. Su Li was a bit surprised. Senior Siyuan, you've only been at the research institute for a short time, and you already have a student with you? That was impressive. Shen Siyuan smiled humbly. Director sure trusts me and is willing to let me do experiments with college students. It's an honor. Su Li asked what she was working on now. She thought Shen Siyuan was researching mutated plants from the zombie world, but Shen Siyuan said no. Shen Siyuan explained, I'm working on room temperature superconductivity. Su Li asked, what's that? I've heard of it, but I didn't pay much attention because I thought it was too complicated for me. Shen Siyuan smiled. You'll find out soon. We're testing a new metal alloy developed by Iron Stomach Sheep. We don't know the results yet. I've already designed the experiment plan, and maybe when we return next time, we'll see the results. Although she is about to travel to another world, her students will continue their lessons.
Su Li nodded.
Since she was at the research institute, she went to say goodbye to Shirlan Hui. Recently, Shirlan Hui has been very busy. There are many things to study about the mutated plants in the zombie world. After seeing Su Li, Shirlan Hui took her to the storage lab where the latest research results were kept. She told Su Li to take a little of each item. They might be useful. As for other things she needs to bring for the trip, the country will prepare them for Su Li. At the research institute, Su Li also met the team that returned from the ancient world. They planned to bring some high-yield seed varieties to sell to the emperor. I heard that Emperor Mo Hung specifically asked about this at the blind box shop. The team leader told Su Li that the children at the blind box shop in the ancient world are very good. They also get along well with the teachers sent from Huagua. Su Li asked the team leader to pass on a message to those children. The top 10 students, based on all their exams, will have the chance to come to Huagua for exchange and learning. This opportunity is not given by the country, but is Su Li's own idea. She plans to cover the costs for these children to travel to Blue Star and for their living and studying there. After returning from the research institute, Su Li took her cat Xian into the portal to the beast world. Xian returned to the cat tribe to teach and help the young cats. Su Li went to find Qinling, knowing where she was practicing her skills. When she found Qinling, Su Li told her about her plans for the next trip. Qinling was very enthusiastic. She had been practicing her skills in the beast world for several years. During this time, she was quite bored, and now she felt it was time to return to Blue Star. Are you not going to show me your current skills? Qinling smiled proudly. Little girl, just wait and see how I protect you in the next world. After saying that, she leapt into the air, lightly touching her toes to land on the top of a 30-meter-tall tree. Su Li almost had to tilt her head to watch her. Then Qinling tiptoed again, walking on air with grace like a swallow, looking like a martial arts master from a movie. But that's not all. After landing, she struck a palm attack, causing a thick ancient tree, as wide as 2 people, to fall with a loud crash. Su Li said, Okay, you're so cool. If you keep acting like this, the forest might not survive. Qinling withdrew her hand and said, How is that? Not bad, right? Su Li clapped and said, Super impressive. Ling Ling's martial arts are the best in the world. Qinling puffed up proudly and said, Of course. Otherwise, why would I hold the position of Special Forces King? Brain power? I really don't have much of that. Hearing this, Su Li couldn't help but laugh loudly. Qinling continued, Hey, don't laugh. I've always been glad I'm a soldier. Because as a soldier, I just need to follow orders. No need to be too smart. Otherwise, with her intelligence, surviving in society wouldn't be easy. But in the army, she doesn't need to be overly clever. As long as her strength is high enough and she follows orders, she does what she's told. For more complicated tasks, they usually work in teams, and there are smart people in the team. While others think, she charges ahead. The reason she can hold the title of top soldier isn't just because she's the strongest, capable of fighting 10 people alone, but also because she always leads the charge. Several times, when others thought the task was impossible, she risked her life to try. Suli shook her head and said, "Don't say that. You're not smart. You just haven't socialized much. Just talk more with people in the future." Hearing this, Chenling felt warm inside. No one had ever said that to her before. Even her previous superiors always told her to think more and not rely only on brute strength. Feeling happy, Chenling looked at Suli with bright eyes and asked, "Want to see how fast I can be if I combine my lightness skill with my speed ability?" Suli nodded before she could say a word. Seeing her nod, Chenling suddenly grabbed her and shot out quickly. Suli only felt the wind rushing past her ears, the scenery in front of her turning into colorful streaks as she sped past. Her body felt pressure from the incredible speed, and her heart pounded fast. She hadn't even had time to say anything when the system spoke first.
"Ah, so fast."
"I'm going to faint. I haven't fainted yet." "How could data inside my head faint?" "System. I just activated the sensory sharing. Why are you sharing everything all of a sudden?" After the system upgrade, it can now collect data by sharing senses automatically without needing Suli's permission. Usually, it only activates sharing when eating, so why is it doing this again? "I'm just testing how sharp my senses are now after the upgrade. I want to see how sensitive I can be in the beast world. The beast world environment is quite good, fresh air, vibrant colors, and little noise. Perfect for testing senses."
"Ah."
"Host, please make it stop. Can't you just turn off sharing?" "Oh, right. Suli, the world is peaceful now." After Chenling stops, Suli feels dizzy and unsteady. Chenling quickly supports her. "Are you okay?" Suli waves her hand. "Chenling, you're really a genius." System. Her speed just now is as fast as China's fastest high-speed train. If you hadn't awakened your special ability and used body enhancement, you wouldn't be able to handle that speed. Her ability and light skills are so well integrated. She's definitely a martial arts genius. Chenling scratches her head. "I don't think so. I know you're trying to comfort me, but calling me a genius is a bit of an exaggeration." She feels a little embarrassed. What? Did her tone just now sound like she was being praised? Forget it. Quickly, go find Cat Xian at the cat tribe. After she finishes explaining things there, they can return to Blue Star to continue their journey. Suli is very excited about this trip. She urges Chenling, "Let's go quickly. The system has upgraded, and I wonder what the next world will be like." Just as Chenling was about to lift Suli into the air at a normal speed, she suddenly remembered something. Wait a moment. Then Suli saw her carry the tree she had just chopped and disappear with a few quick steps. In less than 2 minutes, she was back beside Suli. "I just threw away some trash." Suli looked at the clean forest clearing, feeling both amused and helpless about Chenling's obsession with cleanliness. She had never seen anyone so obsessed with cleanliness, especially a Special Forces soldier. Normally, aren't soldiers supposed to be pretty casual? Later, the two went to the cat tribe to meet Cat Xian, then returned together to Suli's space. Suli returned to the small space house shortly before being notified by Officer Yang that her supplies for the upcoming journey were ready, and she should go collect them. She went to the warehouse and happily gathered a lot of items. Every time she adds things to her system space, Suli feels a sense of satisfaction. Although she knows these items will eventually be placed on shelves and sold in other worlds and do not belong to her, the moment she collects them, the thrill of stockpiling makes her very happy. She even wonders if she is a squirrel at heart. After preparing everything, Suli called everyone to inform them that they would depart the next morning. That night, after returning home, she spoke to the Black Panther, which she didn't know where it had come from. "Tomorrow is the crossing. Are you going with us this time?" Since the Black Panther returned, it had been acting strangely, not staying at home, and often running off, appearing busier than Suli herself. She only saw it occasionally during mealtimes. Every time the Black Panther suddenly appeared, it startled the system. What's wrong with your black dog? Why is it so unpredictable these days? Even the system often couldn't detect the Black Panther's presence. Suli replied, "Even you, the all-knowing system, don't know. How could I, a simple human, know?" Hearing Suli speak, the Black Panther wagged its tail happily, rubbed its head against her leg, then ran off again. She wasn't sure if it understood her. Suli sighed, thinking, if it comes back in the morning, she'll take it. If not, she won't bring it this time. This dimension is probably more dangerous than before, and she might not be able to protect her dog if something goes wrong. But she had forgotten that her dog was quite powerful too. Maybe this is what people call a mother's instinct, always thinking her child is adorable and fragile, needing protection. The next morning, at the newly opened dimensional gate, a swirling vortex spun like a storm. Suli, Chenling, Shen Siyuan, and Mao Xian arrived on time. The Black Panther appeared again unexpectedly, crouching at Suli's feet, its tail gently swaying, a faint golden glow flickering in its eyes. Only Suli's parents, the senior leader, and Lei Dingwa came to see her off, as they were busy. Suli said that she didn't really need them to see her off. Her small crossing team was already very experienced. Although a child traveling 1,000 miles worries his mother, especially since last time they were away for 2 years, this time Su Dad and Su Mom want to see their daughter more often. After Suli finished counting everyone, she still felt someone was missing, but everyone was present. So, the group entered the dimensional gate, with Suli at the front and Shin Siyuan at the back. Suddenly, a chirping sound came, turning into a red light that wrapped around Shin Siyuan's wrist. Hearing the familiar chirping, Suli remembered she had forgotten about the Flower King. Yesterday, when she went to the Beast World, she was thinking about finding the Flower King in her space after returning. Since handing it over to Jiangbo, she hadn't paid much attention to it. Jiangbo occasionally called to tell her that the Flower King had stolen a few chickens and chased some sheep. In short, without its owner nearby, the Flower King was very mischievous. Because of all these incidents, Suli forgot about it again. But forgetting was normal. Why didn't Shin Siyuan, the owner, remember it either? When they stepped out of the dimensional gate, as soon as they landed, the Flower King transformed into a large flower, reaching the height of a person, and started chirping to complain at Shin Siyuan. Shin Siyuan patted its large flower. "I didn't forget you. I thought you didn't want to come this time. How could I forget you?" She said this, but she really did forget this time. She had awakened her brain domain ability, but she was overwhelmed with many things every day. There was a lot of work in the laboratory, her daughter at home, and her 2 younger sisters, Su Li and Chin Ling. Sometimes she also had to focus on her translation work. It's not that she didn't value the Flower King. It was her contract plant, closely connected to her, so how could she not care? But compared to others, the Flower King had enough ability to protect itself, so she felt more at ease. However, she couldn't say that outright. She had to coax the flower. So she gently stroked the red flower head of the Flower King and softly said, "Stop throwing a tantrum. The most important thing now is to look at this new world." While Shin Siyuan was comforting the Flower King, Su Li and the others had already started observing their surroundings. This place looked very desolate, and every now and then, a strong wind carried red sand and howled past. The weather is very hot, although not as extreme as the natural disasters in Huagua, but Suli still took out a few sets of cool clothes from the system space and handed one to each person. Even the cat Xian and the Black Panther received a set. When it was Hua Wang's turn, its large flower plate shook like a rattledrum, so Suli didn't force it. The ground here is also red, looking very dry, with cracks running through it. The place where they are is barren, with no grass growing. There are no buildings nearby to judge how developed this world is. In this situation, Su Li immediately thought of the system. "System, what kind of world is this?" she asked. The system's childlike voice responded, I'm connecting to this world's signal. Once connected, I can explore information about this world. Please wait a moment, host. Su Li. All right. Seeing that she hadn't received any news from the system, Chenling suggested, maybe I can go around and explore the area to see if there are any people nearby. Remember, during the 2 minutes the system takes to scan, she could run several kilometers and come back. Su Li thought for a moment. Even if the system reveals what kind of world this is, they still need to choose a place to open a shop and conduct an on-site investigation. Considering Chenling's combat ability, she should be able to handle most situations, so she nodded. Be careful. If you encounter danger, don't try to fight it alone. Run back quickly. Chenling nodded. Don't worry. After saying that, she leapt up and disappeared. Next to her, Mao Xian kept sneezing. Because she was in cat form, her senses were very sharp, and the blowing sand made her uncomfortable. However, the dog-like Black Panther showed no reaction. It stood quietly beside Su Li, looking calm and reliable, like a little general. The system hadn't finished scanning yet, but Chenling was already back. I looked around within a few thousand meters. It's all the same scenery, no people, no buildings, and no creatures. At this moment, the system also spoke. Host, I have good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Su Li, can I have 2 pieces of good news? It seems the host prefers to hear good news. Good news is, we are visiting an interstellar world, and its level is 4. Su Li was excited, an interstellar realm. Could China's technology finally take off? But then the system's next words cooled her down. Bad news is, the place where we landed is one of the most remote planets in this interstellar world. It's a barren planet. Su Li's eyes went dark. What do you mean by barren planet? If the system had a physical form, she'd want to shake it hard and ask if she could go back before her time travel to the most prosperous star in the galaxy. But there was no what if. The system's answer made her want to cry. A barren planet is one with no residents living on it, Su Li. So, there's not a single person on this planet. Forget it. She might as well pack up and go back to Gao Old Village. But she couldn't complete her mission, and she had no chance to return home. The system's next reply gave her a glimmer of hope. Actually, there are some people. Su Li was about to feel happy. The system continued. This interstellar realm has 3 main powers: the Empire, the Federation, and the Mechanical Clan. This barren planet is right in the middle of their no-man's land, so Su Li had a bad feeling. The system went on. Occasionally, some fleeing interstellar criminals or passing space pirates land here. Sometimes explorers come by, but there are no long-term residents. Su Li, great. Her hope was completely gone. Seeing her silence, the system thought for a moment and tried to comfort her. Don't be discouraged. Sometimes, nearby residents come here to dump trash. Maybe those trash collectors will visit our blind box shop. Su Li, how often do they come? The system paused for 2 seconds. That I don't really know. It only detected many trash dumps on this planet, so how could it know how often people dump trash? Plus, this place is so remote that it can't connect to the main networks of the Empire or Federation, only a fringe network, so it gets even less information. Su Li already sensed how tough this mission would be. She asked the system, do you think I can sell the things I brought? Or how you think I can get off this planet? When she arrived this time, she didn't bring the Shenzhou spaceship. Even if she had, the spaceship settings were based on the Blue Star's conditions. Just because it can leave Blue Star doesn't mean it can leave this desolate planet. The system's childlike voice sounded cold and emotionless to Su Li. This is a problem you need to solve yourself, host. Su Li didn't expect it to give any real answer. She only felt her vision go dark again and again. She sighed deeply and said, start the mission. Earlier, the system also sensed her host's desire to lose control. It was quiet, like a quail. Now, hearing Su Li ask it to issue a task, it didn't speak, but displayed the task on the system panel. Trading Dimension Interstellar Dimension, M78 Nebula, Planet D23333. Su Li was amused by the M78 Nebula. She asked the system, what? Are you sending me to Ultraman's hometown? System, what is an Ottoman? It still spends its days surfing the internet, but it's unclear what it's been looking at all this time. It hasn't watched Ultraman. TSK, this system has no childhood. Suli didn't answer the system's question and continued reading. Trading Tasks 1. Successfully sell items from the Blue Star, Beast World Continent, Zombie Dimension, and Ancient Dimension to the Interstellar Dimension, with no limit on quantity or type. 2. Successfully sell goods from the shop to residents on 100 different planets within the Interstellar Dimension, with total sales of at least 1 million items. 3. Successfully purchase 10 types of technological products that can accelerate Blue Star's development and understand the core principles of at least 3 of them. Can consult interstellar people or figure it out on your own. Task deadline 3 years on planet D2, 3333. Task benefits 1. The system guarantees the safety of employees inside the shop. 2. The system provides free basic operational equipment such as self-service trading machines, smart terminals, security robots, and 360-degree holographic monitoring. 3. The system offers free dormitories for employees. Given the unique nature of the desolate planet, to prevent dormitory vacancies, the host is advised not to set too many rooms. Task rewards 1. 50 million system coins. 2. 1 scratch card from the system. See what you get based on your luck. 3. The trading channels for Blue Star and the Interstellar Plane are now open. The blind box shop has fully settled in the Interstellar Plane, so the host can trade there anytime. 4. A new, large protective shield produced by the system. Failure penalty: the host and their companions will be sent back to Blue Star and permanently lose the ability to travel to worlds of level 4 or higher. After checking the task, Suli took a deep breath to calm her mind. The rewards from the system this time are quite generous, but the penalty is very scary. She doesn't want to be stuck forever in worlds below level 4. This would greatly limit the development of Huagua. If a more powerful natural disaster occurs, they might not be able to handle it. So, to avoid punishment and to get those rewards, she must do her best. Li, are you okay? Chenling asked with concern. Since Su Li's conversation with the system, her face has looked worse and worse. Now that she seems to be feeling better, Chenling dares to ask. Shen Siyuan and Mao Xian also look at Su Li with concern. As for He Bao, he keeps rubbing against his owner with his small body, as if saying, "Don't be upset." And there's also Bao Bao, feeling everyone's care. Su Li shook her head. "I'm fine." "Sorry for making you worry." Then she shared the information she just received from the system. Because she didn't turn on the speaker during her chat with the system, others didn't hear it. Now they realize that the situation is actually quite unfavorable for them, and everyone looks serious. However, Su Li's earlier gloomy mood has passed. She comforted everyone. "It's okay. When the road is blocked, there will be a way. Moreover, with so many of us, including a very clever one, I believe we can think of a solution. 3 heads are better than 1, even more than Zhuge." Thinking this way, Su Li opened the shop customization feature on the system panel and called everyone. "Let's focus on setting up the shop first. This time, we don't have to limit ourselves to the blind box shop. We can open shops in various forms as long as we sell some blind boxes inside. This is the reward from the scratch card we drew last time." "Is our shop going to be built right here?" Su Li nodded. "Since this is a deserted planet, there's no one anywhere. It doesn't really matter where we build it, and you just want to check nearby, right? There's nothing within several kilometers, which means there's no trash dump nearby either. We don't have to worry about being buried by space debris suddenly." The others agreed with her. They started discussing what kind of shop to build this time. Mao Xian suggested, "I saw a very special plant in the desert tribe before. I think it looks pretty interesting." She described it to everyone. The plant looked like a tall pillar covered with sharp spikes, making it look intimidating. Next to the pillar, there were small branches sticking out, making it look like a giant holding up its arms. The pillar was very tall, and Mao Xian saw many desert bird species nesting on these pillars. "I think the desert wind and sand are just as harsh as in the desert tribe. Why not make the shop look like that?" Su Li thought it sounded pretty interesting. Such a building shape was unique, and if it was tall enough, they could see far from inside. There were no tall buildings or mountains nearby to block the view, so it was open and easy to spot any situation quickly. Shin Siyun said, "This plant sounds so familiar. Let me think where I've seen it before." Her eyes suddenly lit up. "I remember now, from a cute science picture book. In our blue star, this plant is called giant pillar cactus, and it's home to many desert animals." So, Su Li described the idea to the system, which generated a design. Mao Xian and Shin Siyun gave suggestions based on what they had seen, and Chen Ling, as a newcomer, offered advice on the model. Soon, the shop's model was finished.
Su Li clicked to generate.
A tall, majestic giant pillar cactus-shaped shop appeared on the surface of the deserted planet, with a green, towering body standing out vividly against the red ground. The sharp spikes above shimmered with a metallic shine. I don't know what material the system used to make these spikes, but they look very sharp and dangerous. At the top of the shop is a 360-degree rotating observation deck. Under the transparent dome, you can clearly see every movement in the surrounding wasteland. Next to the cactus, a small branch has been turned into an aerial corridor. One side of this corridor belongs to the customers, who can enjoy the view from there. Of course, only if there are customers visiting the shop. The other side of the aerial corridor connects to two smaller, taller buildings shaped like giant cacti. One of these buildings is a dormitory prepared by Su Li for their exploration team. This cactus is the smallest. The other building is meant for future visitors from the Huagua country who come to this world. Since this is an interstellar world, more people from Huagua are expected to come here in the future. So, this cactus building is much taller than the one where Su Li and the others live. Looking at the strange yet cute green building in front of them, everyone became more and more pleased. Mao Xian took out his phone to take pictures and keep as a memory. Yes, he finally had his own phone bought by Su Li. Although phones in this interstellar world no longer serve basic communication functions, they are still good for taking photos. Chunling nodded in admiration. The greenhouse is so cool. No wonder we are awesome. The dog had already tugged on Su Li's pants, eager to go inside and see. It couldn't wait even a minute. Su Li patted the dog's head. "Don't rush. We haven't even named our shop yet." Shin Siyun asked Su Li. "Xiao Li, do you have any ideas?" Su Li nodded confidently. "Let's call it the Grocery Store of Light. Since there is the M78 Nebula, how could there be no Land of Light?" After the words, "Grocery Store of Light," appeared on the giant cactus building, everyone entered the shop. The inside was empty, with no goods on the shelves yet. Considering this is an interstellar world, there's no need to limit consumption to certain levels to see things from beast worlds or zombie worlds. Su Li didn't categorize items as carefully as before. Instead, she let the system randomly place items as long as similar items were grouped together, regardless of the world they came from. In the blink of an eye, the once empty shop was filled with various goods, neatly arranged on the shelves. Unlike before, all the products were now unwrapped, showing their true appearance. Su Li asked the system, "Which items did you turn into mystery boxes in the end?" "Those are the silks, antiques, and calligraphy supplies from the ancient worlds. Since mystery boxes will only take up a small part of the shop in the future, Su Li asked the system to prepare some along with the other items. The system was free to decide which categories of items to put into mystery boxes. Because it could only connect to the edge of the Empire's network and couldn't explore interstellar worlds, the system was worried about whether people would like the ancient, luxury goods from other worlds. It was concerned that these items might not sell well, especially since it was the one who set the task. It didn't want to disappoint its host, as she would surely laugh at it. Thinking quickly, the system decided to package these items as mystery boxes. Surely they would sell better that way. Once everything was ready, the exploration team settled in. Now, they just had to wait for someone from a nearby planet to come and dispose of trash, or for some explorers to arrive. They didn't welcome space pirates or fugitives, of course. However, after 2 days, there was no sign of activity on the planet, and the system detected no logins from anyone. During these 2 days, the team learned about the harsh environment of the planet. It was very hot during the day, very cold at night, with strong winds and lots of sand. It truly lived up to its reputation as a barren planet. If not for the climate-controlled shops and dormitories created by the system, survival here would be very difficult. By the third day, everyone was getting restless. This situation couldn't go on. They needed to find a solution. After breakfast, prepared by Shen Siyuan, they gathered to discuss. Shen Siyuan suggested, since no one is coming to this planet, maybe we can open an online store and sell things on the internet. Su Li nodded. That's a good idea, but there were many problems. How would they connect to the interstellar network? And how could they send packages from this planet to others? Thinking about this, Su Li asked the system, System, can you tell me if the people in this galaxy use brain computers or some other device to access the internet? The system checked the edge network of the Empire, where basic information could be found. People in this galaxy use quantum terminals, which are similar to the brain computers you mentioned. All residents in the galaxy have a quantum terminal implanted in their left arm when they are born. Once implanted, the quantum terminal naturally merges with their nervous system. All their information, such as ID number, gender, and genetic code, is stored there. Moreover, everyone's quantum terminal connects to the entire galaxy's network. People can shop, communicate, learn, and entertain themselves online through it. The galaxy's network is like a huge holographic world. Most activities possible in real life can also be done here. After hearing this, Su Li asked curiously, do people in this world have any privacy? Since everyone's terminal is connected to the galaxy network, it's almost impossible to hide any information. The system explained, it is said that both the quantum terminals and the entire galaxy network were created by the mechanical clan. They maintain and upgrade the system every year with the latest technology. The mechanical clan is completely fair. They do not favor the Empire or the Federation. Their technology is so advanced that no one can steal information from the network. After the network was built, the mechanical clan stopped participating in its management, except for maintenance and upgrades. Their members have their own ways of communicating and do not need to log into the network. Most importantly, after thousands of years of updates, the main brain of the network has developed its own consciousness. The mechanical clan respects high-tech products with self-awareness. Furthermore, the mechanical clan and the galaxy residents have many business dealings. If they tampered with the network, it would ruin their reputation. In short, the mechanical clan and the galaxy residents only cooperate for mutual benefit. Aside from annual system upgrades, they rarely contact each other. Want to buy something from the mechanical clan? Just shop online, they don't meet people in person. Because of this, quantum terminals and star networks are the safest information hubs in the entire interstellar world. By the way, the currency used for interstellar trade is credit points, which are paid directly from the quantum terminal. This means that physical money no longer exists in the interstellar world. When the system said these things, its voice was loud, and everyone heard it. Shen Siyuan frowned. It seems we need to get a quantum terminal first. Otherwise, we can't open an online shop. Chen Ling asked, but how can we find a quantum terminal? Didn't the system say earlier that each one is issued by the Empire or Federation when someone is born? Su Li thought for a moment. This kind of thing is like an ID card. We should be able to make fake ones, or what would those illegal residents do? The system's childlike voice also said, indeed, those fleeing criminals or space pirates use anonymous quantum terminals. These are quite common on the black market of the Star Network. But obviously, without personal terminals, they couldn't access the Star Network's black market. Once again, the way was blocked. Thinking about the situation on this planet, everyone agreed aloud. Maybe we should look in the trash heaps? Chun Ling suggested. From now on, I'll go out every day to collect trash for us. After I bring it back, you can pick out the useful items. She was quick and her daily trips didn't take much time. Plus, her strength was the strongest among them, even stronger than Su Li, who had awakened lightning powers. After all, to fight her, you first need to find out where she is. That alone was very difficult. Su Li also agreed with Chun Ling's idea. She was indeed the best person to go trash hunting. There are no other people on this planet now. Even if Chun Ling encounters danger, it would only be some animals native to deserted planets. With her abilities, she could handle it easily. However, Shen Siyuan shook his head. This is too inefficient. Ling doesn't know which trash is useful, so she might bring back a lot of useless stuff which would waste time and effort. All right, I'll take Wadawang and go with you, he said. She had worked at the research institute for a while and had read books from various fields in her free time. Even though interstellar things might be very different from those on Blue Star, she should still be able to make a simple judgment about which items could be useful for the blind box shop. Once decided, Chunling and Shin Siyun set out with the big king flower, while Suli, along with a cat and a dog, stayed behind to watch the shop. Worried about radiation in the garbage dump, Suli took out 2 protective suits designed for astronauts and handed them to the 2 of them before leaving. The big king flower turned into a big red flower and hung in Shin Siyun's hair. Chunling held Shin Siyun's hand tightly and activated her speed-based powers. To see the surroundings more clearly, Chunling didn't run at her fastest speed. The 2 headed east toward the blind box shop, walking for a long time without seeing any sign of a trash heap. Just as Chunling was thinking about whether to change direction, they encountered some animals. These animals looked strange. They walked on all 4s, their bodies thin and dry like bark, with gray-brown skin that resembled dried tree bark, but their eyes glowed with a faint green light. When they saw Chunling and Shin Siyun, their eyes lit up, and they rushed toward the 2. Chunling ignored these strange alien animals. Their current task was to pick up trash, not fight wild beasts. So she sped up. Along the way, they also encountered a white forest blocking the path. Suddenly, a patch of white trees appeared on the red ground, looking very eerie. Chunling didn't go around it. She pulled Shin Siyun, and they soared into the air, stepping on the treetops to rush past. From the air, it was clear that this forest was quite large. Not long after passing through the forest, they saw a huge pile of trash. This trash heap was as tall as a small mountain, and Chunling already sensed what her life would be like for the next while. Xiwan, when do you think we'll finish collecting all this trash? Chunling asked. Shin Siyun comforted her. Look at it from a different angle. Maybe we can get a lot of useful things for the country for free. Just as they were about to go over, they suddenly saw many wild animals surrounding the trash mountain. These animals had been on the other side of the trash heap earlier, but because of the angle, they hadn't seen them. Chunling exclaimed, "They're the animals we met on the way here." Shin Siyun also frowned. She took the big king flower out of her hair and whispered, "Big king, go check out what they're up to." The flower king suddenly grew larger, walking quickly toward the herd on its tiny, dense legs. The animals were very smart. As soon as the flower king approached, they scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chunling said in surprise, "Just now, when their brothers and sisters chased us, they were so fierce. Why are these ones here so timid when they see the flower king?" Shin Siyun replied, "It seems they are not very strong animals. Let's go check the trash pile over there, but be careful." The 2 slowly moved toward the trash pile, walking carefully and not in a hurry. When they reached the pile, they found no real danger. Only then did they put on gloves and start digging through the trash. The trash didn't look like modern food waste with lots of liquids. It seemed cleaner. They began digging from the bottom of the pile, hoping to find something useful. Chunling picked up some items and muttered, "This looks like clothes. The materials used by our interstellar people are quite unique. Too bad it's torn. Don't want it. Why are there so many empty pipes? What are these? There's nothing inside. Don't want them either." Shin Siyun sighed. "It's a pity we don't understand the interstellar language yet. Their travel permit has a built-in translation function, but it only activates when they meet local people. Otherwise, the translator doesn't know the language system of this world and can't work. Their lucky star shop ended up on this barren planet, so it's hard to find anyone here." While chatting, they kept digging through the trash with their hands. The wild beasts they encountered earlier had retreated into the White Woods, but their eyes still watched the trash pile, seemingly confused about why these 2 were fighting over food with a flower. Suddenly, a call came from the flower king on the other side of the trash pile. Shin Siyun walked over to look. The flower king was using its tiny legs to move a small, palm-sized object. The object was inside a humanoid metal shell, square-shaped, and made of an unknown material. Because the humanoid metal shell was damaged, The Flower King had discovered what was inside. However, the Flower King couldn't use much strength on a single flower. He struggled for a long time but couldn't get the object out, so he called his owner. Unfortunately, Shin Siyuan pulled hard but couldn't do anything with the object. Lingling, come help. I'm coming. What's wrong, Sister Siyuan? Look at this. It should be a part of a robot. It's so well preserved. I want to take it out and see. Ling replied, Got it, watch me. Then she struck the robot's metal shell with her palm, smashing it completely. She controlled her strength so the square-shaped piece inside wasn't damaged. Ling reached out to grab it, but found it was very heavy. If she hadn't quickly steadied her wrist, she might have been knocked over. She frowned and asked, What is this? Why is it so heavy? Shin Siyuan also wanted to try. Ling handed her the small square. Shin Siyuan found she had to use all her strength to lift this palm-sized block. As it was getting dark, Suli started to worry. It's almost night. Why haven't Ling and the others come back? She looked at her watch. The system's cheerful voice reminded her, Don't worry. They probably haven't gotten used to the time on this barren planet, so they're delayed. Mao Xian, who was studying on his tablet, looked up. The days here are really too short. Even I can't get used to it. Suli nodded. On this barren planet, a day is only 16 hours, 8 hours of day and 8 hours of night. It's not exactly precise, but close enough. For humans used to Earth's 24-hour day, it's hard to keep track of time here. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Suli saw 2 small dots approaching from the top viewing platform of the blind box shop. In the blink of an eye, the dots became clear. It's Ling and Shin Siyuan. Suli quickly went down to open the door. Outside, the wind and sand were still strong. She felt like she had swallowed a lot of dust just opening the door. Shin Siyuan and Ling looked dusty. Even the Flower King wasn't as bright red as before. Come in quickly. The cat Xian handed 2 towels to the people, and the system activated air purification mode to clear the dust blown into the shop earlier. After they entered, Flower King also grew larger again. Then it opened its flower opening and spat out quite a few things. After spitting, it made a few dry heaving sounds, which was the first time everyone heard Flower King make sounds other than chirping. Suli was a bit worried. Is Flower King okay? Shin Siyuan translated. It's fine. It just ate a lot of things suddenly, and isn't used to it. Now that it's spit out, it should be fine. Everyone started gathering around to look at the items Ling and Shin Siyuan brought back. Shin Siyuan opened a box, revealing rows of neatly arranged small tubes filled with pink liquid. I guess this might be some kind of nutrient solution. Let's show it to Tongzi, Shin Siyuan explained. Suli also thought it looked like that. Tongzi, help check if this is the legendary nutrient solution, the kind that one tube can last a whole day. The system scanned and spoke loudly. Yes, host. You guessed correctly. However, this box of nutrient solution has expired, so it's not recommended to drink. Suli asked, if it weren't expired, would it be waiting in the trash for us to find in the blind box shop? Ling asked, what would happen if we ate it? The system replied, at most, you'll get diarrhea. No one will die. Everyone agreed not to try it. If they wanted to drink, they would buy some later. Next, Ling took out a robot wreckage. She patted the round head of the robot. This is a relatively intact robot we found. Siyuan Jia said she wants to take it apart to see what the internal structure of a spaceship robot looks like. Suli nodded. Finally, Ling took out a small, square, unknown object about the size of a palm. Because it was too heavy, Flower King didn't want to put it in its flower opening. Suli wanted to take it, but Ling pulled back her hand. This is very heavy. I'll hold it. Shin Siyuan agreed nearby. We don't know what this is either. We dug it out of a broken robot body, and we can't tell what material it's made of, Suli instructed the system. Tongzi, check this out. Tongzi activated his scanning function again. This time, it took longer, about a few minutes, before he gave his answer. This is made from a special energy mineral. I have no information about this mineral in my database. It should be a rare mineral from the interstellar realm. Based on my guess, this mineral is probably used for generating electricity. Shin Siyuan asked, I found it inside a broken robot body. Could it be the robot's battery? The system's cheerful voice responded. It is very likely. According to my analysis, if the energy from this stone is used to generate power, it could produce enough electricity to power a medium-sized city in your country for a month. Everyone was shocked. A small piece of energy stone, about the size of a palm, contains such terrifying energy. And this was just leftover power from a discarded robot. If this energy stone were fully charged, how much electricity would it hold? Next, the group asked the system to scan the other items they had collected, but there were no other special discoveries. Shin Siyuan felt a bit disappointed. We still haven't found the quantum terminal we want. Not even a broken one. Chun Ling casually waved her hand. Siyuan, don't be discouraged. We'll keep collecting tomorrow. Now, both of them were quite experienced at scavenging. Su Li also said, if we find more of these heavy energy stones, we should gather them all. These interstellar explorers waste so much. If they bring back energy stones with leftover power, it would save a lot of resources for our country. Although before the apocalypse, China was already good at solar, wind, and hydroelectric power, the large population made it hard for these clean energies to cover the entire country. If we had more of these energy stones, China could achieve energy independence very soon. Next, Chen Ling and Shin Siyuan told Su Li and Mao Xian about the wild animals and white forests they encountered on the way to the trash heap. Su Li frowned and said, these animals aren't dangerous, but we don't know if there are other animals on this deserted planet that might be more dangerous for us. Lingle, Siyuan, in the next few days, when you're collecting trash, bring your crystal core weapons. Chen Ling nodded and said, don't worry. If I encounter the native animals on this planet, I will take Sister Siyuan and run. If we can't outrun them, then we fight. By this time, it was completely dark. The barren planet has no moon, and after night falls, everything is pitch black with no light. After finishing their important talk, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. In the following days, Chun Ling and Shin Siyuan set out every morning to collect trash at the garbage dump. They only returned at night, carrying a big flower-shaped object that couldn't fit in their mouths. Su Li sighed. It would be great if we could find something like a space button. Then we wouldn't have to trouble the big flower kings so much. But everyone knew that items like the space button were quite valuable even in the galaxy, so they weren't easy to find. However, as they collected more trash, they did find some useful things. For example, a complete interstellar protective suit, various broken robots in different shapes, an old but still functional water purifier, and a laser gun with a hole in it, but still usable. Until one day, Su Li and the others found a small, round, transparent sticker about the size of a coin among the trash brought back by Chun Ling and Shin Siyuan. Seeing the sticker, the system became very excited. Host, turn the sticker over. I want to take a close look. Su Li followed the system's instructions. From the back of the sticker, she could see faint blue glowing lines inside. The system scanned repeatedly and finally confirmed, this is a quantum terminal. Host, you should bind it quickly. Once bound, we can open an online shop. The system was already imagining how popular their online store would be on the Galaxy network. Because Su Li had experienced some setbacks in previous worlds, she was now very cautious. How do I bind this? Will binding it harm my body? Also, this terminal is designed for interstellar people. Can a human like me use it? The system first answer her questions. Don't worry, I've checked. It won't harm your body. Plus, when the mechanical race designed this terminal, they didn't just make it for interstellar beings. They also considered whether future expansion into new territories might encounter other intelligent races. Then, the system continued to teach Su Li how to bind the quantum terminal. The host damaged your left arm, creating a small hole about the size of a needle. Then, place the terminal on the wound. It will be dissolved by your blood and turn into a liquid that seeps into your skin, connecting with your nerve endings. Hearing this, the others looked at Su Li with anticipation, eager to see if the connection would succeed. Originally, Shin Siyuan and Chun Ling planned for one of them to connect the terminal, but since the system said there was no danger, they decided to let Su Li try. Su Li followed the system's instructions. She first found a thin needle, disinfected her arm and the needle with alcohol, then pricked her left arm. A drop of blood immediately appeared. Next, She placed a transparent round patch over the wound. As the system predicted, the terminal was quickly dissolved by the blood and turned into a silver-blue liquid that rapidly seeped into her skin. Suli felt a faint current of electricity spreading from the wound throughout her body. Her whole body tingled and felt numb, causing her to tremble slightly. However, this sensation was not painful. Soon, she heard a buzzing sound in her mind, which was a bit strange and unfamiliar. Then, a semi-transparent interactive interface automatically appeared in front of her. It displayed the words, Quantum Terminal Binding 0.98%, 0.100%, binding successful. After the connection was established, Suli felt that besides the system, there was now another thing inside her mind. She could operate directly on the transparent interface or use her thoughts to activate functions. Switching between these methods was smooth and effortless. With a thought, she changed the interface to connect to the star network. She immediately accessed the star network. It felt like entering a virtual world. Just as she was about to explore, she heard the system shout loudly in her mind, "Host, don't go in yet. You can't enter now." Confused, Suli wondered why she couldn't enter this virtual world immediately. What was stopping her? The system explained, in the virtual world built by the star network, time flows the same as in the real world. Star travelers usually keep their bodies in nutrient tanks before entering. Otherwise, their consciousness might stay inside the star network, but their bodies outside could starve. That way, your consciousness could be trapped inside the star network forever. Suli was startled. They weren't soaking in the nutrient solution at the moment, and if her mind stayed in the starnet for too long, her body could be harmed. But then she thought, in a way, if one's mind is trapped in the starnet, doesn't that count as a kind of immortality? Wasn't that what a digital human was? The system, however, denied her idea in a serious tone. Once your body dies, if your mind stays in this virtual world for more than a year, it will be affected by the data flow and become completely unstable. That would mean true death. That was why, even in an interstellar age where people lived up to 500 years, no one was foolish enough to destroy their body and upload their mind in search of eternal life.
Suli understood.
She stopped exploring that virtual world and disconnected from the starnet. Disconnecting didn't mean she couldn't go online anymore. It just meant her mind could no longer move freely inside the virtual world. She could still browse starnet information through her quantum terminal, just like using a phone in the real world. The quantum terminal truly had every function an interstellar citizen could need. Suli's goal was to open her own shop on the starnet, so she opened the business interface. There, she could visit malls, browse small shops, or apply to open her own store. These online shops could have physical locations or exist purely online, much like e-commerce platforms on Blue Star. Suli applied for a personal shop, choosing a virtual store that sold various vintage and unusual goods. She named it Light Nation General Store. When the system saw that Suli only set up a virtual shop without linking it to her physical store on the desolate planet, it asked curiously, why not connect your online and offline stores? That way, they could promote each other.
Suli shook her head.
You're not wrong, but the physical store is on a remote planet and not many people come here, so it wouldn't help promote the online shop. But from the online shop, people can easily find the real one. If our products sell well and space pirates decide to rob us, they could easily find our base. It's safer to focus on the online store for now. The online shop was approved quickly. She had thought she might need to pay a deposit, but there was no such requirement. After successfully applying, it was time to upload product information to the online store. This part was a bit difficult because she brought so many items. She thought this might be a high-level universe, so she collected many things from Blue Star and other worlds she visited. When in trouble, ask the system. The system helplessly said, "You only remember me when you need help." Suli immediately praised, "Oh, it's because you're so amazing, system. I really can't do without you." The system snorted softly and then started working. What was a very difficult task for Suli was just a simple job for the system. In just a few minutes, the system said, "Done. Everything is sorted." Suli looked at her online store and saw countless product listings, each with detailed descriptions and fair prices. The system also carefully categorized the items by type. Clicking on the categories made everything clear at a glance. Seeing such good results, Su Li praised the system enthusiastically, making the system very happy, feeling like the best system in the world. But after setting up the store, Su Li found a new problem. They couldn't ship the products. There was no delivery station on this barren planet. Even if customers ordered, they couldn't send the goods to them. This was really a problem. Su Li sighed. Sigh. Landing on this barren planet is really tough. The system teasingly said, "What if I write a novel called Landing on a Barren Planet and Becoming a Starship Tycoon by Picking Up Trash?" The heroine could use your name. Su Li rolled her eyes. "Stop reading so many novels, system. You're becoming less likable now." The system chuckled. Ha. Because the system kept talking loudly, Chenling timidly raised her hand. Isn't it me and Sister Si Yuan who picked up the trash?" Su Li. "Then let's name the heroine Chenling." Chenling thought for a moment and decided she didn't really want to be the heroine. After joking around, everyone returned to the main topic, the shipping issue for the store. Chenling suggested, "Think Sister Si Yuan and I will keep collecting trash to see if we can find something that helps us leave this planet. As long as they could leave, they might find a way to contact courier companies on nearby planets and form a partnership." After finding the quantum terminal that Su Li wore, Chenling felt very confident about collecting trash. She had already explored that there were at least dozens of trash piles on this planet. She and Shin Siyuan had only just finished collecting 3.5 piles. They still had a long way to go. Shin Siyuan said, "I've also figured out how to disassemble and install the robots I found earlier. Next time we collect trash, I'll look for a robot chip. Maybe we can get some information from the reactivated robots. They were outsiders and didn't know much about this starry world." Since the planet was remote, the system and Su Li's terminal could only connect to the edge network near this planet. Suddenly, Su Li had an idea. "System, if I contact a courier company online and ask them to open a delivery point here on this planet, I can pay them." "Do you think that's possible?" System replied. "Yes, but where do you get the money?" Su Li said, "I have so many system coins. Can I convert them into interstellar currency?" She remembered the system once said that system coins and currencies from other worlds could be exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio. The system was silent for 2 seconds, sounding a bit guilty, but your task progress is 0 right now. You can't exchange currency with a 0 progress level. You need to earn some currency in this world first to unlock the exchange. Otherwise, it doesn't have the data for this world's currency and can't exchange it for her. Su Li angrily said, "But you didn't say I couldn't exchange currency when my task progress was 0. System replied, "I didn't expect that I'd need to spend money before earning even a penny." Su Li sighed, "This is so difficult for me." Then she collapsed onto the shop floor, looking almost like a living person on the verge of death. There was nothing she could do. In the days that followed, Chenling and Shin Siyuan resumed their daily trash collection activities. Su Li searched the internet for information, trying to find free logistics cooperation or ways to leave the planet. Unfortunately, she scoured her online network but found nothing useful. So, Su Li decided to try a different approach. She looked for nearby planets that might come to this barren planet to dump trash, but still found no information. Su Li, don't interstellar travelers have a fixed schedule for trash disposal? That's disappointing. With no other options, Su Li started to think of sneaky plans. She considered posting on the internet that a new energy stone was found on the barren planet D2333. She wondered whether the first visitors would be the Empire or Federation mining teams, or perhaps space pirates. If they were space pirates, she wondered what the chances were of her team defeating them and turning the tables. Just as Su Li was scratching her head in frustration, the system suddenly issued an alert. "Warning! Warning! A new intelligent life form has been discovered on planet D2333. This life form is rapidly descending at a speed of 200 kilometers per hour. Estimated landing coordinates are 100 to 110 degrees east longitude, 32 to 34 degrees north latitude. The life form's vital signs have disappeared, and tracking has failed. When Suli first heard the system's alarm, she almost went crazy with happiness. She didn't even care whether the visitors were good or bad. Anyone coming meant hope. But then, how could it just disappear? What about its vital signs? Could the big brother or sister at least hold on for 10 more minutes? Suli asked the system. Do you understand the feeling of extreme hope suddenly crashing down? System. Sorry, host. I am just a string of cold data without emotions. Suli. I understand. Suli. It's like the happiest person in the world suddenly becoming the unluckiest. Suli. Like opening instant noodles and finding no seasoning packet. Suli. Like winning 10 million in a lottery and then realizing you lost the ticket. Suli. Like, system. It's over. My host seems to have gone crazy. In the following time, Chenling and Shin Siyun didn't find anything new or interesting. Every time she brings back items, they're always the same old things. Discarded energy stones, robot parts, some interstellar weapons that may or may not work, and some unexpired nutritional liquids. Suli finally tasted the nutritional liquid. How should I describe the taste? It's like a mix of the smell of canned herring, stinky tofu, snail noodles, bean juice, white flour, snake grass water, durian, and rotten fish, basically, all the foul-smelling foods combined. In short, it tastes terrible. No wonder only this box of nutritional liquid among many was not expired and was found by them. There's a reason for that. Just as Suli was starting to forget the shocking event of suddenly encountering a wise life form that appeared and then vanished, that night, Chenling brought back something that looked like a sleeping bag and a ring that shimmered with a faint silver light. Suli looked at the sleeping bag and the ring in front of her and asked curiously, "What are these?" Chenling shook her head. "I don't know. We've never seen these two things before when we were collecting trash. I thought they might be useful, so I brought them back for the system to check." Shun Siyun added, "We went to a trash heap in the south today, somewhere we hadn't been before." These two items were on the outer edge of the pile, right next to each other. At this moment, Mao Xian was in her cat form. She circled around the silver ring, pawed at it a few times, then sniffed it. Curiously, she said, "Strange. Why does this silver ring smell similar to the one in the dimensional gate?" Hearing this, Suli was shocked. She quickly grabbed the pink kitten's paw. "What did you say? There's actually a smell inside the dimensional gate?" Mao Xian nodded. "Didn't you smell it every time you entered the dimensional gate? I thought everyone could smell it. Could it be the aura of the space-time portal?" Suli hurriedly asked the system to scan. "System, scan this ring. Is it something that can travel through space and time? If it was, they might find a way to leave this barren planet." The system was very excited. It immediately started scanning, and after a few seconds, everyone heard its excited, childlike voice. "Host, this device is a portable teleportation device. It can send things quite far, at least across the entire M78 nebula. Most importantly, the teleportation device is undamaged and works perfectly. It can be used immediately." Suli didn't know whether the M78 nebula was large or small in the galaxy, but even if it could cross a single planet, she would be happy. She looked at the silver ring again and again. "Commander, do you know how to use this teleportation device? It doesn't seem to have any instructions. Please help me look it up online." The system followed orders and quickly found the method. It first gave a simple introduction to the device, then explained the usage based on what it found. This is a new product invented by XY, the largest tech company in the interstellar realm besides the mechanical race. It is mainly used for traveling between planets. To activate it, you just need to input the destination coordinates on the ring. Suli asked, "Do you know the coordinates of nearby planets?" The system boasted, "Of course. I know the coordinates of this barren star we're on now. Based on its distance from nearby planets, I can easily calculate their locations." "Leave it to me, host." Everyone felt relieved. There was a way out. After so many days of pressure, the heavy burden in their hearts finally eased. Next, they started studying another item Chenling and the others brought back like a sleeping bag. Chenling muttered, "This thing is heavy. I suspect it might contain the energy stones we found earlier." Suli asked the system to scan it. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly emitted a loud beeping sound. "Ah, how is there a life aura inside?" Before Su Li could react, it continued shouting, "It's him! It's him! It's definitely him!" Everyone present, including the little cat, looked speechless. Su Li asked, "No, who is it? Can you tell me quickly?" The system explained, "Do you remember the intelligent life aura I detected a few days ago? It's right here, but you said the aura disappeared." The system was also confused. It did disappear at the time, but who knew it would reappear now? At this point, the others nearby also understood. Shen Xiyuan asked, "Do you mean there is actually someone inside and they are still alive?" Qinling smiled and said, "Whether it's a person or not, we don't really know. Who can tell what form life takes in space? Since they arrived here, the only space creature they've seen was that dry, wild beast from the barren planet. They haven't encountered any intelligent life." Su Li stared at the sleeping bag for a long time but couldn't figure out how to open it. "Tongzi, are you sure there's someone inside? This thing is so well sealed. If someone were inside, they'd probably suffocate." The system was annoyed by Su Li's doubt. "You don't understand, do you? This is called a hibernation pod. If it weren't sealed tightly, that would be dangerous." The real problem was, since the system detected no signs of life inside, the person might be in serious trouble. If they didn't get them out, they might die inside. But Su Li also worried. What if the person inside was a bad guy? At this point, Qinling and Shen Xiyuan also frowned. Finally, Su Li made a decision. "Let's release them first. We have plenty of weapons in the shop, and our team isn't weak. We're not afraid of one patient. Plus, the shop has defenses inside and out to protect everyone." The others agreed with Su Li, and they started figuring out how to open the hibernation pod. Su Li used her device to scan the pod and found a matching one online, costing 1,000,000 credits. It was quite expensive and was a product of XY Corporation. They gathered around and carefully read the product description, finally discovering how to open it. There was a tiny round button on the back of the pod. Pressing it brought up a password input screen. Entering the correct password would open the pod. But there was a problem. They didn't have the password. The system scanned the pod again and told Su Li, "Host, try using your psychic abilities. Control your lightning powers to probe the button, then follow the path I give you. We will disable the password system inside." Su Li carefully extended her supernatural ability, slowly following the system's guidance as she moved forward. After a short while, everyone heard a soft click as the sealed lid of the sleep pod slowly opened. A faint blue cold air escaped, and inside, the person curled up, covered in tiny ice crystals. When the cold air dissipated, everyone saw the person's face. It was a man in his 20s or nearly 30, quite handsome, tall and well-built, but his expression looked a bit fierce. Even though his skin was pale, giving the impression of poor blood circulation, it couldn't hide the fierce look in his eyebrows. Qinling muttered, "Did I really pick up a bad guy?" At this moment, the system started scanning again and reported, "Beep. Detected intelligent life. Gender, Omega male. Physical condition, blood level 10%, energy 5%, combat power 0. Summary. This intelligent life has suffered severe external injuries, is barely alive, and may pass away at any moment. Urgent medical treatment needed." The people from Blue Star exclaimed, "What? Omega male?" Omega, hearing their surprise, the system was a bit confused. "Isn't that normal? What's wrong with Omega? Don't your Blue Star novels also have this setting?" Su Li said, "You didn't tell us at first that this is an interstellar ABO world." She even opened the system interface, checked the mission panel, and saw it only said it was an interstellar world, not mentioning ABO. The system, feeling indignant, replied, "You didn't ask me either." At this moment, the little cat raised her hand to ask, "What is ABO?" She hadn't read this type of novel before. She planned to look it up later by browsing the novel she downloaded onto her phone before leaving. The others all looked at the system. Su Li said, "System, tell us about it. Let me see how this ABO interstellar world differs from our usual understanding of ABO worlds." The system then began to explain carefully. In this ABO world, interstellar people have a first gender and a second gender. The first gender includes Alpha, Beta, and Omega. Among them, Alphas are generally tall and strong, with the strongest physical abilities, suitable for fighting and physical work. However, alphas also face issues with irritability. They are quick to anger and need comfort or venting during their sensitive periods. The sensitive period is a cyclical biological phase for alphas, during which they become very aggressive and need medication or a partner's reassurance. Without this, they can easily lose control. Betas are the most numerous among the three genders. They are the backbone of society and the core force of the interstellar community. They have stable physical traits and steady emotions, making them rational and reliable representatives. Omegas are generally more delicate and sensitive, with a unique heat cycle. During this time, they cannot hide their pheromone scent. Each omega's pheromone has a unique smell. Top omegas, if they do not take suppressants or are not marked by an alpha during their heat, can emit pheromones that drive all the alphas in the city crazy, causing chaos. Beyond these three genders, interstellar people also have a second gender. The second gender is the same as humans, male or female. Combining these, there are 6 possible gender combinations: alpha male, alpha female, beta female, omega female. Because alphas need omega comfort during their sensitive periods and omegas need alpha marking during their heat, alphas usually marry omegas. This way, they can produce the strongest offspring. Also, since omegas have a more developed reproductive cavity, whoever mates with an omega is the one who carries the offspring. Suli was a bit angry when she heard this. Isn't that so unfair? Is the only purpose of omegas to have children? Chenling also looked upset. If alpha males and females mate, who will have the children? What about beta males and females? And alpha with beta? How do they have children? It's quite flexible. If their genes match, they can all have children. Any gender can reproduce, even males with males. At this point, it depends on whose genes are stronger. The stronger gene can make the weaker one conceive. Shun Siyuan frowned and said, "So, all interstellar people have the ability to reproduce, regardless of gender, system." Yes, but their children are not so easy to conceive. Su Li remembered the system's mention of gene matching and suddenly thought of something. She checked her device. Sure enough, there was a message asking whether she wanted to upload her genetic sequence to the gene database to find the best match. This was a message she received when she first registered her device from the Empire Marriage Center. At the time, she thought she wouldn't get married in space, so she ignored it. Now, looking at this message, she suddenly understood something. So, interstellar people don't choose their marriage partners freely. They have to go to the marriage center to find someone whose genes match theirs the best. Yes, the gender division among interstellar people was created thousands of years ago by their ancestors through genetic engineering. This division has benefits, such as extending lifespan and allowing each gender to develop their strengths, which helps society grow. But the downside is that for a long time, interstellar people couldn't have children. Later, research showed that after gender division, a person can only conceive if their partner's gene match score is above 90. So, interstellar people can't love freely? They have to wait for the government to match them? That's so sad. For a little cat who loves watching dramatic romance shows, this was hard to accept. Her book friends, who also supported her view, said, "And if they don't marry the person the government matches for them, it's considered illegal." Even though the government provides several suitable partners for each person to choose from, some people still dislike all of these options. Everyone was speechless.
It was too strict.
They couldn't imagine which country on Blue Star would force 2 strangers to marry just to increase birth rates. The people would be furious. Chunling asked, "Is there no one who protests?" Of course there are. But even if someone breaks this law, they won't be imprisoned. The only consequence is that they lose access to various government benefits, and their marriage won't be protected by the state. The benefits in the galaxy are quite good. Whether in the Federation or the Empire, every citizen receives 10,000 credits each month, even if they do nothing. They also get some shopping vouchers and similar perks. For those who go out to work and contribute to society, they not only earn a salary but also receive additional rewards from the government. Shin Siyuan suddenly said, "It seems our new product will be very popular again." The others also looked excited. Yes, for those interstellar people who don't want to marry someone with the most compatible genes, having a child with their chosen partner, the new product is the best choice. Plus, in the galaxy, both men and women can give birth, which makes it even better. After learning about this, everyone looked again at the Omega Man in the sleep pod. When the sleep pod was first opened, no one felt anything unusual. But after hearing the system say those words, everyone suddenly fell silent. Chun-Ling felt her mind was overwhelmed. She asked the system, "Didn't you say that omegas, whether male or female, look delicate and need protection?" The person in the sleep pod, who was identified by the system as an omega male just minutes ago, didn't look like an omega at all. He appeared tall and well-featured, with a strong presence even with his eyes closed. He seemed tough and not easy to mess with. If you had to say what made him look like an omega, it was probably his pale skin. Other than that, if you said he was a powerful alpha warrior, no one would doubt it. The system was silent for a few seconds and then added, "Sometimes there are surprises. This person is definitely an omega. My detection is always accurate," although it said that the others still looked suspicious. They decided to keep observing. After opening the sleep pod and removing this potentially fragile omega man, Su Li and the others started thinking of ways to save him. First, they fed him celestial fruits, thinking that gentle nourishment might help strengthen his delicate body. It worked well. After giving him a few celestial fruits, the system detected that his health and energy levels had increased significantly. Next, Su Li fed him a body enhancer made from crystal cores, powerful red fruits, and heavenly fruits, all developed together. It was quite shocking that after just one dose of the enhancer, this person's health and energy increased, and even his combat power shot up from 0 to 50. Su Li once again questioned the system's test results. "You said he's a fragile omega, so why does he have such high fighting ability? Isn't it true that omegas are naturally weaker, more emotional, and not very good at fighting?" Everyone was afraid to imagine. If they gave this man more doses of the enhancer, how strong could his fighting power become? So, everyone agreed that this seemingly not delicate omega should no longer use the enhancer. If he's not a good person, boosting his strength to the maximum would only be asking for trouble. Although they all had some self-defense ability, and their shop had defenses, no one wanted to risk whose fighting power was higher, hers or the interstellar people's. But people still needed saving. If they didn't help, watching him die in front of them and then using his silver ring teleportation device, none of them could bring themselves to do that. The system was also confused about the Omega situation. It repeatedly checked this person's body many times. Yes, he's definitely an Omega male, but why does he look and function so much like an Alpha? For the first time in its life, the system started doubting its own abilities. Since the enhancer couldn't be used anymore, they decided to try traditional medicinal herbs brought from an ancient world. Most of these herbs remained in China, but Su Li brought some with her. She took out 500-year-old ginseng, over 1,000-year-old lingji mushrooms, and snow lotus from the Tian Shan Mountains, medicinal herbs known for nourishing the body. She planned to give him one each day. Every day, they would also monitor his physical data. His fighting power must not increase again. Chun Ling volunteered to prepare the medicine, letting Su Li rest. These herbs truly proved their worth, gentle yet fast-acting, like treasures from an ancient medical bureau. In just 2 days, the Omega Man's health bar reached 70, his energy was at 60, and as everyone hoped, his strength remained at 50, with no further increase. The system checked him and predicted he should wake up in a few days. Everyone sighed in relief. Once he wakes up, if he has no money, they plan to borrow his teleportation device to cover medical costs. By completing a trade on another planet, Su Li can exchange her system coins for interstellar currency, then contact a courier online to set up a delivery point on the barren planet. This way, the Light Nation's general store online shop can open smoothly. If he has money, she can pay for his medical treatment from the blind box shop, so Su Li doesn't need to leave the planet for these tasks. Of course, it would be even better if the man bought some items from the shop himself. While everyone was waiting for the Omega Man to wake up, he suddenly entered a feverish phase. It's unclear whether this fever was supposed to happen now, or if the crossing team overdid the nourishment. Chunling was the first to notice his abnormal condition. She now feeds him medicine and nutritional supplements daily. The nutritional supplement was a mixture of various foul-smelling, unexpired items she found in the trash. Everyone in the shop tried it and ended up vomiting, so no one has eaten it since. But they didn't throw it away, thinking it might be useful someday. And indeed, it was put to good use. That day, after feeding him the nutritional supplement, Chunling was about to give him some traditional medicine when suddenly, a strong jasmine scent filled the air. They usually don't wear perfume, especially when on missions in other worlds, since any strong smell could cause trouble. Recently, the Flower King was trying to farm on this barren planet, but yesterday, she saw that the flower had just finished turning the soil with its roots, and the seeds hadn't even been planted yet. Chunling looked at the man lying on the bed and noticed his skin was starting to turn red, his breathing was rapid, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. She carefully sniffed him and realized the jasmine scent was coming from him. But Chunling didn't realize at first that this was Omega's heat period. She thought the box of nutritional liquid was too bad tasting, which caused the person to have a problem. She quickly went to find others. When Su Li and the others arrived, they immediately smelled the scent. The system checked. His heat period has started. He needs an inhibitor injection as soon as possible. Everyone. We are all aliens. There are no inhibitors here. Fortunately, none of them are interstellar beings. The pheromones emitted by this Omega only allowed them to smell the scent. It had no other effect on them. If an alpha from an interstellar realm had been present, the situation might have gotten out of control. While everyone was unsure what to do, Shin Siyuan suddenly thought of something. How about Lingling uses her inner strength to help him, she suggested. Chunling was surprised but then nodded. She walked to the bed, helped the man up. The man, who was unconscious and very heavy, was easy for Chunling to support because she was strong. She steadied the man with one hand and placed her other hand on his back, slowly channeling her inner strength. As her inner strength flowed, Chunling felt a hot energy inside this interstellar person's body rushing through his meridians, as if trying to tear his body apart. This energy was probably the reason why this Omega was in heat. Chunling held her breath, focused, and adjusted her inner strength to be gentle. She guided the energy through his meridians all over his body. Suddenly, the man on the bed opened his eyes. Everyone was stunned. The people at the blind box shop didn't expect the man to wake up so suddenly. Chunling, who was helping him regulate his breath with her inner strength, almost had her movements interrupted. The others looked at each other in surprise. As for Shu Si, the Omega man who was rescued, he didn't expect to wake up so quickly. He thought that after falling on the barren planet and suffering serious injuries, it would take years to recover. But unexpectedly, he was saved. At this moment, Su Li broke the silence.
Sir.
We are the owners of the shop. My companion found you near the trash heap outside. May I ask your name? Thesis looked around and saw that this was indeed a shop. Since rescuing him, Su Li and the others had settled him in the floating corridor of the Light Nation's grocery store, so now Thesis could see rows of shelves outside the corridor. Nowadays, such old-fashioned shops are almost impossible to find in the galaxy. My name is Thesis. I am a star trader, and I ended up on this deserted planet due to an accident. According to Thesis, he is a star trader who buys fresh goods from remote planets and sells them to others. This time, he was injured and fell onto this deserted planet after encountering space pirates in an asteroid belt. Of course, Su Li and the others didn't really believe this story. How could such a fierce-looking merchant sell anything? At this moment, Chunling suddenly remembered that Thesis hadn't taken his medicine today. She picked up the herbal medicine brewed from Tianshan's Snow Lotus and handed it to him. Since you're awake, just drink the medicine yourself. The medicines in our shop are gentle and suitable for Omega types like you. Remember to pay after you finish drinking. Hearing this, Thesis's pupils trembled. How did she know he was an Omega? He had always presented himself as a brave alpha male. Before each heat, he used suppressants on time, and with his image, no one had ever suspected he was not an alpha. Even many young alpha boys in the Empire aspired to grow up to be as outstanding as him. So, how did he end up revealing his true nature? Looking around, everyone except Qinling seemed unfazed, which meant everyone present knew he was an Omega. Could this small shop have some way to detect gender? But with his disguise, the existing starry instruments for gender detection should not be able to identify him. Thesis felt a moment of panic, but he quickly calmed down. The people here didn't seem to recognize him. Even if they knew he was an Omega, what could they do? He didn't want to be an alpha anyway, those arrogant, rude, and impolite guys. Thinking this, he picked up the medicine bowl and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Thesis was a bit confused. Was everyone in the shop especially interested in ancient culture? The decorations in the shop looked very old-fashioned, but why did they also use such old methods to treat illnesses? Taking medicine? These methods date back thousands of years when medical technology was very primitive. They are slow, inefficient, and expensive. If these traditional medicines were sold to collectors who love ancient culture, they could make a lot of money. But why were they used to treat him? He only needed to lie in a medical repair pod, which could fix most of his injuries. Could it be that people on this barren planet don't have medical repair pods? That makes sense. Despite thinking so much, Thesis's expression didn't change at all, making it hard to see what he was thinking. He didn't refuse when Qinling asked for a reward. Instead, he asked, "Who should I transfer the money to for the expenses you all spent to save me?" The system reminded Su Li in her mind. "Quickly give him your terminal number, so he can transfer the credits to your account." Su Li immediately provided a string of numbers. Before 2 seconds passed, she received a notification. "Your account XXXXXXXX has received 50 million credits." Su Li was still reacting when Thesis spoke again. "I know these things are worth more, but I had an accident outside and need to keep some emergency credits. That's all I can give you now. I'll owe the rest for now and transfer it to your account when I get home." The others didn't know how much money he had just transferred to Su Li. Only Su Li and the system felt a bit emotional. There are so many rich people in the world. Why can't I be one of them? Although the shop used many precious traditional medicines to save him, these medicines wouldn't be worth 50 million yuan on Blue Star. This made Su Li realize that traditional medicines are very valuable in the interstellar world. Of course, she didn't know yet that in the interstellar world, traditional medicines are not just medicines but collectibles. With so many credits now in her account, Su Li didn't need to find a way to exchange with the system anymore. Originally, she thought that if the person she saved didn't have money to pay her, she could borrow his teleportation device and go to other populated planets to sell some items. Now, she could use that money to hire a delivery company online and have them station on the deserted planet. After Shoes took his medicine, Su Li gave a signal to the others. They all returned to the dormitory, and Su Li then told everyone that Shoes had just transferred 50 million credits to her. Wow, it seems we saved a rich person. Shin Siyuan was also very happy. In that case, we can contact a delivery company and our online store can officially open, Kat Xian then said. Then we can make lots of money and go crazy shopping across the stars. Without hesitation, Su Li quickly opened her terminal, logged into the Star Network, and started contacting delivery companies. To her surprise, several large delivery companies rejected her coldly. Delivery Company A: "Dear customer, we only serve the capital star and the top 50 commercial stars. We do not handle remote areas." Delivery Company B: "Sorry, dear. Are you joking? I've never heard of Planet D23333. Is it part of the Federation? Our company belongs to the Empire." Delivery Company C: "Sweetie, even if you're willing to pay more, if no one places an order, we won't make any money. We mainly earn from shipping fees, not from setting up stations." Su Li had to lower her expectations and look for a smaller company. After several rejections, finally, a newly opened delivery company agreed to help her. Speedy Express Customer Service Xiao 2: "Hello, dear. You are our first customer at Speedy Express. D23333 star, right? We found out it's a planet located between the Empire, Federation, and mechanical races. Please confirm the address. and we'll send someone right away. Suli checked the address sent by the other side, confirmed it was correct, and replied. Blue Star Xiao Su. Yes, that's the right address. How many credits does your company charge for setting up a station there? Speedy Express Customer Service Xiao Tu. Since you're our first customer, a station fee of 10,000 credits is enough. We mainly earn from future delivery fees. This price was acceptable to Suli. She first transferred a deposit of 2,000 credits to the account provided by the other party. After they successfully set up the delivery point on planet D23333, she would transfer the remaining money. Blue Star Little Sue. May I ask when your company can arrive here? We are in a hurry and, if possible, we hope it can come sooner. Express Delivery Company Customer Service Little Bunny. Our staff will depart soon. We will take the latest model of the interstellar spaceship from XY Company, and it will arrive in about 1 planetary day on D23333. Blue Star Little Sue. Okay, looking forward to meeting you. Express Delivery Company Customer Service Little Bunny. Happy to serve you. If you're satisfied, please give Little Bunny a 5-star review. After giving Little Bunny a 5-star review, Suli told the others at the blind box shop about finding a suitable delivery partner. Everyone was very happy. With the logistics issue solved, their online store could now open for business. Suli sighed. Never before has a world been so deserted. We've been here for days, and not a single item has sold, Mao Xian meowed softly. Obstacles now mean smooth sailing later. Everything has its ups and downs. Difficulties today lead to success tomorrow. For example, she can learn the will of the beast god as a priest, but she also faces many unlucky events. Knowing that gains come with losses helps her stay calm despite constant bad luck. Shin Siyuan and Chenling both nodded and smiled in agreement. Suli patted the little cat's head. Who would have thought you're a philosopher cat? As the customer service of Express Delivery Company predicted, someone arrived on planet D23333 the next day. However, because the planet is quite large, the landing site was far from the blind box shop. The task of picking up the person fell to Chenling and Suli. Suli's system guided the way, while Chenling used her speed abilities and lightness skills, pulling Suli as they flew toward their destination. The wind and sand on the desert planet were strong. Both wore protective suits, and although they moved quickly, they avoided kicking up too much dust. After about half an hour, they finally saw a small interstellar spaceship in the northeast direction of the planet. This spaceship is entirely silver-white and looks a bit like a bat from Blue Star. It's about the size of a small car, and its overall style feels very space-like. Even when landing on a dusty, barren planet, the ship's surface remains spotless, with no dust or scratches. Chenling whistled and said, "Wow.
Cool.
When we have enough money for our mystery box shop, should we get one?" Suli smiled and replied, "1 isn't enough. We should get at least 10. They didn't know that they found the spaceship of the delivery company very interesting. When the company's staff saw 2 strange creatures flying toward them very quickly, they were surprised. At first, they saw 2 unknown things rushing through the air on the ship's monitor. The staff thought they were wild animals on the planet and almost activated the attack system. But when they got closer, they realized they were 2 humans wrapped up tightly. They were probably the people from the Light Nation General Store who came to pick them up. The question is, why can these 2 people fly? If humans could fly, why would they need cars or starships? Where exactly have they come to? The delivery company staff were very scared. Long ago, before humans reached the stars, there was a legend about ghosts. These ghosts could fly in the sky, pass through walls, and kill silently. Could these 2 people be the ghosts from the legend? Boss, what kind of order did you take? If more things like this happen, you should handle it yourself next time. Just then, Suli and Chenling knocked on the spaceship's hatch. They were a bit confused. How could the people inside be so high-tech? With such advanced flying machines, they should see everything clearly outside. Why did they have to wait for them to knock? The hatch slowly opened, revealing 3 people inside. If Suli and Chenling looked carefully, they would see that each of the people inside looked terrified and guarded. They didn't think much of it, assuming these people looked tired from their long journey. Suli asked the system curiously. System, are these people beta? The system confirmed her guess. Yes, host. In the interstellar realm, all technical work is done by betas. Suli did not say much and greeted the three people proactively. Excuse me, are you employees of Susuda Express? I am the owner of the Light Nation General Store, which cooperates with your company. The three people inside the spaceship finally relaxed a little and began to introduce themselves. Hello, I am Employee 001, responsible for building the Express channel on planet D23333. I am 002, mainly responsible for connecting signals between planet D23333 and the next transfer planet. I am Employee 003, responsible for checking the work of 001 and 002 to ensure there are no mistakes. Unexpectedly, the employees sent by this new delivery company are quite professional. Suli smiled and said, please set up the delivery channel at this location. She provided coordinates, which were the store's coordinates given by the system. Setting the channel here would make future shipments easier. The three employees of Susuda nodded, then drove out a flying car from the spaceship. After setting the destination, they put away the spaceship and drove off with Su Li and Chen Lingyang. Although Susuda is a newly established delivery company, its employees are very reliable. When they arrived at the coordinates Su Li provided, they saw the green general store standing in the red wasteland, and they understood why Su Li contacted their company. On such a large planet with few people, if there were no delivery services, the items in the store would hardly sell. Although their company's headquarters is in the remote M78 Nebula, their business scope is very wide. They can deliver from the Imperial Capital Star to the neighboring Federation. As long as there are deliveries, Susuda can handle it, as long as the owner can sell the items there. What they didn't know was that due to signal issues on the wasteland planet, Suli's network could only cover a small area around the M78 Nebula. The three quickly installed and debugged the delivery channel. After Su Li paid the remaining balance, they drove the spaceship away from the wasteland planet. Before driving off, Su Li saw them put the spaceship into a small silver metal box. The metal box was only the size of a palm but could contain an entire spaceship, clearly a space storage device, which made Su Li even more interested. Once the delivery channel was connected, Su Li opened the back end of her online store on Xinguang and set it to normal status. The product list appeared for the first time. From this moment on, users browsing Xinguang could see the products from the Light Nation General Store. Su Li still felt a bit confused. Tomzi, is it really only the people from the M78 Nebula star system who can see our store? Shouldn't Xinguang be a unified network? The system explained. Think of a spider web. The network we're on now is like a spider web blocked by something. Others can't see us, and we can't see them. Then why can the people from Susu Express deliver items across the galaxy? The system replied. They can move items from one place to another, but these routes are planned in advance, just like your courier services on Blue Star. Hearing this, Shin Siyuan, who was listening to Su Li and the system, stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry. We'll take our time. Sooner or later, we'll sell our goods across the entire galaxy. Su Li nodded. She was too eager. Seeing so many good things in the galaxy, but unable to buy them, made her anxious. Chen Ling, who was guarding the smart terminal, suddenly cheered happily. Someone placed an order. Come look, someone ordered. When she decided to open the online store, Su Li asked the system to connect her quantum terminal with the store's backend and the smart terminal in the general store. This way, she could see the sales data on the store's smart terminal. Of course, this was only visible to their internal team. Netizens couldn't see the physical store of the Light Nation General Store. Meanwhile, Mao Xian, who was working on a test paper, ran over. What did they buy? A pack of tea leaves, high-quality Tiguanyin. The username is Riding a Broom Through the Galaxy. At this moment, Su Li's personal terminal and the system both beeped simultaneously. Ding! 30,000 credit points received. Riding a Broom Through the Galaxy is a student majoring in botany at the Empire University. He comes from the remote D23332 planet in the M78 Nebula. His hobby is collecting antiques from the era before humans entered the galaxy. He usually likes to browse the starnet to find cheap seeds that are thousands of years old. Even if these seeds are no longer alive and can't grow anything, he feels happy just collecting them. Today, he is on vacation at home and is browsing the StarNet again. He discovers a new shop called Light Nation General Store. He clicks on it because the name, General Store, feels very nostalgic. In ancient times, early humans liked to visit such shops before exploring space. These shops sold a wide variety of items, everything you could imagine. Sure enough, when he enters the shop, he finds that the items are very mixed. There are foods, drinks, toys, and even old paper books and mechanical clocks from ancient space civilizations. If you think about the value, some people would pay a lot to collect these if they liked them. If not, others might just throw them away as junk. But none of these are what he wants to buy. He rides his broom through the galaxy and starts browsing the shop. He spends an hour looking at the items, but hasn't finished yet. Feeling tired, he searches by category. He finds a small section called tea under the drinks category. As a student of plant-based sciences, even though tea has been extinct for many years, he still recognizes it. He wonders how this small shop could have such an item. Could it be just like many sellers before, labeling things that taste like tea as tea? If that's true, he plans to expose the fake. With this thought, he orders a bag of tea for 30,000 credits. It sounds like a lot, but if it's from an extinct ancient species, it could be a big profit. When Suli receives the order, she begins to prepare the package for shipping. Of course, this task is handled by the system. The system isn't very happy about it and discusses with Suli. Dear host, in this space age, is it possible that there is such a thing called a packing robot? Suli replies, yes, but I can't afford it. The system says, don't you have 50 million credits? Plus, you can now exchange system coins for credits. Suli remains silent, not wanting to reply. She realizes she's heading toward a trend of exploiting free labor and prefers not to spend money. Zongzi knew his host's nature and threatened. If you don't speak, I'll order some packing robots online myself. Suli immediately shouted loudly. No, that's my money, our Chinese money. Why should you spend it, system? All right, then you pay me your salary and I'll handle the packing. After a friendly negotiation, Suli ordered a few second-hand packing robots online. When the robots couldn't keep up, Zongzi helped with packing for free. Meanwhile, on the side where he was riding a broom to explore the galaxy, he received his package on the same day he ordered it. When the courier delivered it to his door, he couldn't wait to open it. Inside, he saw an elegant green box. He carefully opened the box, already curious about what was inside that smelled like tea leaves. Inside the box, there was another layer of packaging, a sealed bag. The bag felt firm to the touch, suggesting the contents were solid. Muttering to himself, he wondered, why is the package so tightly sealed? At this moment, he still didn't want to believe that what was inside was actually extinct tea leaves. But when he tore open the bag, a refreshing tea aroma instantly filled the air. Riding a broom to explore the galaxy is something a beta, like him, often does, which requires a lot of brain power. The moment he opened the tea package, his foggy mind suddenly cleared up quite a bit. Just by smelling it, he knew he had found something good. Following the instructions on the packaging, he took a small amount of tea leaves, poured hot water over them, and let it steep for a while to make a delicious cup of tea. He hesitated, unsure how much a little and an appropriate amount really meant. For a student used to experiments, the measurements were too vague. Never mind, he decided to try anyway. He grabbed a small handful of tea leaves, put them into a cup, and poured hot water based on his feeling. After waiting a few minutes, the aroma of the tea spread out, richer than when he first opened the package. Taking a deep breath, he felt as if he was in the primeval forests of some tourist star, his pores breathing freely. Once the tea cooled slightly, he lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The fragrance is truly wonderful. The aroma of tea slowly melts on the tongue, with a hint of sweetness returning. The tea flows down the throat smoothly, as if a warm wave spreads through the whole body. His mind is clearer than ever. Now, he feels confident he could do a high school exam paper without any trouble. Yes, even in the interstellar world, there are college entrance exams. This is one of the few ancient traditions passed down from primitive ancestors to the interstellar age. Riding his broom through the galaxy, he relaxes with tea, drinking cup after cup, and has gone to the bathroom several times. As a lover of ancient culture, he knows that tea can be brewed in a whole pot, but the problem is, he doesn't have a teapot. Such items are very rare across the entire galaxy. He can only brew tea in a cup to satisfy his craving. Suddenly, he remembers that the vintage shop where he bought tea leaves also sells teapots. Could they have teapots too? He quickly re-enters the shop's website, but after searching for a while, he only finds tea sets in a beautiful ceramic blind box series. Unfortunately, these ceramic blind boxes are very expensive, at least 100,000 credits each, and they only contain small cups.
Who can afford that?
Most importantly, even if he's willing to spend a lot of credits, he might not get what he really likes. What he doesn't know is that the system made these ancient items into blind boxes and priced them high because it's worried they won't sell well. It wants to sell them to people who are willing to pay for them. Although these items from ancient worlds are considered antiques in any modern universe, Blue Star is currently experiencing a disaster. The system is trying to find ways to sell them in other worlds. Of course, the high prices are also because the system wants to make more money, and it hasn't told Suli this. The system's reasoning is that these items are transported from other worlds to Blue Star and then to the galaxy by the system's energy. Naturally, it wants to earn more. Suli once asked the system why ancient porcelain and modern porcelain are both considered antiques in the interstellar universe, yet their prices are so different. The system explained that ancient porcelain is handmade, with each piece unique, reflecting the artisan's aesthetic and thoughts. Modern porcelain, while also attractive, is produced on industrial lines, which makes it less soulful. Moreover, the market needs both high-end and low-end products, which makes selling them more profitable. Hearing all the details the system explained, Suli couldn't help but feel amazed. Running a business really requires expertise. After hesitating for a moment, he rode his broom and flew around the galaxy to open the customer service chat window. Hello, I'd like to ask if you have similar tea sets like this, but a bit cheaper? Link. Suli clicked on the links and saw that they were beautiful porcelain pieces brought from an ancient world. But the customer was asking about tea sets, probably wanting to buy some, but couldn't find modern ones.
Suli quickly replied, Hello.
You can check in our home decor section. We have many options. Here are a few recommended, affordable, and good quality. Link. The links Suli provided were from Huagua's porcelain capital, so the prices were much lower. Modern porcelain isn't handmade like ancient ones. Each has its own style, but they are more consistent in quality and come in many designs. Unless someone is a collector, he recommends buying porcelain made in the porcelain capital. After looking at the 3D images and prices of the products Suli sent, he confidently ordered 2 sets of tea sets on his broom. He was so excited when the tea leaves arrived that he eagerly looked forward to the tea sets arriving. He kept walking around the living room on his broom. Even the housekeeper robot came over to ask if he was feeling unwell. Based on his behavior, it guessed he might be constipated and suggested he take medicine. That made him feel a bit speechless. In less than half a day, the 2 sets of tea sets were delivered to his door. He couldn't wait to open the package on his broom and admire the tea sets. Just as he was about to take them out, he heard the doorbell ring. The smart doorbell announced, Hello, Master. Your friend Peppa Pig is visiting. Peppa Pig has visited you 299 times on the dates of year, month, day. Before the doorbell finished announcing, Suli opened the door immediately. Peppa Pig arrived before her voice even finished. Tom, what are you doing? Why are you taking so long to open the door? Peppa Pig was a young alpha man with bright red hair, studying at the Imperial Military Academy. He and Tom, who was riding his broom, had been friends since childhood. Both grew up on the remote planet D23332, and their fathers knew each other. When they were born and named, their fathers discussed giving them names that were very popular in ancient times. Those names were Peppa Pig and Tom. From a young age, Peppa Pig and Tom encouraged each other, studied hard, and eventually both got into their dream universities. Tom attended the Empire University's botany department, while Peppa Pig went to the Empire Military Academy's mecha department. Now, it is holiday time for all universities on the star, and Tom and Peppa Pig are both relaxing at home. This time, Peppa Pig came to see Tom because his sensitive period was about to start again. Even though he had taken medicine on time, he still felt restless and irritable. He wanted Tom to accompany him into the Star Network to test their mechas and calm down. Unexpectedly, Tom didn't ask why he was there. He simply pulled Peppa Pig into his bedroom. "Come on, I've got something good to show you." Peppa Pig was very restless. He had planned to just go along with Tom and invite him to a mecha duel. But when Tom took out a set of tea utensils, he froze in surprise. "Where did you get the money to buy this antique? And it's from before the interstellar era?" During humanity's migration to the stars, many technologies were lost, including porcelain-making techniques. It is said that during the journey, some ships encountered wandering black holes and went missing. The porcelain-making technology was on those ships. Interstellar migration took a very long time, spanning several generations to complete. By the time they reached their new home, the generation that knew how to make porcelain had already ended their short lives on the ships. At that time, the average human lifespan was less than 100 years. Faced with Peppa Pig's excitement, Tom remained quite calm. "I don't know if it's an antique, but it's definitely not expensive." Then, he quietly told Peppa Pig the price. Peppa Pig's eyes widened in shock. Tom hadn't expected that a set of tea utensils would be cheaper than the tea leaves he bought. What he didn't know was that the tea leaves he bought were high-end, so they cost much more than other teas. After admiring his friend's surprised expression, Tom took out his tea set and washed it first. Because he treasured it so much, he didn't want the maid robot to wash it. If the robot suddenly had a small malfunction and broke it, that would be bad. After washing the tea set, he followed the steps he saw in an old book to brew tea. Sitting across from him, Peppa Pig sniffed the tea aroma in the room and suddenly felt less annoyed. He couldn't help but lift his nose, trying to take in more of the scent. Tom looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't worry, you'll be able to drink it soon." The taste is even better than the smell. Usually, Peppa Pig would be eager to drink right away, but maybe because the tea smell made him feel calm, he didn't rush. Instead, he looked at the teapot with anticipation. Soon, Tom poured the first cup of tea into a small cup and handed it to Peppa Pig. Seeing the steaming tea, Peppa Pig carefully blew on it and then took a big sip. "Ah," he sighed happily. Even though the tea didn't have a strong flavor, it tasted so good. That afternoon, Peppa Pig spent time at Tom's house drinking tea. They drank pot after pot. When he got home, Peppa Pig realized that his usual irritability during his sensitive period was completely gone. This had never happened before. He thought carefully and felt that after drinking the tea, his body no longer felt uncomfortable. Thinking this way, he quickly used his device to call Tom and asked where he bought the tea leaves and tea set, so he could order some too. Tom was surprised after hearing this. "Tea leaves can have such effects? That's great. Buy more in the future. Don't worry about the cost. Your health is more important. I'll send you the link now." He knew how tough it was for his brother during his sensitive period. Both of them came from poor planets. Their parents wanted to give them a better life, and the Empire provided some support, but living on a remote planet meant resources were scarce. They were also quite frugal with money. Tom usually saved money from working part-time to buy seeds. But Peppa Pig's mech suit was expensive to maintain. He worried that Peppa Pig might buy less tea to save money, and if it didn't work, that would be bad. "Don't worry about buying. If you lack credit, just tell me." They quickly replied, "Don't worry. I can tell what's important." After hanging up, Tom opened a shopping history. He checked the order for tea and added another 5-star review to the existing ones. "Riding a broom chasing the Star River. This tea is amazing. I don't know where the shop owner found the extinct tea trees from some planet. My brother is an alpha, and he's about to enter a sensitive period." After drinking the tea, even the irritability of that period disappeared. Reordered. At this point, Tom didn't know that his comment would soon trigger a galaxy-wide rush to buy tea. After posting the review, he went to the bathroom again before planning to sleep. Oh, too much tea makes me want to. In the blind box shop, Su Li and others gathered to check today's sales data. Surprisingly, the best-selling item was tea. Although only 2 people ordered, they bought quite a lot, including one who bought 2 sets of tea utensils. Su Li remembered that she recommended these tea sets herself. Next, some small snacks from Huagua and everyday items were purchased, along with a person buying a famous love novel. Su Li recalled that this love story was written by someone from the UK and was very well known. Among all the items sold, only the buyers of tea and tea sets left 5-star reviews with words, riding a broom chasing the Star River. Others hadn't commented yet. Today's total income was 120,000 credits. Although it's not much compared to the days before, it's pretty good, especially since we've crossed the 0 mark. Everyone agreed. Chun-Ling counted the days. It's been half a month since we traveled to this barren planet. Time here passes so fast. It wasn't her illusion. A day on this planet only has 16 hours. Although that's only 8 hours less than on Blue Star, the difference is very noticeable in how people feel. After they finished reviewing the day's sales, Su Li asked Chun-Ling, "How is Shoes?" Hearing this, Chun-Ling found it strange. He's recovering very quickly. He's already able to move normally. I was just about to ask the system to check his strength tomorrow. Chun-Ling then said, "I observed today and feel that his fighting ability is still far below mine. Without the support of interstellar weapons, he definitely can't beat me. I wonder if he has any weapons inside his space device." Su Li asked, "How do you know he has a space device?" Chun-Ling replied, "You all went back to the dorms earlier, so you didn't see." After he recovered, he took out something like a tent from his space device. He said it was inconvenient to stay inside our shop, so he chose to live outside on the wilderness. Shen Siyuan heard this and said, "It seems this person knows his limits. He claims to be an interstellar trader. Whether that's true or not, staying in our shop full of goods isn't very appropriate." Chun-Ling nodded. "I think his tent is also high-tech. Even with the strong wind and sand outside, it was set up firmly and didn't seem affected." TSK, quite impressive. Su Li clenched her fist and said, "Money, buy." The next morning, the packing robots Su Li ordered from the Star Network arrived. She checked them and found everything was fine, so she planned to let the robots start working. At this moment, Shen Siyuan looked a bit hesitant and unsure, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how. Noticing this, Su Li asked her proactively, "Shen Siyuan, is there a problem?" Shen Siyuan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Little Su, can I have one of these packing robots? I want to study it." She knew these robots were bought for packing and shipping in the shop, but she had been studying the parts of the robots she found earlier. She always felt something was missing. Now, the robots she assembled from scrap had surpassed the current robots on Blue Star, but compared to the lively, advanced interstellar robots, they still seemed a bit lacking, less smart. So she wondered if she could ask Su Li for one of these packing robots, open it up, and maybe get some inspiration. Su Li knew Shen Siyuan's robot research was stuck, and when she heard this request, she agreed, without hesitation. "Shen Siyuan, if you need to buy anything for your research in the future, just tell me. No need to feel embarrassed. I will fully support you." Even if a high-ranking leader or Ladingwa were here, they would probably share her opinion. Research always needs resources, especially when the technological gap between Blue Star and interstellar civilizations is so large. Siyuan, who doesn't rely on any manuals, only looked at her terminal to see the appearance and functions of some interstellar robots. Using scrap found on the barren planet, she managed to make a few good samples. This is already very impressive. Su Li gave one of the robots to Shen Siyuan, and the system complained, "Why are you so generous with her but so stingy with me? Do you want me to be your free packer?" Su Li replied, "I just want to spend every penny wisely." The system grumbled, "You're exploiting me." Su Li quickly changed the subject. "Let's go check how strong Hughes is now. If he's too powerful, she wouldn't feel safe." After finding Chun-Ling, Su Li, and she went to Hughes' tent. Su Li raised her voice. "Mr. Hughes, we're here to see how well you're recovering. Do you need any help?" Hughes came out of the tent. "Miss Su, Miss Chen, I feel much better now, but my body still isn't ready for teleporters, so I might need to trouble you for a while longer," Su Li said casually. "No problem. If you need anything, just tell us. We can extend credit at our shop. Meanwhile, she was talking to the system in her mind. System, scan him and check his current body data. The system immediately activated the detection mode. Health points: 85, energy, 78, combat power, 157. Suddenly, the system raised its voice sharply. Wait, how does an Omega have such high combat power? That's a strength usually only seen in alphas. Although he's not yet a match for Qinling, he's close to Su Li's level now. Su Li asked, "Who are you asking about?" "You, a system, don't even know, and you expect me, a non-ABO human, to know the reason?" But from Hugh's combat power, it's clear his identity isn't just a simple interstellar trader. Since he refuses to tell the truth, they can only pretend they don't know. After checking on Marcus, Su Li and Qinling's mission was complete, and they left. Marcus found it a bit strange. Why did these two people from the grocery store seem odd? If they only came to greet him for such a small matter, did they really need to make a special trip? When they returned, Su Li told everyone about Marcus's situation. Qinling was very happy. "It seems this person isn't my match. Don't worry, I will keep a close watch on him. If he dares to cause trouble for their mystery box shop, she will act immediately."
Su Li nodded.
Now that the online store is open and we have a packing robot, I have more time to practice martial arts. Qinling patted her chest. "Whenever you need training, just find your sister. Practice well, and don't waste your lightning-type powers. This is a special ability even she envies." At this moment, Mao Xian raised his little paw. "I also want to learn martial arts. I want to fly. A flying kitten would be so cool." By then, the teachers and classmates in the class wouldn't have learned martial arts, but she would already be a master. Thinking of this, Mao Xian grinned mischievously, and her adorable kitten face turned a bit sinister. "All right, there are many martial arts secrets in the shop. You can pick whatever you want to learn whenever you have time."
Su Li happily agreed.
After discussing martial arts, they reopened the online store backend. But when they looked, they noticed something was wrong. Mao Xian made a surprised sound. "Why are so many people suddenly buying tea leaves and tea sets?" Qinling leaned in closer. "Exactly, just in one night. Even several sets of tea sets from the Mystery Box series have been sold. Remember, these mystery boxes contain items from ancient worlds, and the tea sets are made by top artisans from the Great Xia dynasty. Of course, the prices are also quite high. Several people have placed orders, showing how popular the tea sets are." Su Li guessed, it must be because of the reviews about riding a broom to explore the galaxy. It's important to note that Alpha's sensitivity period is a big issue. Usually, only Omega's reassurance can fully resolve it. Medication only slightly eases the symptoms. But the problem is, not every Alpha has a matching Omega, so tea leaves that can soothe irritability during sensitive periods are very popular. Besides tea leaves, the best sellers are surprisingly novels. Shin Siyuan noticed something others hadn't. When they looked, they saw a netizen with the username Melancholy Omega who bought 1,000 books. These included classic novels from all over the world and popular online stories that have remained popular in China for decades. For example, titles like The Innocent Prince's Spicy Love, Dragon King's Son-in-Law and My 108 Ex-Girlfriends, My System is a Grass Mud Horse, and Rebirth System Force Me to be the Sea Queen. Seeing these online thrillers and literary classics like War and Peace, Notre Dame de Paris, 100 Years of Solitude, and Dream of the Red Chamber, all listed together in one order, everyone in the blind box shop fell silent. Even the system was confused and couldn't help but comment. "Seriously, what kind of taste does this sister or brother have? Is it so mixed?" Melancholy Omega's real name is Lilith. She is a young Omega who hasn't yet developed a clear gender identity. In the galaxy, Omega's development usually happens between 16 and 18 years old. Lilith is 15 and about to enter her second gender development phase. She just started high school this year, and rumors about Alpha's sensitive periods and Omega comfort methods are spreading around her school, which she finds very interesting. Schools in the galaxy are divided by primary gender: Alpha, Beta, and Omega, each with different classes and curricula. In Lilith's Omega-only class, various entertainment products are very popular lately. Music, art, movies, and literature are all loved by the young Omegas. For these delicate and sensitive young Omegas, any form of art can easily touch their tender hearts. A group of young Omegas who haven't yet developed fully gather daily to talk about novels and movies. If someone finds a good book, they instantly become the focus of the whole class. Although Lilith is still young, she has a small amount of vanity. She also wants to be the person surrounded by others sharing stories. To do this, she often searches for books online, hoping to find hidden gems that others haven't discovered. However, even though the interstellar era has a long history, the literary works that touch Lilith's heart have already been read many times by young Omega individuals. Since leaving her home planet thousands of years ago to explore space, humans have had to deal with fierce, unintelligent native creatures, expand their territory, fight insect-like species, and focus resources on military and technological development. As a result, the entertainment industry was quite dull for a long time. When peace was finally achieved, artificial intelligence became very advanced. All books, paintings, music, and movies were created by AI. AI can produce many works in a single day without limits, but among the vast number of creations, only a few can truly move people's hearts. The problem is, people often can't find those special works easily. So, the classical works brought from their home planet by the first explorers became the most treasured classics, read and appreciated by many generations. Especially among Omegas, almost everyone has an instinctive love and resonance with the works passed down from their home planet. As time goes on, the language system of the galaxy has changed over 100 times. Every time the language evolves, classical works are retranslated to ensure each generation can understand them. One evening, after school, Lilith returned home and, as usual, opened the Star Network to search for the word books. Suddenly, a whole row of books appeared on her screen, books she had never seen before. All of these came from the same shop called Light of the Nation General Store. Lilith clicked into the shop. It turned out that this small store not only sold books but also sold various vintage items like pens and notebooks. These items seemed outdated in the interstellar era. Nowadays, people can control their devices directly with their minds and input text, meaning no one in space still writes with a pen. Lilith wasn't interested in those fancy pens and beautiful notebooks. She directly clicked on the book categories. The books in the store, whether paper or electronic, have all been processed through a system. The text displayed is now in the universal language used across the galaxy. Lilith was surprised to see that the books sold at the Light Nation General Store included both ebooks and paper books. Nowadays, few people still produce paper books, as they are very expensive to make. She had only seen them in museums before. Thinking of this, she decided to buy a few to look at later. She first chose a poetry collection by the famous poet Lee from the Elegant School. She didn't know what the Elegant School was, but no Omega could refuse poetry. The word elegant also suited their Omega aesthetic. Next, she started picking her favorite novels. She couldn't stop choosing. One of the books was The Passionate Pure-Hearted Prince, about Ouyang Jing, a shy, blushing prince from the dying dynasty who is forced to marry Princess Aisha from the western regions, a passionate, rebellious girl who ignores traditional rules. Their marriage begins as a contract, but after many funny and exaggerated cohabitation stories, they realize they are each other's gift from heaven. Another book was Notre Dame de Paris, a dramatic story about a beautiful woman, a scoundrel, a pervert, and a loyal admirer, set in Paris's most famous landmark. Seeing these summaries, little Lilith couldn't hold back. Her shopping cart filled up quickly, eventually reaching over 1,000 books. If her credit points hadn't run out, she would have added more. Finally, she carefully calculated which books could be combined for discounts or free shipping based on the store's rules. After multiple calculations, she found the most cost-effective way and placed her order. Lilith lives on planets D18 and D23333, both in the M78 nebula, but they are quite far apart. She waited all day for her delivery. Her father signed for the package. He didn't know what his daughter bought, but when he carried the boxes, they were large and heavy, almost exhausting him. Out of curiosity, Lilith's father opened the boxes, worried that his precious daughter might have been tricked into buying a bunch of stones. When she opened the box, she was surprised to find paper books she had only seen in museums. This didn't reassure Lily's father. Instead, he became more worried. Could his daughter have stolen the books from the museum? But she is just a small omega. How could she have such skills? Thinking of this, Lily's father decided to open the books to see what they were. The first book he opened was titled, The Dragon King's Son-in-Law and My 108 Ex-Girlfriends. Lily's father frowned. What kind of books was his child reading? He flipped through a couple of pages, then couldn't stop reading. When Lily's mother came home and saw the boxes of books, she had the same reaction as her husband. Then she picked up a copy of Dream of the Red Chamber and couldn't put it down. So, the couple sat with their books. One sat on the corner of the sofa, laughing non-stop, while the other kept wiping tears and muttering about how their big family had suddenly fallen into decline. When Lily returned home, she saw this scene.
Mom, Dad.
What's wrong? But no one answered. She looked down and saw a pile of paper books everywhere. This was her first time seeing so many paper books. She didn't think it was a lot when she bought them, but now that they were all here, she realized what hundreds of books really meant. At this moment, she was very glad that, thanks to some promotions at the store, she didn't buy all the books in paper. She also bought half of them as e-books. Since the paper books had arrived, the e-books must have been sent to her device as well. Thinking of this, she quickly opened her device to check. Sure enough, within minutes of placing her order, all the ebook files had been transferred to her device. Lily casually opened one and, like her parents, couldn't stop reading. The next morning, on her way to school, Lily dozed off while sitting in her seat. Once class started, she felt like she couldn't keep her eyes open. Coincidentally, the teacher called her name to answer a question, but she didn't hear what the question was. Just as she was about to feel embarrassed, her desk mate and the students in front and behind her made exaggerated sounds to remind her, helping Lily get through it. After class, everyone gathered around. Lilith, what did you do last night? Did you go to the deserted star to catch star beasts? You look so tired. Yeah, the teacher called your name but you didn't hear, and it was only when your desk mate pinched you under the table that you reacted. Lilith said nothing. She was too sleepy and didn't want to talk, and simply shared the book she read last night, titled Little Wife, Run Away. The Overbearing CEO's 333 Days of Love. Although D18 star is located in the remote M78 nebula, this planet produces a special mineral, so the people here live relatively well compared to other planets in the same star system. They are not as wealthy as those on the capital planet or the tourist and commercial planets, but within the M78 nebula, they are among the top. Because of this, the children here live comfortably, especially those from Omega and Alpha families, whose living conditions are much better than Beta families. The school Lilith attends is a noble school on D18 star, so books are expensive, but students often share them freely among themselves. If someone finds a good book, they will share it with everyone for free. Lilith did the same. The night before, she found a good novel and shared it with the whole class the next day. Soon, the noisy classmates around quieted down, and Lilith happily closed her eyes to rest. She thought about how she could read another book tonight if she rested well now. Thinking about how she bought so many books at a low price, Lilith couldn't help but smile even in her dreams. Later, thanks to Lilith's promotion, her classmates and even some senior students learned about an online store called Light Nation General Store, where they could buy many books. Encouraged by the children, the parents of small Omegas also started buying books from the store. Book orders kept coming in, with some families purchasing hundreds or even thousands of books. Su Li sighed. Fortunately, most customers buy electronic versions or we wouldn't have enough paper books to sell. Chunling was packing a stack of paper books nearby, smiling as she said, "Luckily we have packing robots or I'd be overwhelmed right now." Yes, because more and more people have been shopping lately and the packing robots are a bit busy. So, the task of packing physical books, which is quite tiring, was assigned to Chunling, who has the strongest strength among everyone. Mao Xian shared good news with everyone. "I visited Shinseiyuan today. Her robot has been successfully developed. After some testing and training, it will be ready to work. Soon, our store will have many free workers. Since she was interested in physics, chemistry, and biology, Mao Xian sometimes went to observe Shin Siyuan's experiments. She is the most familiar with Shin Siyuan's research progress among the group. While talking, they also discussed the system's pricing for books. Chunling wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked Suli, "Are our book prices too low?" I saw some customers comment that a book on Interstellar should cost at least a few thousand credits. In their shop, the system's prices for ebooks are between 100 and 300 credits, while physical books are usually priced between 1,000 and 2,000 credits. Chunling had researched that some physical books in the interstellar world can even be auctioned for tens of thousands. Suli explained, "I asked the system about this. It said that the prices for all entertainment products are kept low, mainly to sell more copies at a lower price. Additionally, the system mentioned that for entertainment products that help other worlds understand the culture, thoughts, and aesthetics of the host world, the demand for widespread dissemination outweighs the need to make money. Only by spreading the culture can two worlds coexist more peacefully once interdimensional channels are established. Lower prices are meant to let more people experience Blue Star's culture. The system values the long-term impact of cultural resonance. But it seems their general store is also making good money. There are many people in the interstellar world, and copyright protection is very strict here. Most star citizens are very aware of copyright laws. Many of Lily's classmates, after reading the book Little Wife, run away. The overbearing CEO's 333-day love quest bought the electronic version again, feeling they should pay for the rights to such good stories. At this moment, the system reminded Suli, "You've seen it too. The Omega Group really needs spiritual food. So, can you also consider offering movies, TV shows, variety shows, and anime from Blue Star?" Regarding the sale of Blue Star's entertainment products across the galaxy, the system and Suli had already discussed it long ago. At that time, Suli thought it was best to first observe the market before deciding how to proceed. Since she wanted to promote those movies and TV shows to the galaxy, she needed to spend system currency and quite a lot of it. Unlike books, which only require the system to translate them, a simple task for such an intelligent system, these movies and TV shows required much more work. The system not only had to upload them to the galactic network, but also transform all the visual content into immersive holographic experiences tailored to the viewing habits of galactic audiences. This meant each piece of content needed scene reconstruction, language translation, and the addition of matching sense and tactile sensations. For example, in a historical palace drama, there might be a scene set in a garden. In Chinese TV shows, this would only show the flower's appearance and colors. But to convert this into a holographic experience familiar to galactic viewers, the system would need to add the scent of the flowers, the feeling of their petals, and the way they sway in the breeze. If there's a scene of a royal banquet, the system must add the real taste of the food on the table, because galactic viewers can activate all five senses while watching, and they might even want to taste the dishes. Transforming each episode like this is a huge project, consuming a lot of the system's energy. The production cost is based on the length and complexity of the work, and Suli has to pay for all of it. So, before seeing feedback on the book products, Suli didn't dare to spend a lot of system currency to have the system produce movies and TV shows. Now that she sees books on Blue Star are so popular among Omegas, she is seriously considering bringing Blue Star's movies and TV shows to the galactic market. However, even if she wants the system to produce them, they can only create Chinese works for now because they only hold the rights to Chinese content. When Suli first traveled here, the country already understood that cultural export was very important. Before the apocalypse, the country bought the rights to many popular Chinese movies, TV dramas, animations, variety shows, documentaries, and even music, theater, and talk shows, covering all kinds of entertainment products. This event caused a big shakeup in the entertainment industry, but people thought it was the government trying to regulate the entertainment market and stop apps from charging unfair fees. Producers and directors, afraid of getting into trouble, sold some of their rights to the government at very low prices. Later, when the apocalypse arrived, everyone was busy just surviving, so no one paid much attention to this matter anymore. However, when Suli traveled to different worlds, her first stop was a beast world where the main concern of the beast people was survival. They didn't care much about spiritual needs. Next, she went to a post-apocalyptic world where humans and zombies mixed. People there, like those on Blue Star, were busy fighting disasters and rebuilding their homes. They mainly wanted to buy things that could help them stay alive. The third world was an ancient realm. People there cared more about books related to daily life and technology, like farming, building roads, and bridges. There were novels in the bookstores, but not many people bought them. Only a few noble young women. Now, she arrived in an interstellar world where the Omega Group has a strong, almost instinctive desire for emotional content. This is a good chance to share culture. Although only Omegas are interested, they are not weak. In fact, Omegas hold an important position in this universe. At least, the strongest fighters, Alphas, rely on Omegas for companionship and comfort. When matching genes, Alphas and Omegas have the highest compatibility. Considering all this, Suli decided that cultural exchange is very possible. But she had to be careful about choosing her first work. If her group's first hit, Grocery Store of Light, becomes a big success, future projects will be easier. She called everyone together, and they started discussing. Little cat Mao Xian suggested, "I think your palace drama is pretty good. It's about a young woman who enters the palace for a contest, then becomes very powerful and eventually the Empress Dowager." Suli knew she was talking about The Legend of Jinhuan. Mao Xian loved that show and watched it whenever she had free time. The DVD was almost worn out from overuse. According to her, she wanted to watch the show to learn some clever tricks from the people of Huagua, then go back and teach the other little cats in the beast world. This drama idea was considered by Suli, but the ancient setting is too far from the interstellar people. It might take a lot of effort for them to understand the feudal system. The main concern is that they might never understand why the palace eats people or why women there compete for an old man. That would make things difficult. Suli politely declined the kitten's suggestion. At this moment, Shen Xiyuan suggested, "Since we need a background that interstellar people can understand more easily, how about a science fiction story?" Science fiction is a relatively niche genre on Blue Star, but for Star Civilization, their ancestors migrated from a small, closed planet. Using current interstellar technology, their ancestors' journey across the galaxy took hundreds of years and several generations to reach the current star system. Then, they expanded their new home until they reached a peaceful era. They can at least understand science fiction stories from Blue Star. After some discussion, everyone agreed that science fiction was a good idea. Finally, they selected a classic sci-fi movie from Chinese history as the first film to be released by Light Nation Grocery. Before this film was made, China already had several excellent science fiction writers and popular sci-fi novels worldwide, but sci-fi movies had always lagged behind. The success of this film proved that China also has the ability to produce top-level sci-fi movies, earning recognition from many Western countries. The story is about Earth facing many crises. The sun is about to expand and swallow Earth, so humans launch the Moving Earth plan to move the planet away from the sun and find a new home. During this process, humans encounter many crises, but in the end, they overcome these difficulties with their wisdom and teamwork. Of course, many people sacrifice their lives to complete this plan. Even the system agreed. Let's go with this one. I think this movie is very good. Although interstellar people don't know the history of their home planet, they remember the migration history very clearly. So, this movie might resonate not only with the Omega Group, but could also be understood by the entire interstellar civilization. After the final decision, this series will have several movies. Suli paid a total of 2 million system coins as the adaptation fee. She asked the system, "How much do you plan to set the price for our movies? I won't say anything about others, but you must make sure I earn back this 2 million adaptation fee." The system was speechless. "You're so greedy. You really don't want to lose anything." "Don't worry, I definitely won't let you lose money." After everyone discussed the TV series, Shen Xiyuan suddenly invited them. "Are you all free now? If so, Come see my laboratory. Seeing everyone's surprised expressions, Shin Si-yun smiled and nodded. You guessed right. I think my robot is ready to be put to work. Everyone followed Shin Si-yun to her laboratory, which was also in the dormitory area. Su-li gave her the largest room, so she could research whatever she wanted. As soon as they opened the door, they saw rows of robots inside. Except for Mao Xian, everyone else was seeing the laboratory for the first time. Looking at these robots, they all widened their eyes. They thought Shin Si-yun could only assemble a few robots in such a short time, but they didn't expect her to produce so many. Shin Si-yun walked up to a robot. It looked almost human, but its skin was made from scrap metal she found in a dump. It didn't look as realistic as the robots on the internet. She pressed a button behind the robot's head, and its eyes opened. Then, there was a faint mechanical clicking sound as it started to move. Next, the robot's voice sounded. Robot 001 is now powered on. Please select your desired mode. Mode 1, Nanny Robot. Mode 2, Care Robot. Mode 3, Packing Robot. Su-li's eyes lit up. She asked Shin Si-yun, can one robot have so many modes? Can it switch freely between them? Shin Si-yun nodded. I installed multi-threaded core systems in these robots, along with different smart modules. With that, a robot can choose different modes. However, this also depends on the shape of the robot. For example, humanoid robots can perform complex movements if their limbs are flexible enough and if they are powered by strong chips that serve as their brains. This allows them to adapt to different situations. But if the robot has a different shape, like a plush animal, Shin Si-yun pointed to a fuzzy panda robot and said, such robots can only provide emotional companionship like chatting with people. They can't handle heavy or tiring tasks. Su-li nodded and said, it's similar to the intelligent pets on our blue star. She suddenly remembered something. Si-yun, was the plush toy you asked me for earlier meant to make this kind of robot? Shin Si-yun nodded. They didn't find plush material in the trash they collected, so she thought of using plush toys from Blue Star as a substitute. Chun-Ling touched the big panda-shaped fuzzy robot and asked Shin Si-yun, Si-yun, can you turn on this rolling robot so we can see it? Shin Si-yun gently pinched the panda's ear and the robot made a sound. Hello, hello. I am your special pet, Gun-Gun. Can I have a hug? Shin Si-yun smiled and picked up the panda robot, placing it in Chun-Ling's arms. The panda robot said to Chun-Ling, purr, are you a friend of the owner? You can hug Gun-Gun too. Gun-Gun likes you very much. Chun-Ling always thought she was a cold-hearted woman, but at this moment, she felt her heart melting. She gently stroked the panda robot's head, and unexpectedly, the robot turned over and kissed her cheek with its mouth. Then it spoke in a cute, coaxing tone. Is something making you unhappy? You can tell Gun-Gun. Gun-Gun understands everything. Not only Chun-Ling was captivated, but everyone else was also amazed by how clever the robot was. Su-li started to doubt and asked the system, can such a smart robot really be made by us humans on Blue Star? Don't think she hadn't seen the robots on Blue Star. They claimed to have artificial intelligence systems, but in reality, most of them were only slightly better than simple machines. The system was also a bit surprised. It turns out that once your human brains develop to a certain level, you are really quite impressive. Everyone was playing with the panda robot while setting the robot number 001 to packing mode. Then, Su-li took out some items from the system space and asked 001 to try. Surprisingly, whether it was delicate fruits like strawberries or large pieces of furniture, the packing robot handled everything very well. Seeing everyone's satisfaction, Shin Si-yun said, if possible, let's assign all the humanoid robots here to help pack our store's items. Su-li suddenly thought about the robot's power source and asked, Shin Si-yun, do the robots use the energy stones you found before? How long can one energy stone power a robot? She remembered that these energy stones were very heavy but contained a lot of energy. She wasn't sure how many stones Shin Si-yun used for each robot to balance weight and energy consumption, so she asked. Shin Si-yun nodded. Yes, those energy stones. We also found some smaller ones later. They don't have as much energy, but they can still power a robot for a year. We can replace them then. He also mentioned that the palm-sized energy stone was likely designed for mechs. In other words, the Big Flower King had discovered that the energy stone looked like a robot shell, which was actually an abandoned mech. But the shell was already very damaged and not worth reusing, so they didn't bring it back. By the way, Xiaoli, if possible, we should buy more of these energy stones to bring home. Su Li agreed. I'll look online again to see what exactly this energy stone is. She had searched before, but couldn't find any information or pictures matching the stones. She guessed it might be because her device could only connect to the edge network, limiting her access. The group continued testing the robot's functions in the lab when the system suddenly alerted Su Li. Host, the man you saved seems to want to see you. He's heading to the store. The system's voice was loud, and everyone heard it. They exchanged glances, each seeing confusion in the other's eyes. Since Thies moved outside with his tent, he has never actively looked for them. The only time they interacted was when Su Li asked the system to test his strength. No one knows what this Omega is up to this time. Chunling, with Su Li, used her special ability and quickly appeared inside the shop. They turned from behind a shelf, positioning themselves so that Thies could see them clearly. Sure enough, Thies had something to discuss with them. When he saw the two, he approached. Hello, miss. I have something I'd like to talk to you about. Looking at this Omega with an unusually high strength level, Su Li was curious about what he wanted. Well, I wanted to ask if I could buy some of the fruit outside your shop. It turns out he was interested in the fruits from the Beast World continent. Long before they arrived on the barren star, when Chunling and Shin Siyuan started collecting trash, the Flower King had already cleared the land around the shop. Because the interstellar world isn't like ancient worlds, where a grand feast hall needs daily supplies of vegetables and fruits, people didn't have special demands for the Flower King's farming. Su Li had also checked before that this interstellar world isn't like the settings in some novels, where no plants exist. The plants here aren't as magical as those in the Beast World, nor have they mutated like in zombie worlds. They are pretty much the same as plants on Blue Star, ordinary types. There might be some different varieties, but overall, they are quite similar. Some nutritional supplements even use plant extracts as ingredients. This shows that fruits and vegetables on Blue Star might not be as popular in the interstellar world as in other worlds. So, Su Li and the others didn't plan to make these their main products. In this situation, the Flower King farming in the interstellar world is just for fun. It cleared a piece of land on this barren star and decided to grow whatever it liked. As for what to grow, the Flower King chose its favorite, heavenly fruits. It's quite a strange thing for a flower to like eating fruit, but it's a curious story. The planet D23333 has a dry climate with strong winds and sandstorms. Sometimes heavy rain falls, making it similar to a desert environment, which is good for growing sky fruits. Su Li gave the Flower King some dried, dehydrated sky fruit branches. After planting them, he realized he still had many plots of land left to cultivate. So, Su Li also gave the Flower King some young seedlings of the Great Power Crimson Fruit to plant. Coincidentally, the Great Power Crimson Fruit comes from the cat tribe, and the previous priest of the cats, Mao Xian, was also here. The task of drawing totems was left to Mao Xian. Meanwhile, while others paid little attention, the Flower King had already started harvesting sky fruits. Recently, Shoes was still recovering from his injuries. His body was not yet able to handle cross-planet teleportation, and besides Shoes, no one else had come to this barren planet. Of course, this was just Shoes' own story. According to Qinling, Shoes was very slow and calm every day, showing no sign of wanting to leave. She even wondered if he planned to stay here forever. When Shoes mentioned the fruit outside the shop, Su Li and Qinling knew he was talking about sky fruit, since the Great Power Crimson Fruit was not yet ripe. Su Li was curious and asked, "May I ask, Mr. Shoes, why do you want to buy this kind of fruit?" Shoes politely smiled and said, "I've never seen this fruit before. I want to buy some to taste." Actually, he sensed a special aura from the fruit. He felt it might be useful to him, so he came to ask. Since it was an easy business, Su Li asked, "How many do you want?" Of course, the more, the better. "How many are you willing to sell, Boss Su?" Su Li didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked back, "Mr. Shoes, didn't you say you wanted to keep some credit points for emergencies? After buying the sky fruits, you might not have many left. Have you thought it over?" Shoes looked calm and spoke confidently. Please tell me the price, Boss Su. Suli replied, 5,000 credit points per fruit. How many do you want? Without hesitation, Shu said, give me 10 first. Suli nodded and agreed, all right. Chun Ling volunteered, I'll go pick the fruits. You guys wait here. She then quickly disappeared at a fast pace. Thesis's usually expressionless face showed rare surprise as he looked at Suli. Miss Chen's speed. When he mentioned this, Suli suddenly felt like promoting her own product. Oh, you mean this? She awakened a special ability and learned lightness skill. Special ability? Lightness skill? Both words were unfamiliar to Thesis. His handsome face furrowed, making him look even more intimidating. Seeing his expression, Suli confirmed again in her mind with the system. Is he really an Omega? The system was speechless. No. How many times do I have to tell you? He's not an Alpha. Oh, come on, don't be upset. I don't doubt you, but I'm just surprised. How can an Omega have the aura of an Alpha? The system replied. How should I know? Why don't you ask him? Suli hesitated. That might be a bit bold. But despite her doubts, she knew she had to answer. She told Thesis, Chunling's speed is fast because she has a speed-type special ability. Special ability means a person has powers that ordinary people don't. Each ability is unique to the user. Lightness skill is a kind of martial art that requires learning. Once mastered, a person can leap through the air. Hearing about flying through the air, Thesis wanted to blurt out, that's impossible, but he had just seen Chunling's speed. She disappeared in the blink of an eye. He saw it with his own eyes. Now, Thesis had many questions. For example, where did this general store on the Barren Star come from? Is the shopkeeper a Federation person, or from their empire? Where did all these strange things in the shop come from? And how did they learn such amazing abilities as special powers and lightness skill? But he didn't ask a single question. Since Suli was willing to mention abilities and lightness skill, it meant she didn't mind him knowing about them. Why didn't she mind? That depended on what the boss, Suli, would say next. Sure enough, Suli continued. Chunling's special ability was awakened after eating a special fruit. As for how she learned lightness skill, we also have methods in our shop. I wonder if Mr. Thesis is interested? Theseus's pupils contracted for a moment. Could he also have such a power? He is an Omega pretending to be an Alpha. If he could have this ability, even a real Alpha might not be his match. Then he probably wouldn't need to pretend anymore. And those people probably wouldn't dare to act so boldly again. Thinking of this, Theseus's eyes darkened. He asked Suli, I wonder what the special fruit that Boss Su mentioned looks like? How much does one cost? How many do I need to eat to awaken the power? Seeing that he was clearly interested in the special fruit, Suli was very pleased. One costs 1 million credits, but whether you can awaken the power depends on your body. I can't guarantee it. I'll buy it. Although there's no guarantee that the special fruit will awaken the power, Theseus wouldn't give up as long as there's a chance. Paying 1 million credits for a fruit sounds crazy, but in noble circles, such things are not impossible. Theseus knew that a few years ago, a new type of fruit was cultivated. When it first came out, each piece was sold for 50,000 credits, and it was just an ordinary fruit with no special effects besides tasting good. Hearing his straightforward answer, Suli became curious. She remembered that when Theseus transferred 50 million credits to her as emergency money, he said his abilities were limited, and he needed to keep some for urgent use. So, how much did he actually keep? To be able to buy a fruit for 1 million credits without hesitation? These questions weren't her concern. After Theseus transferred the credits to her device, Suli gave him a special fruit and explained the possible effects after eating it. After explaining, she asked, Do you still want the martial arts secret manuals? Theseus nodded. Yes. Suli sent him a series of martial arts names and descriptions via his device, letting him choose. Once he decided, she sent him the digital copies. Theseus was cautious. He wasn't sure if he could learn the martial arts, so he only bought one manual first. After exchanging money and goods, Theseus looked at the strange book on his device and fell into silence. Boss Su, what are acupoints? And what are meridians? I'm sure I don't have these in my body. Just after picking the fruit, Chunling returned. Su decisively handed over the task of teaching skills to Chuays. Lingling is the one who knows the most about martial arts here. If you have any questions, you can ask her. Chunling looked confused and wondered, teaching this person martial arts?
Why?
What if she teaches him, and he ends up beating her? And if he has bad intentions toward the shop? But in front of Chuays, she didn't ask much and agreed. Chuays smiled at Chunling and asked, "When will you start teaching me, Miss Chun?" Chunling thought for a moment. Every morning at 8 o'clock. That time was when she usually practiced her own skills, so it was convenient to teach someone else too. After trading the special fruit and martial arts secret book, Su stopped Chuays before he left. "Mr. Chuays, I have something I want to ask you about. If you have any information, please tell me." "Miss Su, please go ahead. I want to know where I can buy a terminal, the kind people use to hide their identity." She found her terminal from the trash, but the others in the team still haven't found theirs. She had checked online before. In the galaxy, both the Empire and the Federation strictly control terminals. Because, in space, a terminal is like a person's ID card. People are usually registered and linked to their biological info at official offices when they are born. After registration, they are given a personal terminal. Once embedded in the body, it merges with the nervous system and cannot be replaced for life. Su also asked the system to check the black market on the Galaxy network. There are some black market terminals that can bypass official systems, but they are quickly bought by people with connections. They waited a long time, but never saw the black market terminals appear. She really had no other choice but to ask Chuays. Having a terminal would make communication easier and prevent losing contact. Chuays was silent for a moment. He actually had quite a few of these, even more than she thought. The terminal he used now, with the name Chuays, was just like what Su described. He didn't say this, only asked, "How many do you need, Miss Su?" Su did a quick count. Besides herself, there were Shin Siyuan, Chunling, and Mao Xian who needed one. The panther and the dog didn't. One spent all day farming, and the other was busy chasing wild beasts on the wasteland planet. So Su said, "I need 3 terminals. If you can get them, please contact me. I'll pay well." Then she added, "I'll cover the cost of the terminals." To her surprise, Xios immediately took out 3 quantum terminals from a space button and handed them to her. Su thought that was too easy. Even the system was surprised. This Omega isn't simple. But even as a system, it couldn't easily check someone's identity or privacy. Since he had already offered them, Su couldn't refuse. She asked how many credit points. Xios smiled. "No need for credits. When the other kind of fruit in your shop ripens, I just hope you can give me a few." He meant the power red fruit. Since he was being generous, Su agreed readily. "No problem." After Su and Chunling returned to the dorm with the terminals, she handed them out. "Everyone, bind your terminals. Now, even if Lingling goes out collecting scraps, we can still reach her." The system added, "Don't worry, I've checked them. These terminals are safe." Everyone was happy. Before this, only Su had a terminal, and the others had never experienced the Star Network. Shin Siyuan and Mao Xian asked where she got them. Su said they were from Xios. Shen Siyuan looked uneasy. "We don't even know what kind of person he is. It's hard to get 1 terminal on the black market, and he just gave you 3. He was worried that Xios might have a powerful background. Chunling was also puzzled. "Lily, why did you sell him the ability fruit and martial arts manuals? What if he awakens powers and learns martial arts from me? I might not be able to beat him."
Su comforted her.
"Don't worry. His skills are improving, but as his teacher, you won't stop progressing either." Besides, compared to Xios, Chunling had access to all the martial arts manuals they had collected from the ancient world. And among their group, aside from Chunling, Su combat ability was also quite strong. They have so many weapons that they don't need to hold back in front of just one person like Xios. As for whether he is a bad person, we can keep observing. As long as we are in the shop with system-protected defenses, he can't do anything to us. Since being rescued and given 50 million as a life-saving gift and always consulting with them on matters, plus offering free terminals, Xios currently seems to have no ill intentions toward them. However, they shouldn't let their guard down. While discussing shows, they also studied the terminal. Suddenly, the system said, "All right, the movie you asked to switch to hologram mode has been converted. The Wandering Earth is ready? Tongzi, send it to our terminals quickly." Su Li was full of excitement. Just after everyone received their terminals, the hologram version of the movie was ready. The system sent the converted movie to everyone's terminals. It suggested you should immerse yourselves in nutrient tanks to experience it. There are 3 movies in total, with the third divided into 2 parts. After converting all of them into hologram mode, it will take about 12 hours. Unlike movies on Blue Star, which are just watched, hologram movies require you to be fully immersed and experience them firsthand. This means that when Su Li and the others start the hologram movie, they will see through the characters' eyes and feel like they are on the frozen earth, completing various missions and escaping danger. Such a big movie can be very tiring. Of course, they can watch for a while and then leave, but that would ruin the experience. Su Li was very glad that after Xiao's returned her the favor of saving her life, she bought many essential items for interstellar life. One of these was a nutrient pod and matching nutrient liquid for long-term hologram mode experience. She took out 4 nutrient pods filled with liquid from the system space, then also took out 4 sets of special clothes, giving 1 to each person. This is a connection suit. When you soak in the nutrient tank, wear this for better absorption. Chun Ling moved quickly. She quickly put on her connecting suit and lay down in the nutrient pod. The others watched her peacefully, as if she was about to pass away, but in fact, she had already started the holographic movie of The Wandering Earth. Next, Shin Siyuan also dressed up and said, "Then I'll go in too." After speaking, he lay down in the nutrient pod next to Chun Ling. Then came Mao Xian. She tugged at her clothes, looking a bit worried. "This outfit is so tight. How am I supposed to fit myself in?" Her bright blue cat eyes rolled around, and Su Li was once again charmed by her cuteness. She helped the little cat dress up, and after watching her lie down in the nutrient pod, she finally lay down in the last pod. She opened the movie file sent by the system, and suddenly her view changed completely. She was standing on a frozen earth, the wind cutting her face painfully. At that moment, she felt like she had returned to the end of the world before her rebirth. She hadn't experienced that feeling of the apocalypse since her rebirth. It could only be said that the system and the mystery box shop had completely changed her fate, and even the fate of all Chinese people. Next, Su Li didn't have time to think about anything else. When choosing the perspective, she picked the main character's point of view. From now on, she had to follow the main character's adventures. The holographic technology in space is very advanced. Unlike the movies on Blue Star, where people need external devices to read brainwaves when entering virtual worlds, this system is different. Because the terminal is connected directly to the nervous system, everything in the holographic world can be transmitted directly through the human nerves. This means all sensations, pain, taste, smell, are real. After watching several movies in a row, Su Li felt exhausted. No wonder people say that when entering the holographic mode on the Star Network, you must soak in nutrient fluid. Without the nutrient fluid, people might get too tired and die. When she got out of the nutrient pod, she saw Chun Ling sitting outside, having changed her clothes. She looked pretty tired too. Seeing her constantly massaging her shoulders, Su Li asked, "Did you get hurt while watching the movie?" Chun Ling nodded. In the movie, there was a part about running out of firestones, and everyone was trying to think of a solution. I went to help move some stones. After the other 2 also came out of their nutrient pods, Su Li asked, "How does everyone feel?" Shen Siyuan smiled. "I can only say that the system coins were well spent." Chun Ling nodded in agreement. Mao Xian was still a bit dizzy. The cat tribe's senses were much sharper than humans, and the recent holographic experience had left her nerves slightly trembling. The system said proudly, "Now you see how amazing I am. If you have any movies or shows you want to adapt, just tell me. As long as you're willing to pay, everything can be arranged." Su Li didn't respond to that and instead asked, "System, how much do you plan to charge for this movie?" The system quickly gave a price. "There are 3 movies in total. Each one will cost 200 credits, or 500 credits for the full set. In the interstellar world, movie tickets usually cost around 200 credits. Since this was their first time trying something new, setting the price at the average level seemed fair. Everyone agreed. Suli said, "All right, go ahead and put it on the online store." Soon, when customers of Light Nation General Store refreshed the shop page, they noticed a new film section. When they clicked on it, they were surprised to find an actual movie for sale. Although there was only one series available, it still drew a lot of curiosity. Meanwhile, Hughes returned to his tent after meeting Su Li and Qin Ling, carrying the Sky Fruit and the Ability Fruit. The tent was a new model from the Empire's XY technology company, made especially for the military. It used spatial technology, so the inside was much larger than it looked from the outside. Even though the barren planet was full of wind, sand, and harsh weather, sometimes rain, snow, or hail, the tent stayed warm, quiet, and comfortable. After returning, Hughes didn't eat the Ability Fruit right away. Instead, he held a Sky Fruit in his hand and studied it carefully. When the Sky Fruit had ripened, he had been going through a difficult physical phase. The moment he smelled the fruit, he felt it might be good for him. To humans from Blue Star, the Sky Fruit had no scent, but Hughes, with his sharp senses, could detect its unique aroma. Because of an accident, the suppressants in his space button had run out, so he could only endure the discomfort on his own. Fortunately, Su Li and the others knew he was an Omega, so he didn't need to hide his gender anymore. However, he still had to endure the pain of his heat period on his own. Although his heat period had now passed safely, he still wanted to try this fruit. Thinking this way, Shoes gently bit into the flexible skin of the heavenly fruit, and sweet juice quickly filled his mouth. After finishing one heavenly fruit, he felt his body become a bit lighter. Since there was no suppressant during this heat period, his body was severely drained. He had previously felt a burning pain lingering inside him. Eating one heavenly fruit made that feeling disappear. Shoes was like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for a long time and finally drank a life-saving spring. His whole body felt relaxed. After eating a heavenly fruit, he packed the rest in a special interstellar preservation bag and placed it in his space button. Then he took out the ability-enhancing fruit he bought from Su Li. He had never seen a fruit that could awaken abilities after eating it. What kind of ability would he awaken? Looking at the fruit in his hand, Shoes, usually calm and like a beta, actually felt a bit hopeful. He quickly finished the fruit, but nothing strange happened. However, Su Li had already told him that after eating the ability fruit, it might take a few days to awaken the ability, or he might not awaken any at all. Shoes was mentally prepared for this, so he was not in a hurry. The holographic version of The Wandering Earth has been uploaded to the online store for several days. During this time, customers kept placing orders, mostly repeat buyers. Among these customers, most were alphas and omegas. Although the number of viewers was still not very high, almost everyone who bought the film left positive reviews. So, adorable Peppa Pig. 5-star review. Very good looking. Our galaxy has so many planets that no one thought of moving their home planet along with them for so many years. In the end, there was a lack of hometown feelings. The creativity of this film is excellent, showing both the courage and passion to find a new home, and also making me feel the love humans have for their home planet. Riding a broom to explore the galaxy. Recommended by a good friend. It's really great. I've already recommended it to my roommates.
Melancholy Omega? Wah wah wah.
I almost cried during the scene where they ignite Jupiter. The small planet is good, but Jupiter is bad. Movie lover and fun seeker. 5-star review. The movie is excellent in every way, but watching it is a bit tiring because I got so immersed. Next time, I suggest not designing the plot to be so intense that it overwhelms viewers. At least give us a moment to breathe. After reading these comments, Su Li and her friends felt more confident about the future sales of this movie. Although their online store can only connect to a limited network now, there are quite a few people in this network. As long as word of mouth keeps spreading, sales will likely be good. If the movie sells well, it could also bring more traffic to their other products, helping the small online shop, Light Nation General Store, become more well-known. Strangely, despite running the store all this time, No one has bought items from the Beast World or Zombie World sections. However, they have sold many antique teapots from the Ancient World section. Suli is thinking about whether to advertise products from the other two worlds. Just as she is pondering how to promote them, several new orders for Beast World products suddenly appear in the store. The most frequent buyer is a user with the online name Alpha is so annoying. This person ordered 100 heavenly fruits, 100 strengthening crimson fruits, and 10 mint bubbles plants. They also ordered about 10 pregnancy fruits, and even bought over 100 water-repelling pearls, which are less popular. This single order earned the store several million credit points. Suli couldn't stop smiling, feeling like they had a new fortune coming in. What she didn't know was that this new fortune was actually their tent neighbor, Shoes. After tasting the heavenly fruits, Shoes felt he had only bought 10 and should have bought more. He started thinking about how to buy even more heavenly fruits. While thinking, he remembered seeing a packing robot and a small wormhole used for delivery in the store. He guessed that this general store must have a website. Then, he realized he had been on this planet for a long time and had never seen anyone come to buy things in person. He guessed that the store mainly operates online. So, he logged onto the StarNet and searched for Light Nation General Store. Sure enough, a very vintage-looking online shop appeared. When he clicked in, he saw that although the shop wasn't very famous, it had quite a few items. He looked around for a long time before finding a category called Magical Fruits, where he discovered the Heavenly Fruit and Ability Fruit he had bought before. Besides these two, there were several other plants he had never seen before. Without hesitation, he checked the product descriptions and his account balance, then immediately placed an order. If the ability fruits weren't so expensive, he would have bought hundreds of them to build his own ability army. His small account was almost out of credit points. He decided to wait until this crisis was over before making any more purchases. When placing the order, he carefully chose an address on a planet that only close friends knew about. That planet was his personal one, but to keep it secret, it was registered under someone else's name. After buying these strange fruits, he continued browsing on his device and saw something called water-repelling beads. It was said that with these beads, one could move easily in water, just like on land. He had to buy them. He still had several ocean planets, all covered by vast seas, making exploration difficult. Even in the interstellar age, exploring the ocean was much harder than exploring space. If these water-repelling beads really worked as described, it would make ocean resource extraction much easier. Although he was currently in a tough situation, as long as he was alive, he believed he would find a way to turn things around. Thinking this, he decisively placed another order, spending almost all his remaining credit points. After buying these items, he couldn't help but wonder, where did the shop called Light Nation General Store come from? He was sure that none of the items in the shop belonged to the Empire or the Federation, or he would have recognized them. Could it be from the mechanical race? But their products are usually high-tech gadgets, and many of the items in the shop seemed unrelated to their interests. Additionally, Solri asked him to help find 3 terminals. The shop has 4 people in total, which means that besides Solri, the others are all unregistered users without terminals. This makes the situation even more interesting. What is the situation? Is Solri the owner of this planet, taking in the other 3? Or are they all together, and Solri just happened to get a terminal by chance? Thinking of this, Shoes opened his own terminal. He had planned to disappear for a long time this time, hoping his trusted people could take the chance to remove those with bad intentions around him. Now, it seems he needs to contact his subordinates early and check out this small shop. Shoes not only started investigating the Light Nation grocery store, but also told his subordinates to buy more items from the shop if they had enough credit points, especially those with special functions. Thanks to his orders, the shop's sales of exotic products increased. Actually, regular customers like Tom and Peppa Pig had already noticed the amazing fruits. But for them, spending so many credits on a fruit was a bit hard to do. Tom and Peppa Pig wanted to save their credits for tea, which could help clear their minds or ease Alpha's sensitive periods. For Lilith, her credits were meant for buying books, music, and movies. She wasn't very interested in strange fruits. Because of these thoughts, When the regular customers later learned about the benefits of those fruits, they only regretted not recognizing the real good stuff. Meanwhile, Shoes, after contacting his subordinates and giving all necessary instructions, found that the Light Nation grocery store had new items. He opened it and saw a series of holographic movies. The title was The Wandering Earth. In this interstellar world, anyone can make holographic movies. If you're interested, you can use holographic technology to show stories from your mind. Once made, these movies can be priced and uploaded online, where interested people will buy them. Not only movies, but also TV shows, music, and games can be created by individuals. So, it's not strange for a small shop to sell their own movies. I looked at the movie summary, and Hughes was very interested in the story about interstellar migration involving an entire planet. Without hesitation, he bought the whole series. After placing the order, Hughes took out a nutrient pod from his space device. Meanwhile, on Suli's side, Shen Siyuan gathered everyone together. She opened her personal device, which displayed the comment section of the Wandering Earth holographic movie. Shen Siyuan looked serious. Take a look at this comment. The others also opened their devices and saw the review she mentioned. Poor soul who lost their planet. Wah wah wah, I didn't expect a historical movie like this to make me cry. Maybe because I can really relate. I am someone who lost their hometown. The planet I lived on died completely a few years ago, and we had to move. But that was where I grew up. How could I let go? Why can't we move with our home star? Poor soul who lost their planet. My home star, before dying, was also like this blue planet, with constant natural disasters. If I could still live there, I wouldn't be so sad about moving. Suli, Chenling, and Mao Xian looked confused, not understanding what Shen Siyuan was trying to say. Shen Siyuan opened the comment section of that review. Keep reading. Captain 123. Hugs to everyone above. What happened to your planets? Did they die naturally? Or did the heart of the planet get lost? Then came the reply from the user, poor soul who lost their planet. The planet's heart was lost. I don't know who has been stealing the planet's heart all these years. Many planets have suffered because of this. If they just aged naturally, I wouldn't be so upset. Captain 123. In my opinion, the Empire and the Federation are useless. It's been thousands of years, and they still don't know where those lost planet hearts went. Not to mention finding them, they haven't even caught the thieves. After reading the exchange between these two users, Chenling still didn't quite understand, but Suli understood Shen Siyuan's meaning. Her face also grew serious. Siyuan, do you suspect our blue star? Shen Siyuan nodded. The current situation on Blue Star, which is basically a post-apocalyptic world, closely resembles the description of the home star from the poor soul who lost their planet comment. From another netizen's reply, it is understood that this situation is either because a planet has naturally died due to old age or because the planet's core is missing. At this moment, Chenling also realized this and widened her eyes. That can't be. On our blue star, we've never heard of such a thing. Maybe only planets in their interstellar realm have a planet's core. Shen Siyuan was not as optimistic. What if our technology isn't advanced enough to detect the presence of a planet's core? Suli took a deep breath and said, everyone, don't worry. Let's first check online to understand what a planet's core really is and see if there's a difference between natural planetary death and death caused by losing the planet's core. Although she said this, everyone understood that regardless of the reason, the situation on Blue Star was very urgent. Before searching online, Suli asked the system, do you know what's going on? Can a planet have a heart too? She could understand the existence of natural rules and planetary consciousness, but the concept of a planet's heart was something she had never heard of. The system didn't answer immediately as it usually did. Instead, it hesitated for a few seconds, then a childlike voice sounded. Sorry, host. This is the first time I've heard of this. I don't have any related knowledge in my database. Suli had the speaker on, so everyone heard the system's reply. Mao Xian's small face showed confusion. I haven't heard of it either. Does such a thing exist? Lord Beast God never told us about this, the priests. If it existed, why didn't Lord Beast God remind them to protect the planet's heart? Suli didn't say much and started searching online. At first, She couldn't find relevant information, but after searching, she discovered there were surprisingly many articles related to the planet's heart. There were quite a few news reports. The biggest theft of a planet's heart in 5,000 years. Planet A007 is the largest planet in its star system. It used to be a natural oxygen bar and a paradise for plants and animals, but after losing its planet's heart, in just 1,000 years, the once beautiful planet turned into a wasteland. Another planet's heart has been stolen. Who is the thief? Sue Lee and her companions even saw related news about star D23333. Science blunder. The D23333 planet in the M78 nebula, the most remote planet, scientists initially thought its gradual desolation was due to losing the planet's heart. Recently, they discovered it is just an ordinary planet aging naturally. It turns out scientists had been wrong about the age of this outlying planet. Even in the interstellar age, scientific mistakes are unavoidable. A few people felt a bit speechless, and even their heavy mood eased a little. Suli sighed. Let's do more research on the planet's heart. When we return, we'll report to the country and see what they say. Whether it was natural death or losing the planet's heart, such a big issue was beyond what they could solve. But the constant disasters on Blue Star are indeed very strange. Now, all they can do is gather more information about planetary death and the planet's heart. When they return to Huagua, professional researchers will analyze these data. Suli clenched her fists. Since we're in the interstellar, we must buy a spaceship and starship this time. Shun Siwen nodded. Yes, we can't give up on Blue Star, but we also can't stay stuck there. With these ships, we can explore other planets in the solar system. Chun Ling opened the star network. I'll check the prices of these spaceships first. The group gathered again and started discussing excitedly. Inside a tent on the desolate planet. After watching 3 movies in a row, Hughes fell into silence. The series of movies is quite simple. It's about humans fleeing to a new home because their star is about to be destroyed. But what moves people is the emotion in the story. In the face of the apocalypse, there is family love, romantic love, and humanity's deep attachment to the blue planet that nurtured countless species. It also shows the determination to preserve civilization no matter what sacrifices are needed. This movie has many similarities to real interstellar history, making him wonder if it's based on true events. In the film, people faced the star's death, while the ancestors of the interstellar explorers faced the natural death of their planets. The new home in the movie is 4 light-years away from humans. The star travelers' ancestors found a home even farther away, but they had more advanced technology when they left their home planet than humans do in the movie. The most similar part of the movie to real history is that humans faced many accidents during their migration. Many people sacrificed themselves, and only then did they succeed. Huck sighed. It's been a long time since we've seen a deep, thought-provoking movie about space. To appeal to the Omega market, most current movies are about love, separation, and celebrating feelings. Even he, an Omega, is tired of them. Movies that focus on history, making people grateful for their ancestors and understand how hard life is now, are very rare. Thinking this, Hux handed the movie to his secretary. Recommend this film online. It's very valuable. The secretary found it strange. What's wrong with the Emperor lately? After the recent disappearance, when they finally contacted him, he didn't just ask him to watch out for suspicious ministers. Instead, he told him to buy some seemingly silly fruits from an unknown online shop and send them to his private planet. He did all that because the Emperor sometimes likes to be playful. But now he's watching movies again. It's surprising because the Emperor, the strongest alpha in space, usually doesn't schedule movie time. The secretary kept quiet about his thoughts, but responded quickly. Your Majesty, I will make sure the whole Empire and Federation see this movie. Should I also recommend it to the mechanical race? Seeing the secretary's nickname, Hux rubbed his forehead. No, just promote it within the Empire and Federation. Hux, change your nickname, Your Majesty's strongest little secretary, but you just asked me to change it, Your Majesty. Withdraws anonymous. Got it, changed. In a few days, Suli discovered that a movie with poor sales suddenly became very popular. The comment section even included remarks like, I built a special ladder to this small online shop. If I hadn't come here, I wouldn't know there are such remote places in our galaxy. The citizens of our capital star can't even connect to this star network. I heard that because it's so remote, the network maintenance crew doesn't go there often, so the signal is always bad and can't connect to our main network. Latest news, someone has hired robots to fix the network there. Soon, we won't need the ladder anymore. By the way, does anyone know if this nebula belongs to the Empire or the Federation? I still don't understand. Who cares? Our Empire has repaired the star network there. From now on, it will be our territory. I've finished watching The Wandering Earth. Does this shop have other movies? Their filmmaking skills are amazing. When I first heard about this movie from a friend, I thought, what kind of bad movie would our adorable secretary recommend? After watching, I thought, wow. As expected, the secretary recommended a great film. After reading these comments, Sue Lee and her friends were stunned. So, because our movies are good, people come specifically to fix our star network. Chenling looked blank. Are people in the galaxy really this cute? Mao Xian then caught the key point. Doesn't that mean we can connect to the entire star system's network soon? We won't have to just stay on the edge of this small nebula's network anymore. Sue Lee nodded, agreeing with her idea. Yes, not only can we see more things in the galaxy, but more citizens will also learn about our shop. They didn't notice that the last comment mentioned the secretary, thinking it was just the secretary of the company where the commenter worked. Suddenly, the system spoke up. So, which TV series should we adapt next? The earnings from The Wandering Earth adaptation already paid for itself, and the box office has reached 10 million. Hearing this, everyone was very happy and the system became even more proud. I told you, spending 2 million system coins was worth it, right? This time, Sue Lee didn't argue with it. Instead, she agreed. Yes, you're the best system in the galaxy. She had already decided on the genre for the next adaptation. I thought about it earlier. Since our shop sells martial arts seeker manuals, how about we adapt a martial arts drama for the next project? It could be a movie or a TV series. This way, we can use the TV show to spark the interstellar people's interest in martial arts and then feature the same martial arts manuals from the show on our shop's homepage. I'm just not sure if martial arts dramas are attractive enough to the interstellar audience. Mao Xian has also watched Chinese martial arts dramas. Her cat pupils suddenly brightened. Martial arts dramas are great. Seeing those people flying and climbing walls in the show makes everyone want to try it too. Even she, a priest from the Beast World continent, is now practicing light skills diligently. But the light skills in the show are performed by actors using harnesses. Now, they have proper martial arts techniques for light skills. So, should we choose Jin Yong or Gulong? Chenling asked. In China's martial arts world, these two authors are unavoidable. Most martial arts dramas are adapted from their works. Each has a large group of fans, and their styles are quite different. Shen Xiyuan suggested, although I personally prefer Gulong's works, I have to say that Jin Yong's stories are more suitable for adaptation into movies or TV shows. Su Li also agreed. Yes, and since we've done more remakes of Jin Yong's stories in China, there are more options for creating full hologram versions. In the end, they decided on their next Chinese work to introduce to the interstellar audience, demigods and semi-devils. Knowing their host's frugal nature, the system gave a heads up. Adapting a TV series costs more than a movie. This one will need 10 million system coins, Su Li nodded. After seeing how much the interstellar people value copyrights, she realized that as long as the work is good, every citizen is willing to pay for it. So, even though she needs to spend 10 million on the adaptation, with trillions of people in the interstellar, a successful TV series will eventually pay for itself. Of course, if the TV series doesn't sell well, Su Li wouldn't complain. Investment has its risks, profits, or losses. If it loses money, she will cover the difference with her own funds. The system's adaptation of a TV series isn't instant. It takes time to prepare and produce. During the next period, the system was busy with this task every day and had no time to chat with Su Li. Everyone in the grocery store had their own work to do. Su Li constantly monitored the sales data and the types of products popular among the star citizens. Often, She also worked part-time as a customer service agent, packer, and stalker, busy all the time. When she had free time, she checked the surveillance cameras of the abandoned planet to see if there were any new visitors elsewhere. Whether it was nearby star citizens coming to throw out trash, passing space pirates, or adventurous explorers, as long as they came to this planet, she had to pay attention to see if they had any malicious intentions. Every day, Huada Wang still took care of its orchard as usual, but because it was very greedy, most of the ripe fruits and large red berries went into its flower cave. Black Panther no longer chased after wild beasts on the abandoned planet. Instead, it wandered in the forest there every day. No one knew what it was doing inside. Suli didn't interfere with it. She gave her dog absolute freedom. Once she realized that the wild animals on this planet couldn't really harm Black Panther, she stopped worrying. Chunling trained with Mao Xian and Xiao Si every morning. When Su Li and Shen Xiyuan had free time, they would join in too. Honestly, Xiao Si, who had no idea about martial arts, was very uncreative when practicing. Many times, he couldn't understand what kind of energy Chunling described, so even with a simple mental technique, his progress was slow. But Mao Xian, perhaps because she was a priestess with innate spiritual sensitivity, or maybe because the beast god she constantly mentioned was blessing her, learned everything very quickly. In just a few days, she could even tiptoe and walk in the air. Even Shen Xiyuan sighed that if he hadn't awakened his mental abilities, he might really be slower than Mao Xian in learning. One day, after practicing martial arts again, Chunling stopped Xiao Si, who was about to leave. She was curious. After you ate the ability fruit, what kind of power did you awaken? The others looked over, and Suli realized she had forgotten about giving Xiao Si the ability fruit recently because she was too busy. Xiao Si smiled, with a hint of satisfaction in his expression. I think the power I awakened should be called material decomposition. In other words, once he activates his special ability, the molecules of any object he touches instantly break down into basic particles, causing the object to completely disappear from the world. Chunling was stunned. This is so powerful. Even Suli couldn't help but widen her eyes. Such an ability is not an exaggeration to say it can kill silently. The Omega in front of them not only has strength comparable to an Alpha, but also possesses the calmness typical of a Beta. These qualities are already quite impressive, but what surprised everyone even more was that this person also has incredible luck. It's important to know that in China, there are at least tens of thousands of people with special abilities. But abilities like Xiao Si's, which can completely break down matter, are unheard of. The only similar abilities Suli has seen was on the battlefield outside Mo City, where a person could decompose zombies into pieces. All these things made Suli wonder, who exactly is this person? Xiao Si is definitely not his real name, and his true identity is probably not the interstellar trader he claims to be. So who is he? What is his real identity? Shen Xiyuan also looked at Xiao Si with curiosity, but in the end, no one asked any questions. As the movie, The Wandering Earth, gained popularity online, more and more netizens noticed other items in the blind box shop, like the fruits from the Beast World continent. With more customers, the shop's followers also increased. They even created a fan community called Light Nation Grocery Store, where they discuss various products they've bought every day. Dear Omega friends, I highly recommend everyone try the heavenly fruit. If the novels, essays, and poems in the shop are our spiritual food, then heavenly fruit is our physical comfort. I agree with the above. I didn't expect that the discomfort during the heat period could be completely eased by just one fruit. Is that the fruit that costs 5,000 each? You guys are really rich. Talking about calming the mind, beauty, longevity, are these things really not just a scam? Everyone, please buy the pregnancy fruit. My partner and I only have a 30% gene match, but we still stubbornly got married. Yes, I am that kind of rebellious netizen who breaks the law for love. I thought that neither of us would have children in this lifetime, but surprisingly, the day after eating the pregnancy fruit, my husband became pregnant. Reading this comment, Suli opened the StarNet and searched for how many days after conception can pregnancy be detected. There was no need for an internet user to answer. The AI on StarNet quickly provided the answer. Usually, pregnancy can be detected as early as the second day after successful fertilization. Suli then realized that in the interstellar world, once an egg successfully combine, the genetic testing device can immediately detect the faint signals of an embryo. So, she added a genetic testing device to her shopping cart. Everyone come see the sales ranking. The items from the ancient universe are now topping the list in sales amount. While guarding her smart device, Mao Xian first noticed that the sales amount for items from the ancient universe was jumping forward. Then, it steadily and slowly continued to rise. The others also opened their devices to check their shop's sales data. As Mao Xian predicted, the sales of traditional silk, antique furniture, calligraphy, and painting supplies were increasing rapidly. They had experienced this before, so now they didn't need to check the comments section of their shops. They just logged into the Star Affairs app and found the Light Nation General Store community. The Star Affairs app is similar to Weibo on Blue Star, with various news and hot topics, and Star citizens love to discuss their favorite things there. Indeed, here they could find a reason for the increased sales of items brought back from the ancient universe. A collector with the online name, Is This Real? Became a fan of the Light Nation General Store. Is this real? Today, I received a set of antique tea utensils. The color and craftsmanship are excellent. Most importantly, tests show this set of antique tea utensils is over 10,000 years old. Seeing this comment, the shop staff asked the common question among everyone. Isn't your system space supposed to prevent time from passing? Why do the antiques have such a long history from the ancient universe to the interstellar universe? The host was busy adapting a TV show and replied casually, This is special treatment for rare items. When I travel through space-time, I set aside a separate space to ensure they keep their original lifespan. After saying this, the system remained silent, and the others continued reading the discussions in the online forum. Wow! Congratulations to our treasure shop for gaining the attention of a big expert. Double Chef is so happy. The big expert I follow followed my small shop. Is it the big expert who can recognize antiques without tools at a glance? I heard that Is This Real? Recommended this small shop, so I came to check it out. Following the big expert's lead is always right. Look at what I got from a blind box. Pictures, pictures, pictures. Can any big expert tell me what the person above posted? I don't recognize it. Is this what I think it is? Is this the water basin that ancient humans used to dip water and write in long ago? How did the person above learn history? That's called an ink stone, not water. Ancient humans used ink, not water. So, is this an ink stone that's rarely seen even in the Mother Planet's museum? Seeing this, Chun Ling checked the price of the inkstone blind box. Wow, one costs 10 million credits. Are inkstones from ancient worlds really that valuable? Shun Siyuan looked at it and explained, This isn't an ordinary inkstone. It's a Duan inkstone, one of the 4 famous inkstones. In ancient worlds, they were tribute items, so they're expensive, which is normal. Su Li also said, The inkstone blind box contains only these valuable inkstones, so the system set the price high. The others continued reading the comments from netizens. Some bought silk blind boxes, planning to find expensive tailors to make clothes. Some bought ink sticks and paper, saying they wanted to start learning calligraphy. Others bought furniture made from precious wood and redecorated their homes to look antique. Fortunately, these furniture sets were complete, so customers wouldn't end up with mismatched styles just because of blind boxes. Still, selling them as sets made the prices a bit higher. Suli didn't expect anyone to place orders like that.
Ding.
You have a new message.
Please check.
The StarNet shop's backend suddenly sent a notification. When Suli opened it, she was surprised to see someone seeking help. Hello, I found your shop online, the message read. Netizens say this is a magical little shop and that you can find all sorts of strange things here. I want to ask if you have any strong pollution-removing products. I have a planet that was once an industrial world. Now I want to turn it into a farming planet, but the pollution is too severe. All the pollution control tech on StarNet can't handle it. Do you have any highly effective pollution removal products? Seeing this message, Suli sighed. Our little shop is really coming to life. Chen Ling and the others urged her. Hurry up and recommend our purification moss. Items from the zombie universe haven't sold much in the galaxy yet. Su Li sent the link to the purification moss to the customer. With amazing purification effects, the purification moss can clean water, soil, and air. If you find it useful, please give us a 5-star review. The other side quickly replied, I'll give you feedback after I try it. If it works well, I'll recommend it to other planet owners. Chunling clicked her tongue and said, Look at that, planet owner. How many planets do you have? That's really enviable. Shen Siyuan asked Su Li, Are we going to buy a planet? Su Li answered confidently, Yes, of course. But first, we need to buy the things China urgently needs. After that, if we still have credit points, we can buy a planet. While buying planets in the galaxy can do many things, it's not essential. Even if Blue Star is eventually destroyed, the surviving humans wouldn't migrate to the galaxy. It's someone else's territory. Even if we can access it through the dimensional gate, the number of permits Su Li can buy is limited. Moreover, once in other dimensions, there are many rules and restrictions. No one wants to live a life tied down by rules. However, many advanced technologies and products in the galaxy can be brought back to improve human science and increase the chances of survival in the apocalypse. Chunling, being impatient, immediately urged when she heard Su Li wanted to buy high-tech products from the galaxy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly open the StarNet and buy some. By the way, how much money have we made since opening our online shop? At first, Su Li often checked the total income from the interstellar marketplace, but later, because she was busy every day, she hadn't looked at it for a long time. When she heard Chunling ask, she pulled up the system screen and opened the taskbar for this dimension. Only then did she realize that the grocery store of light had already earned so much money without her noticing. Seeing Su Li silent and smiling constantly, the others became curious, waiting for her to answer. Always calm, Shen Siyuan couldn't help but ask, How much did you earn? Su Li showed 3 fingers. Mao Xian asked, 30 million. She shook her head. 300 million. All these over 300 million credits came from sales in the online store. The 50 million credits that Russia's gave earlier weren't included in this total. Everyone gasped in surprise. Chunling said, It's really true that the interstellar dimension, with its huge population, makes money faster. In the zombie and ancient dimensions, they probably didn't earn this much until they finished their tasks and left. But when you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After the fame of the holographic movie, The Wandering Earth, spread, someone hired the mechanical race to repair the star network of the M78 Nebula. Since then, not only has Su Li and the others' internet speed improved a lot, but many people who were far away and couldn't access the grocery store of light before could now see it. Plus, with recommendations from loyal customers, the shop's traffic has been steadily increasing. The interstellar dimension has no shortage of people, which means more people know about their online store. As the number of customers grows, more of them are willing to spend generously. Not to mention, those ancient-style blind boxes filled with antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and furniture, which seemed useless in the ancient dimension, are now very popular in the interstellar dimension. Thinking about it carefully, it's normal. The people of the galaxy are especially interested in that lost history, and many historical items have even gained a mythic aura in legends. The concept of lost history refers to the period of the mother star civilization before humans began interstellar migration. During the long journey through space, many documents and records were damaged or lost. As a result, interstellar travelers only have fragmentary knowledge of their ancestors' civilization, and this knowledge is not well organized. This leads them to be willing to pay high prices for items in small shops that they only see in history books and legends. They don't know where these objects come from, but it doesn't stop them from wanting to touch the ancient past through these items. Perhaps, by examining these objects, they can find clues about their ancestors' lives. Most interstellar people live comfortably and have extra money, so they are eager to buy things they truly like. Their generosity helped the small shop earn 300 million credits in just half a month after opening, which made the team very happy. Let's check the internet to see what we can bring back to Blue Star, Su Li suggested. Everyone started searching on their devices. Su Li shared her idea first. Big items like spaceships, starships, and flying cars cost a lot of money. We can wait until we earn more credits in the shop before buying those. She then pointed to some affordable items that are sold in the star markets, but are very needed in their country. For example, she showed a gene tester on her device. It costs 100 credits and is as common as pregnancy test sticks on Blue Star. The gene tester is a small but powerful device. It can detect the formation of an embryo right after conception and can also identify genetic defects or the likelihood of certain cells becoming cancerous during pregnancy. It can even tell if the fetus might inherit certain diseases. If the fetus is unhealthy, there is a gene repair device used in interstellar medicine. It can correct defective genes during pregnancy. This device has no side effects and is a very advanced medical tool. Although Interstellar Society assigns partners based on genetic compatibility, a high compatibility score only means a higher chance of successful conception. It doesn't guarantee that the baby will be healthy. If it is a legally protected marriage and a fetus is found to have a genetic defect during pregnancy, they can apply for free use of a gene repair device to correct the fetus's genes. This technology has completely eliminated cancer and all hereditary diseases in the interstellar world. Therefore, as long as we bring back gene testers and gene repair devices to China, Chinese medicine will make great progress. How many gene testers should we buy? Shen Siyuan asked. Su Li replied, one costs only 100 credits. Let's buy 10,000 first. After bringing them back, some will be used directly in hospitals and others for research. Shen Siyuan agreed, relying on others isn't as good as relying on ourselves. Even if it's cheap, we still need to master the technology. Su Li nodded. That's true. Unfortunately, the gene repair device is quite expensive, costing about 1 million each. Let's buy 10 of those first. We also need to buy some other things. When we have more money, we can buy more. The others also agreed. Take a look at this, nanomedical robots. We should buy some of those too. Chun Ling showed everyone her device, displaying the nanomedical robots she just found. These robots are tiny, only as big as a pill on Blue Star, but they are very powerful. They can precisely locate and fix problems from small issues like teeth to major organs like the heart and brain. Of course, these robots look ordinary, but their price is not. One robot can cost from tens of thousands to tens of millions. The smaller the robot, the more accurately it can target the problem, and the more times it can be reused, making it more expensive. For purchasing these medical robots, Su Li plans to buy several different models, one of each for now. We'll use these to treat illnesses. Older scientists who have contributed a lot to the country are more likely to get cancer. These nanorobots can be used for treatment. When talking about contributing to the country, Su Li suddenly remembered her last time traveling back, during the battle to save Mo City from zombies, when she saw a soldier's arm torn off by zombies. At that moment, she thought she must find a way to make limbs regrow. She wasn't sure if such technology existed in the interstellar world. Thinking this, Su Li asked others to help, and everyone searched together on the star network. Soon, they found something called a medical regeneration pod. The appearance of the medical regeneration pod looks similar to the nutrient pod they used when entering the star network, both being sealed chambers where people are immersed. The difference is that the liquid inside the regeneration pod can promote rapid cell division. If the star citizens accidentally lose an arm or a leg, they can soak in the pod for a while, and the missing part will grow back. Besides regrowing lost limbs, the medical regeneration pod can also repair severe burns, internal injuries, and even some brain tissue damage. This medical device is very powerful. It works not only on fresh wounds, but can also repair old injuries as long as the person is still alive. It can be said that interstellar people can live up to 500 years thanks to these advanced medical products. If gene repair devices solve genetic diseases, then the regeneration pod makes it impossible for injuries to easily end human lives. Looking at the information about the regeneration pod on the star network, Mao Xian's eyes lit up. Is there really such a magical thing? Regrowing lost limbs and flesh from bones. These are abilities only legendary beast gods are said to have. At this moment, even Mao Xian, a little cat who usually doesn't care much about anything, was tempted. She planned to discuss with Su Li later, once they could buy these regeneration pods in large quantities, to see if she could buy one. If their cat tribe had such a device, then those little cats going out hunting and losing a limb wouldn't be a big problem anymore. In this case, if the strength of the cat tribe still couldn't surpass the neighboring dogs, then whoever wanted to take the cat's cubs could take them. She definitely wouldn't want to keep them anymore. As long as Su Li was willing to trade, she could exchange her tribe's powerful red fruit and fruit trees. If she couldn't pay all at once, she could also pay in installments. In the worst case, she could have the little cats work for the Chinese to farm. Su Li didn't expect that just by trying to look around, she would actually find such technology in the interstellar world. Now, countless disabled people in Huagua who lost limbs due to accidents can finally regain full bodies. Especially soldiers who became disabled while protecting the country, and firefighters who suffered severe burns to save others. These people should have had happy lives, but they paid with their health to keep others safe. With this medical regeneration pod, these heroes can stand up again and live normal lives. Su Li made a firm decision. Buy. By now, the price of the medical regeneration pod is not cheap. One pod costs 10 million credits. Besides the pod, you also need to buy matching healing medicines. The healing medicines are also expensive. 1 liter costs 200,000 credits. Seeing the price, Shen Siu inside. No wonder some people said the regeneration pod is too expensive to afford. Even though most people in space live pretty well, using a regeneration pod requires paying a 100,000 credit fee first, plus buying the medicines. One adult needs at least 5 liters of medicine each time they use the pod. That means each treatment costs at least 1 million credits, which is a big amount for ordinary space citizens. Chunling looked at Su Li and asked, "How many regeneration pods should we buy this time?" Su Li thought carefully. "Let's buy 2 pods first, so we can stock up on medicines. If we have the chance later, we can buy more." She then confirmed the order on the shopping page. When the order was successful, Su Li didn't think about how her credits had decreased again. Instead, she thought of the young soldier who lost an arm to zombies. She said, "I wonder how things are on Blue Star now." Hearing this, the others also looked worried. When they set out, Blue Star was in a severe cold disaster, but the temperature had started to rise. That meant the cold disaster was about to end. But here's the worry. After the cold disaster, no one knows what will happen to Huagua. Su Li, as a reborn person, ended her previous life during a severe cold disaster. The time of her death in her past life had already passed before she traveled through time. Although others did not know that Su Li was a reborn person, they knew that the country had only prepared for the cold disaster in the end-of-world scenario. They seemed unsure of what would happen next. Now, everyone is worried that during their time in the interstellar realm, the next disaster on Blue Star has already begun. But there's no way around it. System tasks work like that. When completing tasks in other worlds, the task performers cannot return to their space. Su Li can't even use her mind to check the situation inside the space. Huagua, the end-of-world base. Su Li and her companions spent a month on the desolate planet D23333, and 20 days have passed on Blue Star. The temperature has risen significantly, and the snow across Huagua is starting to melt. Researchers from the Institute and those sent from the zombie realm have worked together and developed a genetically stable super rice tree. The super rice tree is similar to regular rice in that it needs water to grow. However, it produces more yield and has more developed roots. Because it was created by genetically modifying the zombie realm's mutated rice tree, the super rice tree is very adaptable and can grow in various extreme environments. Although no one knows what disasters Blue Star will face next, stockpiling food is always wise. So, the leadership has started promoting the planting of super rice trees nationwide. Besides food reserves, border defenses must also be maintained without any slack. Since Su Li and her team left, the country has announced the existence of superpowers to the public. Although people had already suspected the existence of superpowered soldiers from the videos of the city battles Su Li posted and the eradication of zombies in Huagua long ago, the official announcement still caused a huge stir. Major websites are once again trending with intense discussions. I was just saying that in the popular online video about the Battle of Mo City, the soldier was using special powers. Some people argued with me, insisting it was just special effects. Is it really so hard for some people to admit that their country has become strong? There are many people with special abilities. Why can't I be one of them? So, I really hope the country will assign me a special power soon. I can't wait any longer. But what's the use of you waiting upstairs? The country will probably prioritize someone like me, handsome, smart, and a graduate of a top school. I'm curious. How many people in our country have special abilities, and how many different types are there? Someone upstairs, you're being a bit bold asking that. How is your question different from asking for detailed information about a delivery service? Inside information. The country also gives ordinary people a chance to awaken special abilities, but there are certain conditions. And what about the person upstairs? Just tell us what those conditions are. I hate people who talk halfway and leave others hanging. While everyone was discussing, the group sent from the beast realm to practice martial arts in the other world all returned to Earth. Because of the time difference between the two worlds, these people are not yet as powerful as the top experts from ancient times who had decades of experience, but each of them has mastered at least one martial arts secret manual, enough to teach students. The country moved quickly. Before bringing these people back, it established a special martial arts school. Once they returned, they immediately started working as teachers at the school. The era of nationwide martial arts practice in China had begun. Zhang Wuji is an ordinary 18-year-old high school student. While most classmates enjoy playing games and watching anime, he is obsessed with martial arts novels and movies. It's not really his fault that he loves martial arts. You can tell from his name. He comes from a family with a strong martial arts tradition. Zhang Wuji's mother has been a martial arts fan since she was young. She grew up reading Jin Yang's novels, and her favorite character was Zhang Wuji from The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Everything happened so perfectly. She happened to marry a man with the surname Zhang, so she named her son Zhang Wuji. But if Zhang Wuji were to say, his mother really has no taste, aren't all the male leads in Jin Yang's novels more charming than Zhang Wuji? However, being unhappy with his own name did not affect Zhang Wuji's longing for the martial arts world. He often dreamed of one day mastering top-level skills and becoming a hero who helps others. Unfortunately, he was born in a civilized society, so his hero dream of wandering the martial world could only stay a dream. In reality, like many high school students, he was just a poor kid who spent all his time doing homework. When the apocalypse first arrived and zombies appeared, Zhang Wuji was excited, thinking his era had finally come. He believed he would have the chance to become a hero who fights evil and saves people. But reality was very different from his dreams. In fact, he was only able to stay at home and take online classes. The government didn't even use weapons, and the zombies in China disappeared on their own. Just when Zhang Wuji decided to focus on studying for the college entrance exam, he received some news. The country was going to officially establish a martial arts school. This school was not optional. Everyone had to study there for a period of time. There were two types of martial arts schools, one for adults and one for young students. The adult version was for people who had already graduated from college and entered society. They could choose their class times and arrange their courses flexibly. After completing the basic martial arts courses, if they still wanted to learn more, they could sign up for advanced martial arts manuals. The youth version was for students still in school, including high school and middle school students, who could choose the martial arts school when applying for their future studies. They could also just take it as part of their required courses, learning the basics of martial arts. Zhang Wuji chose the first option. He wanted to list the martial arts school as his top choice for the college entrance exam. He heard that students majoring in martial arts could work at martial arts colleges after graduation, and those who performed well might receive special rewards. In the future, when the country conscripted soldiers, martial arts students would be given priority. When the severe winter disaster struck, the country resumed work and school activities, and Zhang Wuji also took his college entrance exam. His scores were very good, enough to compete for the two most famous universities in the country. His family was very happy. But when he learned that the country was establishing a martial arts school, Zhang Wuji decisively listed it as his first choice. Dad Zhang was very unhappy. He has traditional ideas and resists new things. He thinks the martial arts school established by the country is just a temporary way to improve people's health during the end times. Once the disasters pass, he believes the school will close down. Mom Zhang supports her son. You can tell from the way she chose his name. Because of her son's future, Dad Zhang and Mom Zhang, who usually get along well, argued. Dad Zhang blamed his wife for giving their son a bad name, which he thought made the boy lazy and unfocused. He said they should have named him after famous historical figures like Zhang Juzheng, Zhang Yi, Zhang Qian, or Zhang Heng. Even a name like Zhang Fei would be better. Mom Zhang didn't want to argue. She decided to go to the martial arts school herself to learn. If her husband didn't listen, she was ready to surprise him with her skills. So, with Dad's opposition and Mom's support, Zhang Wuji applied to a martial arts school in Beijing. In Lei Dinghua's office, he had black hair, a loud voice, and looked very energetic. He asked Officer Yang, "Are all the rules for the martial arts school ready?" The big leader entrusted him with the whole project. Not only because it was his task from the government, but also because he wanted to do a good job himself. If everything went well, in a few years, China's overall strength would greatly improve. Officer Yang nodded and said, "The first batch of students for the martial arts college has been fully enrolled." Surprisingly, many students wanted to sign up. Most city quotas were filled. Besides students applying for exams, many adults who had already entered society were also eager to join short-term training courses. Lei Dinghua was pleased. Although the country is protecting us, our people are not cowards. They understand how important it is to improve their skills in this environment. They talked for a while about the teachers for the martial arts college, the learning rights for martial arts secrets, and other related matters. Lei Dinghua felt more at ease. Seeing that Officer Yang had finished reporting but didn't leave, as if he had more questions, Lei Dinghua asked, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Officer Yang smiled. Commander Lei may seem rough, but he is actually very attentive. He notices everything. Well, Miss Su has a childhood friend named Jiang Bo. Do you remember him? Lei Dinghua certainly remembers. Jiang Bo used to be a soldier in their military district, but he was transferred to manage the space after an incident involving Su Li.